Bah! A face better suited to the depths of the bay. This is going to be a rush. Viconia de Veer. If only Shar would bless me with the forgetting of your face. Oh, a severed head, daubed in face paint. Someone took exception to this clown's act. Hold the line at all costs! Be the cliff that breaks the sea! Take my hand. I won't tax your hospitality too long, Nine Fingers. I'm searching for Minsk of Rashomon. Oh. The songs make much of Khalid's meekness. The quiet little harper who had to keep a tight hold on his courage, but he had it when it counted. And more than that, uphold your watch, and I will uphold mine. Learn all you can of Baal, and leave a record of all you have learned. Faccio voco fere! Well, are we ready for the road once more? A book on Netherese-craft. More to Gale's taste than my own. Quickly. Stupefaccio! See what happens. These symbols are nonsense to me. So why can't I read them? Time for the niceties. Mouthier than an arse. Twice as full o' shite. Resarchio! A crypt. This ought to be where Shira Clarwin found her final rest. Voco flagella! You forced me to leave you behind. Deserve! Oh, this drumming in my head. I am thankful I have no tadpole to echo it. Rooted to the spot. Ha! Bandage that! Mummy lord. Scratchings. Of no account. There's an air about you. Something alien. This is it then. The assault commences. It's done, Shadowheart. Corpora sana, Curculus mortis. I'm to put my feet up? Watch me complain. If that Selûnite amulet is really God-touched, Gale would want to see it, stuck fast in the ice. A messy end when it melts. Diore! Well, I wish Minsk had seen a reason at the Guildhall. Even so. A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone. To face the other of your kind. Orin. So long as the other lives, neither of you can claim your full power. We laid what harpers we could to rest in this place. Before the shadows fell. Nothing like a little panic to sell papers. I know I've bought enough of them in my time. It's all over. They're all gone. My brave ones, my friends, my harpers. Obliged, my lord. But I think I'd rather see Baldur's Gate become a battlefield again first. Scab-licking vagrant, bene curatur. Demento te! An unworthy one. Forgive me. I am simply excitable. It is good to be out under an open sky once more. And I wish you fortune in it. But for tonight, I would say we're safe to lay aside our weapons. No? It was slowing you down anyway. Sleep well. I've slept beside a Baal spawn before. I know the signs, the dreams, the urges, the power. Veritas, credo, oculos. You'll move a little lighter now. You're welcome. Continue the hunt. I have no idea. I left no parting words this time. They already know everything they need to. Tara. Gale Stressem grew restless at camp. And you, Harper. There is something familiar about you. My mind. We must be drawing near the brain. I do not envy you your tadpoles. An ordinary lamp, not a trace of magic on it. For now, I give you only the most simple Harper creed. To look for the light, and watch always for the dawn. But to enjoy the night while we have it. Huh? These chosen have reason to fear you, and I would like to be at your side when you confront them. Then by all means, don't let me keep you. We can't end this until Ketherick can bleed. I await your next report. Those boots look quite special. Something for you, perhaps, Gale. Intactele sum! Come. He'll have had a horde nearby. It is for her to make the choice, not I. Gods, but you'd miss the fuss. And the noise. Gods above, even this smell. Aridissimus! Ferrio! You volunteer wisdom where it is not wanted. All the more galling then that you are right. Run, kobold, or I will use that to give you a second tail. Take care. Illithids evolve nothing. They only enslave. I can spare a moment. Come then, Zent! Earn your pay! Ad lapidem! You mean the doppelgangers? It is no comfort to me that my face made this fool all the easier to lead. The point remains. Not good enough. I do mean what I say. But I am also a harper. In every honeyed word, there is a hook. Let me make it easy for you. I'm to put my feet up? Huh. Watch me complain. What's this? Blood? No. Nothing natural to this. That is oil. And leading inside. Ha. The guildmaster wishes to see us, does she? Better we call on her home than she on ours. Lead, then. No point in debating what's already done. Let's go on ahead. Ferrio! Frange! Oh, spare me the sad eyes, girl. Not every daily deed is worthy of song. Certainly none I can play. Nature's law in action. Let it wait until the city proper. Perhaps I'll have had a better idea by then. Good. Because I'll cross your heart myself if you break it. Almost subtle. Until she left the stink of sulfur behind. Ugh. Thou necrotic stump! So I returned to the fold. Returned to the city. Eventually they hung a title around my neck. High Harper. And I still do not know how to play one. Until then. To battle. Ugh. Some crusty ballad monger, I expect. Ow! Ah! I should have known better than to ease into an illicit contraption. Tormentum! A harper lets herself in. Perhaps afterwards. This is your father's true legacy. Not his children, but the fear they plant in us. The savagery it blossoms into. I'll find my way back, as I always do. I admit defeat. Baldur's Gate is my home. Don't I? We both left this land with a half-victory in hand at most. But only one of us settled for it. Horribilissimus! We can use that. Well, first things first, I owe you an apology. I did not tell you all I hope to find in the city. But he slunk back into his father's shadow instead. Let him be a cautionary tale to you. Your father will only love you so long as he can use you. Better they stay here and hold the tower should Ketheric's army catch wind of our assault. And some explaining to do, it seems. Hey, you! On the trail. Do you know? I had forgotten just how catty your hamster could be. I'll not pretend to understand why you, the enigma that you are, suddenly crossed our path. But I'm old and wise enough to recognize a sliver of hope when it crawls out of the dark. Well, that's dealt with. But she wasn't the one pulling the strings here. No cloth grass in the wine this time. I promise. Codico fake! I think I can guess. Visions of blood on your hands. The blood in your veins, perhaps. Grey feathers. Plucked against the wearer's will, I'd wager. Just browsing. Ooh, BS! For the best. Death is too good for it. Shame. Shifter. Sworn to. Orn. Your body's a temple. To an idiot god. He's aligned himself with mind flayers. But I cannot see what he gains. I will not. If I bare my teeth, it is probably because you have struck at a sore spot. Fiat lux, vita mortis cario. But the sooner we reach Gatherick and rob his army of their reason to fight, the better. Faccio voco fere, for you, O horned cheek. I cannot presume to know her parents, or what they suffered. But I know that they were proud, in the end. And if it can, a parasite will keep its host fat, happy, and safe. Until it is finished feeding, at least. Am I comforting you? I am not comforting myself. But then you are wise. All right. Then I suppose all that remains is for us to thank you. And wish luck to us all. Vincit qui patitur. Quiet! This. Still. I thought you'd have found a new obsession by now. Best not to touch the chest of offerings other mortals have left to their gods. But I can use the altar to pray. As you like. No cub, no fun. Hostium munera! Plue! A shame of mine. Redoubled, because I did not tell you everything sooner. Cast yourself into the dark if you wish. I mean to be there to pull you back, by the hand or the scruff. Fronti nulla fides. Amble about if you wish. I plan to claim whatever little rest remains. Come, ye faithful, and feel the loving hand of Shar. Those runes on the floor. The vampire lord feeds on his spawn like a leech. Something slimy seems to be dripping from the rafters above. A pigeon. Wounded and dragged off toward the temple, I think. Might as well. A few bruises. So what? To slay a devil in his domain is to end him entire. Or it should be. Mortem tuum sum, in nocte concilium. Oh, shake it off. So many places to be. And I chose Baldur's Gate. Yes? You have news? Do you think I cannot sense you? Spectre, nature's servant, and yours. Let's hope the locals are friendly. I've done my share of praying to her, though not for the cause of peace. My faith was suddenly found on choppy seas. A true soul with a mind of her own? How is that possible? Nod and smile. There's no time to waste. Thank you truly. May you succeed where I have failed. You are the stuff of legends now. Pray that I live to tell your tale. Move. Now. That drow cowl might have bits of magic lingering inside it. Any thoughts, Gale? May you strike like the viper and choke like the vine. Good luck. More Githyanki records. And perhaps more to learn of Orpheus, too. Faccio voco fere! As you should. But your father can be beaten. With the right people at your side. Though I will not be the one to fight it, I think. The one you journey with. We ought to speak. So I've been traveling with a vampire. One that feeds on his friends, no less. Ha! What about this? The skull of a death devil. Authentic. And far from the fugue plane. A steel mold. Used in forges to cast armor and weapons. Still, the Undercity shifts. We might search down there. Or better yet, find a ballast to lead us. But he's returned. Not only does General Ketheric Thorm live again, it seems he is no longer mortal. He has become, in fact, invincible. Poison. A paralytic, I think. Pigeon feathers. Enough that I suspect their owner met a grim fate. If they be learned and powerful enough, the practitioner of this ritual might slow their aging, extend their life well beyond its natural reach. So I will accept mine, when and however it comes. As for this city story, well... Take me with you! The monk's granddaughter. Time for a reunion. Stabilio, the blade of Avernus. I suppose hell is just another frontier. Esto perpetua! We tracked them to this ancient village, only to be faced with a man we killed and buried over a century ago. After the tug of war the gods have played for you, you want to flee to a secular order? Huh! I can see it. Nine Fingers. Estelle. Call off your ambush, tell us where he is, and we'll handle this. Free! Now to catch the djinn and beat the blue from his hide. You act a fighter, but a fool's a fool. It's time for me to hunt my prey. Voco potentia! Off, you vicious little trinket! I hope you were hibernating, little cub. I can't think of another reason you wouldn't come down to say hello. The bleating of a predator turns suddenly prey. Do not listen! Now to free the child before she rises again. Archdruid, may the Oak Father raise the road before you. We need to speak. Listen closely, for there's very little time. Even if last light falls, your mission does not change. You must find Ketheric Thorm, and you must kill him. How hospitable she will be to a harper that comes begging to her guild hall, we will find out. Perhaps I will let you do the talking. Someone, something, shed flaming fist armor like a second skin. Minimus! You speak of a battle more than a century past. Baal's minions led us through a maze in the Undercity, older than Baldur's Gate itself. Sol Invictus! She spoke to you in a rather familiar fashion. Perhaps she considers you family, given your heritage. Well answered, of course. It is our way. Just as it is Death's way to meet us along the path, gently oblivious to whatever it is we want. I can fawn over my face later. That odd staff might be of interest to Gale. Aredissimus! Ah, how nice to be understood again. I have spent the past months bickering with builders and bankers, all to restore the city exactly as it was. You've wandered far in my absence. And now you come to march me to the gallows, is it? You came here in search of a cure, but found a conspiracy instead. I can see how that would be disheartening. Parabellum! Even so, you must find him. And you must kill him. Yeah, she's not coming back. The fire was his own fault. Bad enough he was adding silk root to his brews, but he stored it poorly too. I grow tired of these false faces. Every corner we turn, another. And now it is my face they use to turn Minsk against us, Karlak. Recall that I am an old woman, and you cannot strike me for asking stupid questions. I did, though I don't often speak of it. So many seem to think they know the whole story already. I find it a pity to correct them. The Absolute threatens thousands, the entire coast. And still you risked much to help one man. I should berate you, but I can only say thank you. Might as well. Intelligente pauca! Eacto te! We can talk at length once the day is won. So let's win it first. It vexes me to know of you. Morbitus. Esto perpetua. Stone Lord. Huh. Better to call yourself Stonehead. Ira! Time to get this thing fired up. Abuno disque omnes. Finish the others, but spare Minsk. Your prism can still save him. And when all of this is over, I will hug my children so hard that Orion might kill me from sheer surprise. If I seem suddenly flushed with hope and soft feeling, you have only yourself to blame. I've made a powerful ally today. Venenum! Are you well, Gale? This would be a bad spot to fall into a faint. Keep pushing forward. There's no other choice. I am no expert on the matter, despite all my experience. But if anything I know can help you resist your father, only ask it. Helping a friend. A genuine pleasure to meet you again, my friend. You can turn off the charm, Entharl. They're with me. There's the crown! We have to dominate it! Cast the spell! Rise or don't, I care not. No harm done. I do. They're dead, Entharl. Doppelgangers were using them as bait. It is said vampires only make a show of feeling, that their only true emotion is hunger. But those screams sounded real enough. Hunting. Absolute. Hunted. In turn. It is abominable that you still live. You who has cost us so much. The murderer of light. Do what must be done. Something singular. Absolute, wouldn't you say? What's a little rummage between foes? No kissing it better. That thing he summoned was illithid. Follow it below and find him, before he has a chance to subdue the night song again. Somehow, you are making even less sense than usual. Resurges! What needed to be done? 9 fingers. Estelle, call off your ambush. Tell us where he is and we'll handle this. Vita Mortis Cario. Now is not the best moment to leave. You'll just have to put up with me for now. Quite a bit of climbing, then. I have no doubt the archdruid keeps you active. But perhaps you can spare the details for later. Pulcrior! But you're staring. Which means the tadpole has finally eaten your brain. Or have I been talking too much? Either way, time to move, no? What? You want me to kiss your knee and make it better? I had no wish to lose you, Will. But my, it would have been nice to flush her into the colony's flesh pit. If you feel you are being watched, take comfort. That is only because you are. Dark, even with my eyes. A gift from my husband. I've had to renew parts over the years, but the heart remains the same as the day he gave it to me. You can stand, so you can carry on. A harper learns to doubt, to peer through every smile, question every look. Eventually, you find what it is you fear, whether it is there or not. Maledicte es! Until we know who the false-facers are, we cannot trust anyone beyond ourselves. Isobel, a faithful cleric of Seluna, and a light in the darkness. Well done. Truly. Oakfather eased the road, blood and chanting. What manner of service are we interrupting? So now it is a nether brain we face. And it seems disinclined to yield to the nether stones. He betrayed them. But only in the hopes of saving them. It will comfort the others little to know that. An elder brain, bound by lost Netherese magic, with servants of the dead three holding the chain. Fronti nulla fides. See if you still feel the same afterwards. No use digging with my bare hands. Well, Lord Vampire, Was it everything you hoped? Scratch was only ever meat of the lowest grade. Something over there. Go quietly. It'll be easier for all of us. At long last, the dynasty of Thorms shall be dethroned. Astarion, get up! Just a little foraging. What was... never mind. Good. That ought to silence at least one of the voices in your head. No dream, then. A nightmare. No. To let you live would be beyond cowardice. You sowed these many dead, indeed. But now I will do the reaping. What are you doing over there? Liar. It was you who killed her. Hold a moment. Where's Karlak? If I must. None of us know every detail of one another's past. But we know who we are now. Together. This is one lady love you perhaps do not want to keep waiting, wizard. Look around you. Good men, good women. Stranded here, 2 feet in the grave. The Grand Duke-to-be. I'd follow you into battle, Will. But politics? I think I am perhaps too faint of heart. Too foolish for me to allow, pup. So why do I feel like you aren't asking? Morzinkerta, vita certissima. Frange! Yes, please. There you are. Well done. Did you learn how we might untether Ketherick from this, night song? A moment to plan. Oh, so you do listen? Eltergard. Further from Baldur's Gate than I'd hoped. Believe me, I'm aching to have my revenge. To your very good health. Schio, Dedici, Pecto. Your blood is beyond hope of redemption. May it water these accursed grounds and grow the sickly roses that will mark your grave. Vita, mortis, cario. Some manner of Githyanki artifact, judging by the script. Lizelle may know more. This must be where he was making them. There's no shortage of evidence. I make no plans. Only contingencies. I've traced people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate. Sphaera mortis! Come. Search for a way out. It would be embarrassing to be the only prisoners the Fist actually held onto. What? So, all this time, he has been leeching his life from an immortal? That man is more parasite than anything in his true soul's heads. Ve victis! That's her sigil on your ring, is it not? Disgusting. Absolutely vile. Do I? I don't mean to. Being a harper is like trying to roll a Jotun up a sliding glacier. Ha! A talking to from the Grand Marshal himself. Quite the introduction to a life of crime. What did he say? As you wish. A grand enough gesture to win back her good graces, I think. I wish you luck, wizard. In that case, we could find ourselves to be allies indeed. Me and my harpers came all the way from Baldur's Gate to end the cult of the Absolute once and for all. A reprieve from the Githyanki invasion. For this day at least. Schio, Dedici, Pecto! For now, though, he's on the back foot for the first time since he returned from the grave. Another. Simply done, as long as we are swift. The problem with Marcus, of course. Then you're a stronger soul than I. I, at least, have had time to prepare that, high-minded little speech. Still, if your faith ever wavers, you speak of something you know nothing about. But then why would you, when I have not told it? Efferve! See how it trembles to meet us. Higher We do not want to keep it waiting. More clown. An arm this time. Just lovely. Nothing that wasn't already there. Fear not. But I've lived many lifetimes since Khalid died. And I know my calling. I thought my grand adventures were behind me. But I should have known better. Bus-supping maggot! Vrange! We're well stocked with herbs. There's space below for beds. You might make this a healing house. Should it come to fighting in the streets, then you've made your choice. And the city needs us. Shaluna's tears. It is said no false face can stand beneath their light. Eacto te, stupefacio! A little something more. Begone, putrid boil! Vulgar! I'm not ignoring you. I just see no evidence of your rather outlandish claim. I buried my husband, Khalid, 100 years ago. That wound still bleeds. Turn your gaze, lest I turn it for you. I should applaud the liberation of bound creatures. But somehow I sense I will be the one cleaning up this mess. Lightly does it. Thou bandy-legged brindlehole. I was a fool to trust you. For the last time. Harpers! There's a traitor among us! Look at me, girl. Do I strike you as an aristocrat? Whatever family tree you found in my study, it does not quite wash the scent of druid out, does it? You're quite serious, aren't you? There's little point in stalking vampires by night. But come dawn, they'll be penned up in their stronghold. Done. Orin has made herself right at home. A pity we did not scorch the earth of this place a century ago, so the rot could not set in again. None of you look particularly well. But not dead yet either. This fight is not done. Because it wasn't quite crowded enough up here already. Perhaps we can force it out of him once we have him up against a wall. Something shifted above. Not at all. The world does not wait around for us. So take your moment while you may. Damn what anyone else thinks. Enlighten me. Now. I bear some blame for what you have become. I was so eager to take up my blades again, I did not look hard enough at what use I put them to. You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee. Eriske! A wise choice. These parasites are a threat to be destroyed, not an opportunity to be exploited. Well, I know when I'm not wanted. Father Lorgan's refugees. He was not able to save them. My feelings exactly. I trust that you will. Begone, pox-faced loon! But, so long as you fear that power, there is hope. Fear means you are not fully mad. Not yet. Harpers! For the fallen! Oh, Corellian star. That is grotesque. For a little while longer, you and I are destined to fight side by side. But if the shades don't take you, I have the next claim on your head. Scarning shape changers. And of course, the fool would follow their every word just because they wear my face. Hell is not your home, Garlac. And if your friends do not drag you out of it, it will only be because you freed yourself first. In this moment, you are the greater threat. Tonitros! It is already over. He craved power, and his bloodline was just another path to achieve it. I saw that same bloodline turn to better ends than Baal ever intended for it. But that depends entirely on the quality of bard you listen to. The Iron Throne. Named for the sordid cabal of warmongers it was once headquarters to. No wonder Gortash feels at home. If you see movement, don't be too quick to shoot. Friend and foe look alike in the deep shadows. In dead language? Something ancient must have been worshipped here. So much trouble to go around the guards, only for Gortash to call them off. For this alone, we ought to kill him. Magis amica veritas! Floric, the fist would make an example of her. A shame if she were to mysteriously vanish from her cell. For the fallen. What's happening to you? You have my attention. Now do something with it. Text is too faded. Doesn't tell me who was worshipped here. Good hunting. Oh. Those misty eyes are just age. Yes, I feel myself growing older as we stand here. So... I thought the Harpers knew every hidey hole and rat run in the city. This place housed something slightly larger than a rat, I think. Oi! We faced Baldur once before, and I was not ready to count on luck a second time. But luck had no part in it. Just you. Just... help me save him. You might see why I didn't question a bit of peace and quiet. It has become my way, perhaps, to always have one eye on the next fight. For better or worse. That is the cult. Oakfather lends his aid. That... form you took. That was no common shape change. Where did you learn to do such a thing? Diminuote! Halcyon long urged the Harpers not to abandon this land to the curse. I cannot blame him for being unable to bear it a second time. Perhaps they don't. I care not. I care only for vengeance. Shadow to shadow. Soon the final reckoning. You speak with truth in your heart. Here then. Take this. What does this do? Protected by some manner of warding spell. An alarm. Akior! Resisto! Fear not, Rashomar. It has never been your way to overindulge. Of course I was. You met her, did you not? The girl had opinions before she had teeth. You might be eccentric, but you're still our best hope of finishing off Ketherick Thorn. No better moment. Nine Fingers is much more than a thief. Nothing happens in this city that she doesn't learn of, sooner or later. Malar's mark, here we go. The warding spell is broken. As pride I may. Find out what makes him vulnerable. It remains the only way. You are that hope. Shadowheart! Aid us! They say that the only thing a vampire can feel is hunger. Nothing else touches them. Not grief or mercy. Or any sense of what is just. Isabel! No! What in the nine hells happened? Palidamors! Not an option. Even if Isabel were willing, the inn would not survive without her. Oculus tempestatis! The burden of your blood is yours to carry. But you need not carry it alone. I want to say yes. But then I was happy to work with a tainted true soul when it suited my ends. Tape your bottom mouth shut. Let's see what comfort we can offer a grieving mother. I doubt we'll ever see that face basking in the sun again. That was a public display of hope, despite private reservations. We draw near to the beast's den, where it will be most desperate. I need no tadpole to feel that much. Tempora mutantur. Oh, Malar's mark, here we go. Filth, rats, and soiled straw. Ha! How good to be back in the city. The limpet clings on. Young Will had parasite problems well before the tadpole, it seems. Treme! No thanks. What is this? Answer me true and do not lie. The parasite is changing you, isn't it? But then, perhaps I make too much of this. How can I beg privacy when I was not half so trusting on our first meeting? Hot, hot, hot! A special surprise. Treme! Sylvanus, strengthen your hand. Tuebor! Domenuote! She makes a habit of these hurried exits. He was a Sharan once. Took to building an army of dark justiciars beneath this very village. Alongside the local druids, we made it our business to see him deposed. Dead and buried. We try to work towards a common balance. If every other faction finds us equally annoying, that is probably a sign that we are succeeding. A map of where we found the shapeshifters, alongside Father Lorgan's name. Our killer was here. Be well. cub. We will speak again. But first, a sharper sense than that. That of painful experience. What's this now? Surge! No. Behold! Elminster's ball bag. Ah! That might be the smartest thing you've ever said, Gale. Ready and waiting. Well, certainly waiting. Lizelle, my brief time on the astral plane left quite the impression. You must miss it dearly. All right, ball child. It is true you are no longer what you were. You have done well for yourself. Amicus animalis. Nothing. Incerto spulcher imperio. I am not sure I would have the grace to give him such a quick death. Any cure starts with understanding the disease. She plans to ambush Minsk at the counting house. But what the hells would he want there? Teocludo oculus! I was talking to Boo. It felt like a quake fit to topple Ramesses' tower. Incerto spulcher imperio. In greener days, I might have been strong enough to do it. I might be yet, with the right preparations. Scouting it out. We will be needing that, I think. Oh, a projection. Let us find her in the flesh, then. So I can give her a hug. Gedrick will not wait on our pleasure, nor jump on his sword without our aid. I go back to the battle. Find me when you are ready to fight. The Gur are wise, but they do not know you. They do not believe that you can rise above your hunger, for blood or power. Please prove them wrong. As it happens, everything. He was with me the night I first heard that name, connected to some cult gathering in the Undercity. Stupefaccio! Perhaps she chooses to do rather than say. No. UBS! Let me smooth the path a little. A casting mold. Could put this to use at the forge. Burgeoning bog botherer. There might be, but it's not a path I tread until we must. That is the royal we, I think. Little men do not like to share power. Fancy amulet like this is probably enchanted. Gale, take a look. Shake off the dust. Haven't abandoned you yet. Hold still. Maybe later. They showed me how to fight with sword, as well as spell, and gave me ample causes to wield them for. If I was not always the truest believer in every cause, well... Abuno disque omnes! The light is rather dim. Out here in the Shadowlands, the point remains. In my name. What are you doing? Fight! Fight! Quodico face! So dramatic. Abandoned is a strong word for one. If we find it, maybe we can turn it against him. No use. It's blocked. There's no way forward. Only the almost hopeless retreat back to Baldur's Gate. Gedrick is vulnerable. At no small cost. I will join you at the tower. Let us make it worth it. Kozakuran. The same tongue was scribed on the door. We may have cleansed this place of Gedrick, but the shadow curse will kill us just as dead. Resisto frigus! Flowers blooming in shadow. This is the sign Halson mentioned. Strange-looking staff. Is that something you'd want, Gale? This must be the girl Arabella. You've barely brain to feed a louse. Hunting. If we find it, maybe we can turn it against him. Its enemies, I trust you mean. And without your hunger, you have little need to feed on living creatures. The toys from the barn. He must have made them here. That thing's focused on us now. Let's get to the transponder and get out of here. What about you? Huh? Will you protect the world from what he has become? It is not stealing. Tempora mutantor. None shall see. Oh, it intends to bite back, I see. Planets beyond our own. And planes beyond those. I have headaches enough on this little patch of earth, thank you. Oh, Ogma's idle arse, not again. Then let us be about it. I spy with my little eye. Nothing of note, really. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, I think this one is slowing me down. Ugh. Oh, I am truly bored of that phrase. Veni et juva me! I have no illusions about who Estelle was. She was a criminal. A brute, even, when she had to be. Bringing those two together might have been your greatest service to the city, huh? Or your worst. Time will tell. All this fear of an inquisitor. He'd better be worth it. You don't get to decide. Not here. Not while I'm responsible for the lives of the people at this inn. Please go poke the ranger instead. Essurio silentium! Ignore my friend. They hit their head very, very hard. They are in danger of it happening again. We didn't end on the best of terms. Hostile munera! I'll be the judge of that. I have no love for the drow. But she is one of us. We cannot leave her beneath Orin's knife. Punge! That skull. Something is awakening. Macte virtute! Ad maiorum de gloriam! Got it. She's already lost her heart. She deserves better than to have her friends heap happy lies upon her. Just Marcus. At least that's what our new friend tells me. If he tries to dominate me, turn me against you, well, I have seen you fight. I'm sure you'll be fine. But tomorrow's problems may wait there for the moment. The city will trundle on without aid for just one night. Sylvanus, strengthen your hand. Slipped something into my pocket. Not badly done. Incertus pulcher imperio. You don't know what you're missing. Damnation at the flick of a switch. You cast your allies aside easily. Cast around. It cannot have gone far. I suppose this is what passes for worship in this place. Ah, the empty head. The less forgiving bards might say you two have that in common. This looks just like the key in the flophouse. Curious. Dame Aelin. Shadowheart will want to see you, I think. I should end you. But my strength fails me. Perhaps I can outrun the shadows, even as I pray they will creep into the very marrow of your bones. Let's see. But, should Great Vakith come to settle a score with you, I suppose I could be convinced to kill her. What in the hell, Zestarian? You tried to bite me last night. A waste of... You have interesting priorities. Not quite how the ballads describe him. But I suppose there's a certain charm to your version. Where's Karlak? I appreciate your enthusiasm. Just be sure it doesn't make you leap before you look. It's the wine. I added a herb to your cup that betrays your lie. Vocoglacius! You are hardly worth it. I go where I'm told. You turn on me? I should have left you to turn in your grave. Something malign? Or some blessing of Seluna, perhaps. I do not know what restored Isabel's life to her, but I can see what she is doing with it. Harper. Jaheira. Stars and the full moon. Is this what that dwarf's poem was talking about? Ha! This'll be mean. Verviro! Pop it open. Precis alia ferro. The great gilded fish is broken. It won't be taking us anywhere. Petty brigands still prey on the weak. Even here. Fight! The sword point is the only one that matters now. A passable forgery. If the buyer is blind. Invenium viam! Looks like those two are about to fight. Better to act swiftly than stand around and wonder. The great Archduke is awaiting word of Orin's demise, no doubt. A method? The road to Baldur's Gate lies ahead. If there are matters to be settled in this place, let us have it done. Ocules tempestates! Done. Whatever it is doesn't bode well, and death might find us at any moment. If I cannot meet it with a bit of cheerful futility, why bother being a harper at all? Not much of poor Dribble's left to gather, I'd wager. I cannot call myself a particularly good friend, but I am his friend, and I cannot let Nine Fingers have him. You ventured into the heart of darkness when I could not. Unseen. Isabel is gone. Soon the shadows will wash us all away. I will not bore you with a long tale. The short. I was born to a high family in Tethir. I remember little except that when my family fell, they fell far and fast. A letter from Orin. How romantic. Sol Invictus! We were never bosom friends, Illithid. But I owe you a debt. Be well. If we're to survive, I have no choice but to trust you. Can I? You need all the help you can get. The curse did not stop at ground level. It pierced the very skin of the earth. Do not force the people of this city to remind you, as you reminded Cazador. Impero mortus! Quick and quiet. Video veritatem. No, they most certainly are not. If I wanted to spare Geraldus the same headaches, well, you now know why I needed him to be sure this is the life he wants. What possible purpose to a curse such as this? I sense there is no love lost between the two of you. Those boot prints. By the odor, they teleported in from the sewers. Mutatis mutandis! Manus potentes paro! Gustas dulcis. Perhaps. He's one of the few people alive who has faced your father before. This hand has been played by the cult. I could stand to hear the details, if you have them. I do not think we have much time. General Kedrick Thorm. Remember that name. He's the leader of the Absolutists. Mors Gerta! He was a Sharan once. Took to building an army of dark justiciars beneath this very village. Alongside the local druids, we made it our business to see him deposed, dead and buried. Shar believes us so fearful of pain that we would empty our lives of all other feeling just to escape it. As you wish. Discover the source of his invulnerability. Make him mortal so we can make him bleed. Good luck. More! Vita excolatur! This place is crawling with harpers. If Marcus managed to get himself infected, we would have known the same minute. Vincere est vivere! Get in there! Caecote! Street whalers spin stories from the time of troubles. And they save the strangest ones for Minsk. It happens that in his case, most of them are true. What about this? Were it any other mind flayer, I would put an end to this right now. But I suppose you have earned the benefit of the doubt. Only to remind you that it is a part. Manus potentes paro! So it seems I must honor that and do the same. But mark my words. When the Absolute is finished, when all of this is done, the city will feel her loss. Very well. Side by side we'll stand, as we'll rip true souls from a false god. As good a prophecy as any. Wait, one more thing. There are doppelgangers among the cult. Be on your guard. Let's see. Move. Do not parley with this madman. You were right. You tried to warn me, but I was too stubborn to listen. It won't happen again. Frange! Ares' wings. She didn't need them in the end. The blade of Avernus! If we are to try the stones once more, we ought to do it there. Tibidopenas! Remember, we are here to find our way into Baal's temple, not to enter his service in truth. There are as many versions of a tale as there are people to tell it. Let that satisfy you. And anyway, the heroics of old have done seemingly little to safeguard the present. Corporo sana! Screaming. From down there, below the windmill. Go! And if it does? That does not mean you cannot dig your heels in a little. Ha! What? Shut up. Resisto accidum. It's good to meet again. The patriarchs leave their guard dogs below. They must feel safe around the steel watch indeed. I can mend your wounds, if I must. Stabilio! Make them think twice. And so long as they remain your wants, and not those of any hive mind, I wish you well. Who knows? There is often more ignorance than insight in what they say. I would journey to this path's end, my friend. But if you will not bring Minsk along, for all my debt to you, I owe him a deeper one. Needs to be activated elsewhere. This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god? Tuebor! I hope you find yourself amusing, at least. Come then, to the counting house. A sad and desperate bluff. I need to be sure that Minsk understands I cannot make such a threat twice. That's not my chest. Now? Why not? The rats' numbers will surely dwindle, so long as I do not give up. Haven't sprouted roots just yet? Exactly the kind the harper would spout, I suppose. Fine. I have no right to make the choice for you. Nature's servant, still waiting. Vokoglakias! And I will rip apart your own flesh if you refuse me, and find a way to let Orpheus go free. This world is a better place with you in it, for as little or as long as it is lucky enough to have you. It is most certainly a better place without Enver Gortash. And if I may borrow a phrase from you, not working right now. Yes, and you just told her. That is refreshing, I suppose. From the looks of that book, Gale might want it morbidos. Just a little wonder, perhaps, to stretch the legs. Did you think I had abandoned you? Turn around and walk the other way. I made myself clear, and I am not in the habit of offering second chances. Our paths part here. I only hope one of us has the means to finish this fight. Perhaps you might write and tell me of them. And of you, too. Seems like that Selûnite amulet might catch your eye, Gale. Hopefully this will all be over soon. A grim souvenir. The ringmaster will want more, I suspect. And you strike that blow alone. Now, before this night grows any deeper, there is one last piece I've been toying with. A terrible and familiar power I've sensed around you for some time. We have discussed matters like this before. You recall what the better part of valor is? That could have gone terribly. I suppose there is something to that. No mundane stone, and no mundane means to break it, I'd wager. What is it? A fine scar to tell your children about. Canto te. Farewell. Back to himself, for better or worse. But you live. A single green leaf holding fast on a tree ravaged by winter. You have not confessed it all, I think. There is something in the air tonight. The scent of a terrible and familiar power. Yes, have your fun. It isn't you they're trying to kill. A search burdened by unnatural darkness. But don't let that discourage you. And during all my self-serious brooding, that big, dumb, insufferable buffoon was staring me in the face. Vincit qui patitur. The Blade of Frontiers. A long way around just to finish where you started at, Will. Hold still. I'm glad ours ended on friendlier terms. Please, be welcome. Have a drink. I never met Zevlor, but the way his people spoke of him. Hatred, but grief as well. For the man they thought he was. A pathetic deception. I know who you really worship, true soul. This night song sounds like the source of Ketheric's immortality. Maybe I can use it against him. Would you hand her over to have her wings pulled off by this self-inflated wretch? Onward. Let the hunt begin. Either age has rotted my brain, or that ox stares as if we had done it some personal offense. You Cravengard. He still lives. I don't hear the Emperor. It can't reach us here, I guess. Marked with tunnels under the open-hand temple. And the name, too. Father Lorgan. You have the honor of making up for my mistake. I think you will find that Boo is the added bonus. Minsk is just here to carry him into battle. But you are right to focus on the fight. Which warg upchucked you? A brine pool. But not a little swimmer to be seen. Good. If you have business to conclude before we march, have it done. This is it. The spearhead moment. You brought us this far. So how shall we proceed? What in the hells? You're a vampire! I hear something. Voices. My weapons have weathered worse. Ostende secretorum tuorum. Yes. And I begin to wonder if I was not over-hasty. I'm sure I have not lost the neck. A kindness, I hope. My missteps have cost enough lives. Dollar! Any advantage we can get. Gods! Oh, not a stench I've ever been able to forget. The counting house. That is where 9 fingers means to end the Stone Lord. That's what was in there. Oh, those little shits. Oh, this treasure is a pile of junk. But if Mizora means to linger with us, I mean to find out if devils do indeed sleep. And just how heavily. Still alive? Good. Even in my youth, I was not quite so slight as this. Huh? Deep pockets. Well, that is entirely your problem now, cub. Poking, prodding. What? I have. And while I do not love my conclusion, that does nothing to change it. Sarevok reclaimed his soul once, and he still traded it back to his father for a pat on the head. He has earned his second death even more than his first. Precis alia ferro. Operated from somewhere else? Ah! Look alive, girl. Recall our arrangement, huh? I give the orders, you do all the work. Dame Aelin. Perhaps she had better speak to someone who knows Shadowheart a little better than I. A Githyanki noble imprisoned for eons? He'll be beside himself with good humor, I'm sure. Go on, rodent. We both know you like me better anyway. In another time, with another of your kind, we found a better way. I would dearly like to find it again. The work is not done yet. You are being dramatic. Well, now. You can make yourself presentable when you have a mind to. Ira et dollar! Oh, Ethel again. I was hoping she'd found some remote bog to rot in. Paint and paper, hung together with spit. You know more of the herb than I do, it seems. Except for how it tastes, perhaps. Come, Voss! I need you! Umbrai. How is that possible? Shadowheart! Don't you dare die here! Stultissime! And nor will Minsk. You shall have to make do without us, hero. Something tucked away over there. Something queer about that easel. Someone who displeased Orin in particular. Or a favorite plaything. Little difference. Just, plain and simple foolishness. As if by keeping clear of my family, I might keep them clear of the cult in turn. I can spare a moment. Trust was never the foundation of the arrangement. Only shared survival. And that holds truer than ever.
David Deo, Precis alia ferro.
What about this? Eldath, ease your wounds. Stand together. Whatever waits in the city. At least I did not have to leave this place, abandoned to the curse a second time. Or perhaps the defect is mine. Now come. You can gaze into a mirror when all of this is done.
Do not kill him! Find another way! Please! Vivat crescat floriat! In vicio!
But I do not plan on going anywhere just yet. And besides, you still have a tadpole in your skull. You are almost certainly going to die first. Kill the Absolute. And should you die in the attempt, it would be a better end than you deserve. Which is my way of saying, I'd like to see the open road once more. Just for a time. And age better, too. She who is most weathered is also most wise. You would not be the first to turn the taint in your blood to your advantage. But there are barriers a bowspawn must overcome first. You've finally found yourself a following, Mother Superior. And you only had to hollow out their heads to do it. Besides, take heart. Your tadpole may yet burst from your skull before it comes to that.
There is only one order to give. Die!
Exactly the point. Wouldn't you say? If your kind walk the world again. No. No! Doubt between us only serves Gortash. Only serves the Absolute. The great general is paranoid. Good. That means he's protecting something.
He won't stay down for long. Tell Eurylithi to protect him from the Elder Brain's influence. Quickly!
You there. Friend or foe? Orin is a doppelganger, then. Excellent. Another cause to look over our shoulders.
Mors incurta, vita curtissima.
Well spoken. I know what she speaks of. I need, information from her. And a pardon from you, for I have not been overly generous with the truth. It would be irritatingly true to form, would it not? Oh, that pointy-headed old fart talks too much. But he has also moved mountains, walked between plains, and dragged himself back from death 12 times. The city's prospects must be grim indeed, to send those circus folk packing. For a time, at least. Time has taught me not to traffic in farewells. They are rarely so final as you might think. It is good to savor the moment of victory. But pace yourself. Our fight is just beginning.
Schio, dedici, pecto.
Hardly the time for soft hands. Ha! That was Minsk's feeling too. Perhaps I shouldn't be working so hard to bring you two together.
Demento te.
That red wizard is the only person Minsk doesn't seem to have a heart to forgive. This is where the toys in the barn were fashioned. 'Twas a lifetime ago. And for all our victories, the world is no more balanced than when we began. No pinning you down.
Voco areniai.
I'm to put my feet up? Watch me complain. But hark. Something stirs. Yes. I adorn the crown of the Oak Father still. And as long as I do, there's an ever so slim chance I could make it back to Baldur's Gate.
Perure!
He can relax then. He has nothing to fear from me. But you...
Bah!
Vile things that befit a vile traitor.
Stalking.
I suppose we must greet the local wildlife. Guildhall is awash with ale-scented gossip at the best of times. A title you would earn, no doubt. But I wonder if the people would be so quick to look past the horns, Will. Baldur's Gate is not an oasis of open minds. Next blow's gonna hurt!
Garlack, no! Not yet!
I have said my piece. Work to be done. Not some amateur occultist, then. A true diabolist. Fake. Once Ketherick is without his shield, the sword. Together we assault his tower and put a final end to this blight. If I am a general, then I can set you scrubbing latrines. Yes? Would anyone else like to sit down? Lie down? Drink until we fall down, perhaps?
Vis medicatrix.
Soft from the shadows.
You louse! You might!
Let's get you loose.
Horribilissimus!
For Minsk it is downright subtle. He shrugged at the whole affair. I still don't know how he came to be petrified.
Come, you're tougher than that.
I had no wish to lose Will. But my, it would have been nice to flush her into the colony's flesh pit. But Orin, he's more predator than politician, I think. She simply wants to make us feel hunted, isolated.
If I must.
Come, then. We need a lead on where these shapeshifters have fled to. Let's see what hints they left behind in the vault. Whatever its source, the Slayer form is a weapon like any other, and if you mean to master it, I know where you must go.
How flaccid is my foolish foe! Gigans!
As I said, it is no small thing. It's no use. An old code, Harper. But yes, you got it right. Now I need your report. Then our interests align. We must all cure ourselves of the entire cult of the Absolute. I gave you my trust too easily. But with the same ease, I swear I'll strike you down.
Enough now, Astarion. There is only one life that needs taking here, and you have it in your grasp. Lux in tenebra.
I'm sorry, Garlack. Truly I am. But come, it is not a decision you must make this moment. A noble sentiment. But I wonder if it would not lose some of its luster over the long years. Undead crushed underfoot. The Dawn Lord certainly knows how to make space for new life.
Done. Destroyed.
Cazador is keen to greet his wayward son once more. With open arms, or iron shackles. Wizards. Always talking, never knowing when to be quiet.
You'll make excellent fertilizer.
Ha! A rather vain puzzle, if I may say so. I'm to put my feet up? Huh. Watch me complain. I am sure you meant that to be comforting. How to make a wealthy one feel loss? Besides emptying the city's wine cellars. Whatever you learned, Lae'zel, you were your own teacher. It would be a waste of effort to strike her again. I trusted you. Sylvanas, forgive me. I let you in.
These chests are empty.
I know you did everything you could. More than I had any right to expect. And I have no doubt that you are more than a match for this cult. By your command.
Nature's servant awaits.
Nothing. As do you now. And all our hands are stained by association. I can see the greater good in it. Should it lead us to Orin. You hardly need my guidance any longer. You've done so well. Do you now? I never said it would be restful. First, let us enjoy tonight.
Virtus et scientia, efferve.
I do not know.
Ostende secretorum tuorum.
Agreed. We must end the threat at moonrise altogether. With your help, we stand every chance of doing just that. A mirror, reflecting nothing. Perfect for the Sharon, who dare not look upon their own face.
It's the Duke. Come, we must get Ravengard out.
It must mean... But no, not here, not now. We have more pressing concerns before us.
I would not like to end our acquaintance in violence. But that does not mean I won't. They make a fine target for the real culprit, too. Unlikely to be missed, where they weren't wanted to begin with.
But he set himself on his path. We have our own next steps to think on.
Hush this fussing, you're fine.
But take courage.
We have killed a man who could not die, and stripped the Absolute's army of its general. But it has not been yours. With your help, perhaps it need not be Minsk's either.
You did say he was your hero, Estelle.
Maybe you'll learn something. I'm sure it felt that way, Geraldus. The others were likely dragged back to Orin. Tortured. Sacrificed.
Going.
Damihi facta!
Feculent beast!
So dies hope. If we might have called her existence living. With allies every bit as peculiar. Give or take a few tadpoles. Care for a bedtime story while you're at it? Speak, so long as you have something sensible to say. The Gur have been fighting evil longer than this city has stood. It was not for us to gainsay them. Resisto venenum!
The ungentle way, then.
You have what you wanted, Chosen. And now you will see exactly what that means.
The Harpers are the city's best information network.
With them out of action, we shall have to fall back on second best.
Sylvanus, soften my steps.
No time to slow down. This is the famous Ethel I have heard so much of. Auntie and I must have a proper introduction.
Nocturnos.
Bet this book of necromancy has some hefty magic in it. Gale, what do you think?
Voss! I call on your might!
The Stone Lord she describes sounds nothing like Minsk. As for the name, well, a bad joke, perhaps.
Keen eye. But if it's supplies you seek, weapons to aid in our fight, you won't find them behind that door.
Parure!
Just a little further. One final night in the open air, and then back to the city. Rest while you can. I fear that quite a bit of work awaits us.
Oh, don't stop singing.
I certainly do.
Not working. Come, let us free the bard from his adoring fans. And their rather accurate charges.
I should return with the amulet. The mad monk will wish to see this. Help me root out this cult. And they can spin stories about you for a change.
Daemalin saved our hides. And now we let Loroakan perch on her back and call himself Might.
Our host is at the top of the tower. Rude to keep him waiting. No? Rest in peace, Ansur. I am sure you deserved a better end than this.
Voss! To battle! As pride I may.
Watching gods. What is the boy wizard doing out here?
Better we put the debtor's attire back on, huh? Lest we draw the notice of our fellow soulless husks. In another lifetime, I might have stood on the other side of that fight. We can call it a lesser evil, but it did not feel like one. These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic. Careful, Astarion. Despite your every effort to the contrary, I am in danger of thinking you might be a good man.
Into battle.
Yes? And you could have embraced death with a smile. Few are given such a choice.
Wherever we go, ye gods, let there be something green.
But still, I am sorry, Will. It is a hard thing to lose someone and wonder if you might have saved them.
This lake of blood again. It's even bigger up close.
You are hardly worth it.
Manus, potentes, paro!
Spare me your salutes, guards, woman. You let us slip right past you. The Orphic hammer. I will admit, I did not expect it to be an actual hammer.
Volothamp Gedarm?
Oh, that old fraud should be dust a century past. Rest in peace, Astarion. You may have been a bloodthirsty murderer, but I liked you all the same.
Archdruid.
You appear to gather a rather fanatic following wherever you go. A noble thing to serve nature so tirelessly.
But if Gedrick fears her, all the better. It means whatever he's planning can still be stopped.
If so, they'll hunt us to the far ends of this cursed land.
Vis medicatrix vocoflagella gigans! Long enough, at least, for us to do what must be done. Denying Gortash was the easy part. Come. It is your father we must face in the end. Nothing but dirt.
Voco Arvina!
Morbidus!
I wonder if past experience has taught the great god to fear that another of his children might turn against him.
I'm to put my feet up? Huh. Watch me complain.
We won't tax your hospitality too long, Nine Fingers. I'm searching for Minsk of Rashomon.
Let me loosen the snare a little.
Dark dreams?
Assuming Minsk has not since tripped and fallen into a demiplane, or some such. Is that... Hells! The shadows have taken Lizelle. Work to be done. Let's see.
And so we should swoon and offer a kiss, abomination?
Ah, I would not even know where to plant it. Things look... different.
Ad vitam aeternam! Do you know... Maybe my hearing is not what it was. Would you like to repeat that?
No lock, no handle. How does it open? Nor did Cazador, it seems.
Do you know... I have been known, on occasion, to speak ill of Baldur's Gate.
But the city is more than her squalid streets.
What? So every passing pigeon can paint me all in white? Don't waste your marble.
Such authority.
Of gold? Oh, I did not know I meant so much to you, Guildmaster.
Vita excolator! Besides, we're coming back. All of us. Let's be discreet about this. If Marcus is what you say, there's no telling what kind of reinforcements he might be able to summon.
Unburdened by numbers, we're free to act, rather than react. A little like the old days.
Worm's Crossing. This place has been a haven, when Harpers were less than welcome in the city proper. There's a hag pit stench about you.
Absolutely. That skull is massive. A gargantula, maybe. Horrendous beasts, as tall as they are ferocious.
What? What do you want? Ad majorem de gloriam! If you wish. It's, possible I was a little too quick to judge. A little too caught up in ceremony.
Enough play, Stone Lord. The Absolute has other plans for this one.
The man just makes friends wherever he goes, no? Oh, fine then. I shall keep him from jumping back through a portal in the morning. Veritas, credo, oculos, precis alia ferro, voco spicai. Too far gone. She's right, Minsk. She's been an ally down through the years. A friend, even.
Just a turn and tickle.
Why is it always a method? I bet Gale will want to take a look at this staff. Vile. There is nothing of nature in that. Stood against Absolute.
Oh, so kind. And so naive.
You are that Jens. Protected by your artifact, you can infiltrate Moonrise Towers, posing as a true soul. Faccio voco fere!
Trap.
Let us try not to trip headlong through it, yes? Maybe yours has as well. He knows that you are a Baal spawn, but he named you more than that. Baal's chosen. One of the very people behind this plot. Is it true? What manner of gadgetry did the Gith carry? Hauling on it won't do any good. There must be another way. This is meant to be Balthazar, a ball-spawn we faced in years past. The artist did not think much of him. What? You want me to kiss your knee and make it better? You seem a little nervous, Sir Meat Honey. Had some difficult customers today? An empty throne. Thanks to you. The city will not be long in burying it. Unclaimed, I'm sure. You are what you are. Child of Baal. But that need not be all that you are. This ritual Astarian Spawnkin spoke of. It seems his master has prepared a homecoming. Invoco te! I do not expect you to die for me. But to risk Entharl, any citizen who might have wandered in? I had hoped undoing his protection might loosen the Shadow's grip on this land too. Give us some means to move against him in force. Cupio! Virtus! Licet! I hope I'm not mistaken. That is not what it seems. I see you, shapeshifter. Doing Balthazar's bidding sickens me. But if it gets us closer to Ketheric, so be it. Crescat scientia! Just a turn and tickle. Ludas non factum est. And hope never to again. Best leave too. I correct her with my own afterward. She was drinking grog. Boo's backside could only have improved it. A fine scar to lie to your children about. We should rest these weary bones of ours. Oh, this wandering eye will be the death of me. As you wish, then. We take our leave. I hope you have mastered yourself when next we meet. If not, we will do what we must. Incerto spulcher imperio, ludas non factum est. Well, if fool I be, then at least I'm in good company. The same person I met in the Shadowlands. A little thinner, perhaps? Dollar! The tentacle sprouted from below. Follow it, and I wager we'll find Ketheric. Tell the Lordling that Orin is watching. Seems that Gortash and Orin have had a little falling out. We should leverage that. Good. That means you're back to your old ways. At your back, always. Let's go. Open up, then. In all my years fighting for the Harpers, I am still never certain what the greater good means. I've learned to be content with, well, that was not so bad as it might have been. Listen up! Truly? Proof that he is back to normal, no? Serene she might seem, but nature has fangs! The Illithids have not erased him entire. Perhaps there is hope yet. What's that? Paintings, dust, and the silence of the dead. Almost like a real art gallery. Aren't you? My own foolishness does not absolve Minsk of his. So the altar weighs the offerings. How very Sharon. Oh, as if we won't be covered in it soon enough. Inexpugnabilis! Nor are we. But I trust she knows the value of collaboration, especially in times like these. That dead bird's been corrupted by the shadows. Would be wise to leave it alone. But, should a mother wish to know how her children are faring, not worrying, mind, only wondering. You've made your choice. And us with you, Sylvanas, spare us. The princeling will save his people. Just not in the way he imagined. I'll keep him out of trouble. But know that when the time to face the Absolute comes, I will be there. They're seeking a weapon. I wonder if they mean that odd artifact. I can't use this from here, I think. Parchment-pallard villain! A phrase of power. To be spoken in the archive, it seems.
The wizard didn't live to see himself cured. He gave his life for everyone else. Close. When I realized she was far the better mage, I snatched it from her and used it for a club! I fear I do not live up to campfire tales.
Tenebra.
There's something of the infernal about these. The owner of this place sells more than trinkets. You do not walk alone. No, but it does leave the subject paralyzed. Whatever comes after, I would have you standing on your own 2 feet. I appreciate your concern for the city's defense, Lae'zel. But you are worth more than 1 soldier, and more than 10 fists.
We are not done yet. Try again.
Faker than fool's gold. I'm glad the months have not been wasted. Particularly as I spent them cleaning up the mess we made of the city.
Dum vita est spes est.
A true soul with a mind of his own? How is that possible? The monk's granddaughter has already passed. Let us see how he takes it. Minsk must have a way in, but he's never had much use for coin beyond whatever sharp steel it could buy. Then speak.
Oh, nine hells! Flagelo!
Ha! Quite a moment to try and make new friends. But it seems we are out of other options.
I can't hold it any longer.
There's worse ways to travel, I guess. Ugh, that marking. Ha! This creature is something to gale.
You're done, pretty. Oh, and scented to wit.
Always more to be done. As you wish.
Dominue.
A fragment of a ring. Likely the remainder of what we found before.
Harpers! Let us do what we must!
That was most of them. Time to press on.
Mortem tuum sum!
What? So all this time he has been leeching his life from an immortal? The man is more parasite than that thing in your head. As good a moment as any. But a river can flood and break its banks. If the parasite changes you, tries to break you, could you resist? When I asked your aid, I did not think you the type to balance our lives on petty intrigue. Let me see. There we have our answer. But we might as well hear it from you. Lead and I follow, Commander. Talk is done. I was gifted a necklace of the same painted glass. Oh, a fine thing. Till it set my throat to blistering. The counting house. More bastion than bank, I'm afraid. Bastard.
Propera!
Minimus. It matters. If you cannot live as you wish, then you can at least die as you choose. Later, then. I tell you not to get in trouble, but I suspect it will find you whether you like it or not. But my children are more than capable of doing it. Even the young ones tire of me peeking over their shoulders.
Risus abundat!
I doubt it will be in your lifespan, or even mine. But you are wise to be cautious.
Kaido! Flagelo!
This scene will be repeated across the city if we do not stop the brain. Across the coast entire, you will be refreshed. And I will be reassured.
Glacius!
Dead. And a final death this time. Well, it doesn't matter. Because coming home is the best part. Do you drink everything any petty mixer places in your hand? You must have a most colorful chamber pot.
Voco potentia!
When words fail.
Sphira mortis!
Aha. The work is never done.
Thou latrine-loving leper!
Right. I suppose there is more work to do now. What first? You'll have to sing that one for me when all of this is done. In any case, it was a lifetime ago by now. And for all our victories,
we remain on the back foot. And use it to do more than fight, I'd hope. Shar and Seluna have already claimed more than their share of your years, I think. It's pride I may. I know you would. But once the city squeezed it from you, what would be left? Everyone who seizes that eternal life has some purpose. In the beginning. On my way, and you had no idea. After Marcus vouched for you at the gate, he didn't confide in you? Hells. As if the targets on our backs weren't already plain enough. You've been to the towers. Incredible. Your parasite has already served you well. Yes? I've been thinking of you these past months of rebuilding. How we had better leave your city as you remember it. For your homecoming. Well spotted. But if I wanted you dead, I'd have crushed you with my vines. Oh, go on, Ranger. The door was not intended to hide anything from you. So that mirror wasn't just Shar and vanity. Pallid amours! Watch your elders and learn. No time for this. I think he has finally passed. I do believe he'll laugh his way through the city of judgment and Tar. Cum mortuus in lingua mortua. Perhaps it's right that you're not. You're twice blessed, after all. By Isabel and by your artifact. But as for myself, I don't see another option than to make a desperate dash back to Baldur's Gate. For your sake, I hope you are right. But I fear you are not. For all your travels, I hope you have arrived where you want to be. Home. Whatever that means to you. Last time I was there, I was poisoned near to death. Still, a little more restful than this place. Oh, back and forth. You're like to make me dizzy. I'm tempted to take your word for it. You are twice blessed, after all, by Isabel and by your artifact. But as for myself, I don't see another option than to make a desperate dash back to Baldur's Gate. Battle sharp. The wit on you. Non compos mentis. Ugh. The elder brain works its will through the worm. What other tricks has it learned? Wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. A little something more. You are free to enter the monk's library. But if I am to be sent to sleep, I shall find a nice comfortable inn outside the walls. Fiat voluntas Dei! But even if we unite to command the brain, it's not as if we can leave the city under Bane's boot heel once it's done. We'd be back to the same old battle. Come. They've disturbed my first peaceful sleep in a lifetime. Reason enough to be rid of them. We did what we had to do, necromancy. Such knowledge always comes with a hook attached. I'll put it to better use. Seems like his prophecy missed a crucial part, though. Didn't say who gave the angel back her wings. Do this, and the Queen's forces will aid us against the Netherbrain. Do you? Well, let us not leave you in suspense, then. Let me see. Nature's servant. Enjoys light revelry. They raised me in the wild. But when it became clear I was, perhaps not suited to a life of idle reflection, I was sent to the Harpers. To do. You are a very irritating girl. Let me see what can be done. Te absolvo. Get moving. A paralyzing agent? Oh, I do not think we're quite so far gone. Yet. Kudo! When words fail. This is the one who saved my life. So really, they owe you your gold piece. What more could you need? Very well. I'll join you. And when Ketherick falls, I'll be there. For us, for them, and for the ones we love back home. time to save our skin again, Isabel! Oh, come now. You cannot be spent already. Let's not linger long. I have no desire to avail ourselves of a vampire lord's hospitality. Not even the most pious of priests could deliver them from this. Dead. By her own kin's hand. I have lived many lives. It is only right you be allowed to live another. Take this. Besides, you need this. You need to heal yourself of your infection. Let's be discreet about this. If Marcus is what you say, there's no telling what kind of reinforcements he might be able to summon. I agree. It'll be good to get out of this place. A nautiloid. Could it be? So much bloodshed to fill that single seat. It will not remain empty for long, I'd wager. You might have mentioned you had Githyanki Gish rolling around in your pocket. Always this same old song. This would be the worst time to take a nap. Virtus et scientia! Oh, the point is moot without the means to find him. Without the Harpers, we shall have to find another path. Voscuro video veritatem. I'm not asking for promises. Just the chance. I don't know why he's waiting. Why he's not marching his army west as we speak, but as long as he remains, there's still a chance. Huh. Gerwin. Some mention of that name in a nasty note from Nine Fingers, if I recall. And now it is Gortash's turn. We'll need his stone to finish this, however you plan to acquire it. So let us go pay Lord Lyre a visit. What's this? Forces from the Emerald Grove. Many stood against Gedrick. Only we lucky few survived him. What is it, wizard? Huh? There will be plenty to furrow our brows over in the morning. Why not take a break? The shadow this thing casts is a little too thick. Here, Baldurians think all druids to be hay-haired idlers, Halsin. Perhaps we ought not to speak of nature, but, high art or politics. Dame Aelin, there are some here who don't yet fear your name. If you would be so kind, counselor. One way to find out. Clausus. Non movere! Of all the beastly lairs I've had to poke my nose into, an illicit colony is still by far the worst. Obedi me, resisto mortem, voco morus. No. To let you live would be beyond cowardice. You sowed these many dead. Now I will do the reaping. To a Harper, a signal that there are shape-changers in our midst. I'll not pretend to understand what that artifact is. But I'm old and wise enough to recognize a sliver of hope when it crawls out of the dark. When did you join us, Marcus? You won't die. So long as I am swift. Irratio in Sphira! These cultists seek a weapon. Could they mean the artifact that we carry? Let us leave the wizardry to Gale. Gods forbid he get bored and put that mind to some other use. I would have laughed in Viconia's face. But you? Shar or no? You have shown your devotion to the people of the Sword Coast. We do not discriminate on faith. We need not speak of trust. Only using the creature, as it no doubt means to use us. Now come, Stone Lord. We have the gold, and the Absolute has need of it elsewhere. Let's hope the Lady of Loss is pleased. Non fit injura. You were the last to be alone with her. And just like that, she's gone. Perhaps using Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea. This Inquisitor sounds like a real piece of work. Do you think he'll answer our questions? I've been thinking on all that you learned below. If you've caught your breath, we ought to discuss our next steps. Mortem tuum sum! He's someone else's problem now anyway. Woods are full of boars. Maybe he'll learn his lesson and start hunting something that won't miss him when he goes. Death is death. To look for meaning in it is foolishness, boy. Childish storybook nonsense. Let's try this. You might be eccentric, but you're still our best hope of finishing off Ketherick Thorn. Then clean out your ears and listen again.
A trap there. Plant your feet with care.
Not the battle, nor what came after. Those of us who saw the birth of the Shadow Curse seem doomed to return and bear witness to its work again.
Of course I am. Perhaps just the long way around. It would be good to stretch my legs for a bit.
Like newborns, cornered in their den. An ill sight.
Any aid these old bones can lend.
Nervous? I've an inkling you've reason to be. Liar. Filthy liar. So ally yourself with Gortash, if you see some benefit in it. And we'll reckon with him when we must. It is your Orin you must face in the end. And your father. Alive. But he'll need some time to recover.
My 40
Got it.
Or perhaps follow him and give the Zentarim a talking to, if my head is sore enough.
This belonged to the lost girl, Mull.
Umbrai.
What need? When it seems so intent on repeating itself. That remains to be seen. Criterion number 1, make Ketherick bleed. What do you think? Time for a quick one? Before the work begins again?
As I'm told. Whatever blow to the head has addled your thoughts, take comfort. You and Minsk have that in common. Such certainty. I hope it sustains you in the days to come.
Gela! I hope that you will.
Hurry up, Sent! Our guards are dead. This place is already compromised. Bound by magic. And the source is somewhere else in the tower, I think. That was on purpose.
Dragons overhead. Stay low. Lice-ridden cur.
The beloved ranger? Oh, beloved wherever he goes. Winning all sorts over to our rebuilding efforts. Done.
Listen! If she cannot have the life she wants, she will at least die as she chooses.
I am no critic. But I've seen nobles throw coin at so pretty a piece as that.
Good. Because next time, there will be consequences.
A rest, a potion, and all will be well.
Ira et dolor! And I do not need to suffer a stranger in our midst, gambling with our very lives without explaining why. Once Ketherick is dealt with, then we shall speak of this.
Show the Absolute some iron hand engineering.
UBS! But then, lies live forever, and he's half made of this stuff.
Talk.
We cannot hesitate. Not even for those we knew, those we cared for. They're no longer who they were.
Looking.
Oh,
What good all this ethereal Eladrin blood if I can still get pimples?
it should be no surprise to you that Harpers like to hold their secrets close. Whether there is sense in it or not.
Each door named for a famous mage.
Stultissime! Bah!
A soft touch.
Only that I find it hard to believe that she could have raised you and felt nothing for you.
Gigans!
And he wouldn't even know what to spend it on. It's the cult that needs that money. Why?
Harpers, to me! We have a true soul to crush. I would poke you back, but I fear that's what you want. No one hides like a Harper.
Mors in curta, vita curtissima. There are things in our nature we might unwittingly pass on, yes. But I do not believe them stronger than the things we choose to pass on.
Yeah, okay, right. Okay, hard on.
So long as you serve a proper meal at the wedding. None of this finger-picking nonsense, yes?
The apprentice wizard could not master the night song.
We might taste Aylin's righteous anger ourselves yet. There is little love for her on the surface anymore. Wait, one more thing. There are doppelgangers on our trail. One even went so far as to steal my face.
But I think she can handle the worst of his excesses. She had best believe that he will very much handle hers.
You've got a thorn to undo.
Foul things, to show themselves by light of day.
Amicus animalis, para bellum.
Oh, a harper does not go in for public acclaim. We work in shadow and secrecy, tragically unacknowledged by the ungrateful herd.
This isn't coin. It's paper.
Ah, I've had a lifetime's fill of watching little men buff themselves up with grand titles. When you forsook Baal, I know you lost your only place in the world, even if it was one that you needed to lose.
Pulso! If we fall, the absolute wins.
For now, take what rest you can. I will watch over you this night.
Oh, but surely we're safe with one of Nine Fingers' big strapping boys to protect us.
No matter, boy. I have another here. And I won't find the place disturbed at all. Will I?
Alive. But a harper no more. He's better off out of it.
I was not always a harper. I only returned to their fold once I knew it was my own cause I fought for, not whichever one they assigned to me.
If Isabel falls, we all die.
I fear we do not have the luxury of time. Last light has fallen. We alone remain to stop Ketheric from marching on the city.
Dolor!
We can discuss this tomorrow. We could spend all evening chattering about where to go.
Here it comes. Hear me, harpers. All clear. At ease.
General Ketheric Thorm. Remember that name. He's the leader of the Absolutists.
The less subtle approach it is, then.
But it is not just my life or that of Orpheus, is it? Do you truly believe your queen will save you when you are no longer of use to her?
Seco!
I got my skin saved. By blind, stupid chance. And the one who saved me is taking the fight to the cult, which is exactly why you all cannot be here.
Simple enough.
Would you? In time, then. Perhaps once you found a rocking chair for me to doze off in. And what is it I owe? Should I allow some horror to be born anew, when I could end it here and now? There will be crusaders who wish to rid the world of your taint, or jealous minds who believe themselves more deserving of the power in your blood.
Ah, bottled guts.
Humanoid. Because no maniac's home is complete without them. Not a lick of magic in these pages.
Nulla salus.
Garlac, infiltrate the towers, and Ketheric's downfall begins. What's more, you'll find the cure for that thing in your head. No threats, Estelle. We are your allies, whether you want to see it or not. Let me help.
Peace-addled pontificator.
Yes? Ignore my friend. He hit his head very, very hard. He is in danger of it happening again.
My harpers are gone. Shadows. Lost in the shadow theater of my mind, alone.
Always poking, prodding, trying things out.
It was exactly as you reported. I can't believe I didn't see it sooner. Sol Invictus!
Protected by your artifact, you can infiltrate his forces at Moonrise Towers, posing as a true soul.
Manus potentes paro, parabellum!
Please. Drink. You'll tolerate what I have to say better after a glass or two. Because you will save us all. And I still hope you might do it the right way.
Nice view.
There is, usually a ceremony. Reciting of oaths, singing of songs. I'm sure we'll get to all of that as the drinks flow. The straight path.
Only ask.
Already at home in your new skin. Hmm? They never took your heart, girl. They never even touched it.
Are Paredissimus! A perfect fit for the doppelganger's key. A little spat. No use digging here. Time has not hardened my hands just yet. Stop this madness! Tread carefully now.
I am not done with you yet.
What about this? More minions! Strike at the brain! Extende! Fair enough. Voco nubes! We're here. Soldier. You're not alone. Ut ventus!
But both our operations step outside the law when needful. She just likes it better there.
Oh no. Astarion, we need to talk. We know you're a vampire. The counting house. But what the hells could Minsk want there?
Oh, by all means, help yourself. I'm sure there are some moldering socks to be ransacked too.
Nature's servant awaits. Another step on the path.
Simple enough. Grey I may be, but I'm in no hurry to see any afterlife before my time. We wouldn't want to spoil the novelty, now would we? But there will be more to discuss on that matter. First... Let me help. Of course, many of the wealthy fled the city when danger struck. Ha! Perhaps the thieves only want to lure them back. But for now, their hands are busy laying bricks.
Stand together or fall apart.
I missed you too. They're already here?
Tell me, what do you know of a man named Minsk of Rashiman? Vincit qui patitur.
I bet we can work out how to open it.
War is an old woman's game.
And that was no random attack. You were the target, Isabel. They know how important you are.
You're right. There's no stopping it now. Still dropping. That's Father Lorgan's blood. Or I'm as fresh as spring dew.
Oh, so humbly spoken. Perhaps you are a different breed than the last Mother Superior.
Without you, there would be no absolute. This was all you're doing.
You have courage, child of Gith. It is no small thing to turn your back on all the ideals of a lifetime.
Vivat crescat floriat! Come and break a nail, Mizora! You cyst! You misshapen flesh lump!
I wouldn't say that. We've traveled a long road together in a short time. Is anyone keeping an eye on those children from Elturel?
What was that? Fiat voluntas Dei!
This sword has all kinds of power running through it. Gale, want a look?
Volo non fugia!
Or proof that you plan to fight on, rather than take the easier path.
If I must. Pernicious, putrefying pissant! Thou goblin goo-gobbler!
And you face Ketherick, alone.
Resisto acidum!
Simple enough. Pass then. Go on. See what it is a foolish old harper thinks worth hiding away.
The platform's already here, bound by necrotic energy. A nasty surprise for any who stumbled in. Ketherick waits above. We had best be ready to greet him.
I believe you have an appointment with a netherbrain.
Ah.
I will admit that is unexpected. Your capture by the cult has taught you something, then.
Crescete undo!
If playtime is quite finished...
Curculus mortis! Oh, perhaps when we are not fighting for our lives, Mors Gerta!
Gruesome, isn't it? I'm glad you survived the encounter, at least. I raised you to be a sweet and kind boy. What happened?
Am I Explosive? And old for you? Odor, mayhaps?
This ring is scribed with words. Some dead vampire tongue?
If you're hunting one target among many, the key is to isolate and corner it.
Perhaps.
But if the darkness is really going to swallow everything as you Sharon say, it should at least have to work for its supper.
A reenactment of a Bazigal's death. The only dragon born of Baal's line. But he died the same as the rest of them. I said only kind and flowery things. Harper's honor.
Come here, please.
My thanks. Gederick has her now. It's done.
Maleos! Does it matter? We managed to stop it.
A supplicant whose soul was not true enough, I take it.
Though first, Gale, what is it you plan to do next?
Agilius!
I think you might have made a terrible, terrible mistake. Huh?
The ring will lend a path. Why fall once again? Get these monsters out!
Let us see what this does.
What's going on?
I asked for your help. Huh? Set us on course for what happened at the Guildhall. So, perhaps, I have no right to question.
Never planning on letting that go, are you? It won't move. Distracting you.
Lae'zel has courage turning her back on a lifetime's belief. As for us, best we stay out of interplanar politics, I think. Orpheus is on his own.
Something to aid in the fight. The Legend of Ansor. An epic poem from the looks of it.
Is this it?
Seems a little underwhelming for a holy relic.
I have given you much reason to think that Harper's hoard secrets like precious stones, but I promise you, this was not some intrigue. Stand down! Or we'll put you down! You would raise arms in my home, against my family. Lily lunged limpet-luster.
On your feet.
Death becomes you, diminuote! Is it to be death, then? A better alternative to watching this sick family reunion. Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby. This place is even more foreboding than the rest of the creche.
No. I am sorry.
Look where Sitibi Placket.
The spell is cast. What's done is done. Can't be opened. Not from here, at least.
Away, you poxed nun! As the leg, you'll end in defeat.
You know enough. And so do I.
Viconia! To battle! Nakeske! Arde!
The same way he dealt with my arrow in his eye, I suspect. Much as I share your desire for a simple life, we must try another way. The mark of Mahler on you. What a sight. We chose a powerful ally. No rest. Be you wicked or wise.
Enough!
I do believe the dog himself would be embarrassed for me. Let's go get him back.
Perry! There you are. I thought those vile claws dragged you into a terrible grave.
She's circling. Have no doubt of that.
Nor will Minsk, I think. His choices are his own, but he has always been swifter to sniff out rot than I.
In Baal's name.
Forgive the insolence, Master. We've taken the tower. No doubt its master waits to greet us above. Now!
To hide your face from the city you saved. You see now why this hero's business is not all story and song.
Not quite the outcome we were expecting, is it? I'm not ignoring you. I just see no evidence of your rather outlandish claim.
Away I go, then.
Not to rush you, but if you plan to dine on tadpole, this might be the moment. Gela! Then I'll pray for the Oak Father to raise the road before you. But my battle is with the Absolute.
Baldur and his bronze friend watching over the city. I cannot say I've heard this tale.
Enough! You will show the Stone Lord proper respect, and you will return to the Guildhall and do as we have paid you to.
This is why we're here, you see. Oh, a lovely home the hag has made. Wasn't she going to invite us down for tea?
Interlego. Still a fight to win.
But you did offend one of my contacts by letting Boo paddle around in her tankard. Pewter, I believe. She cracked it over your head.
Oh, did someone pet you a bit too hard, pup? I thought you liked it. I think Scratch is up north. Playing in a goat farm in Icewind Dale, of course.
Get out! Get out of my head! Mortalis!
Now you see me. Ah, Mahler's Mark, an ambush. Cupio virtus licet.
What in the howling hells?
I remember. The very reason George had so many patients to hone his craft on. Get in there. No. I mean to learn from you. Oh, if it does not, you have led a very virtuous life indeed. Hope. The very hook from which these devils try to hang us. I have no answers. For you or for Will.
A cat with wings. As if that species needed another means to slink around.
Tadpole or no? That was none too gentle. In nocti concilium.
Garlac needs time. Space. It's decided. Let's go.
Let me see what can be done. Tormentum.
No! He's an idiot who pissed off some gutter mage with a flair for petrification. To this day, I still don't know all the details.
When we cannot know, we can only trust. But then, that is exactly what a traitor in our midst would say. Isn't it?
There is always a choice. And the Harper must be able to make the hard ones. Perhaps this isn't the life for you after all, Geraldus.
Damp. Ignoring that.
A colony is a sentience, comprised of the collective. For anything outside of that collective, assimilation or annihilation. So now it is another brain we face. Whatever in the howling hells that might be.
Geraldus was the last true Harper in the city we could trust. And that availed him little.
He named you as Baal's chosen. A Baal spawn. Is it true?
Consumed by the shadows. Like everything else in this land.
Watch your tongue. The girl has suffered cruelty enough without heaping more on her head.
Luskin. Perhaps the only place less welcoming than the hells.
Just don't let me sit too long, lest my backside plant roots.
Caveat incantantor!
I was worried that perhaps you were not the savior you seemed. That Minsk was gone forever, and my family was doomed to see the city they love fall.
A true soul with a mind of their own?
How is that possible?
Sharp as a pig's testicle.
Haven't seen that game in years.
But they don't know about you.
What happened, happened.
Standing here arguing won't change it.
Now. He who keeps his manners keeps his teeth.
Besides, you are only pretending to be as wine-soaked as your friend here.
No lock. And so no common key will open it, I think. Though I will not be the one to fight it, I think. The one you journey with? We have already spoken of infiltrating Moonrise.
A shapeshifter.
Shush your tears, children. 'Tis not your clown we carved up.
Let us be mindful in the future, at least. There are few fair bargains.
That was my failing. I thought to turn their trap to my advantage. And wound up snaring us all the tighter.
Vita mortis cario!
Have no fear. The traps aren't meant for you. But, better to stick close, eh?
It's that it knows its own kind.
Tare!
One cannot embrace a viper, only get entangled by it. Some expensive swill or another. For when Shar's ministrations are not quite enough to forget your troubles.
You festering bubo!
If I had something to say to you, I would be saying it.
What the hells? There was a creature trapped inside.
Someone's moving around in there. You won't have to like them very long.
Kaikote!
Tremors. And nothing natural about them, I'd wager. I'd have thought time would dull either. But I suppose I should know better than to argue with an immortal. When I left Minsk to this fate, I believed I had no choice. I believe it still. We were ignorant of our enemy, unarmed against the cult. This city does not need me. It just needs someone. Baldur's Gate will never truly be saved, once and for all. But whatever it will be, emptied of tadpoles. How many true souls were made down here, I wonder. I have spent my life fighting your father in whatever form he chose to take. By rights, I should cut you down here. Pay me no mind. It is only... This place is familiar, somehow. The toys from the barn. This is where he crafted those murderous little things. There are better times for that.
Dissolve!
Not anymore. Not with so much at stake. Vast world out there. Nine-Fingers Keen controls the guild, which in turn controls every criminal racket from Heapside to the High Hall.
Tu es nihil!
Ah, the songs of my suffering will break hearts from here to the Hordlands, I am sure. A wellspring of city scum for us to splash around in. Lovely. What was this? Some trick of the tadpole to make me attack my own? I won't stay here to be your plaything. And I am in total agreement. See? No arguing.
Beshaba's black bones. What's been done to those two?
The world takes much from those who presume to defend it. But sometimes, you get to take it back. 7,000 souls, Astarion. That is all it costs to inherit your master's power. His position. His very fine palace. First, Geraldus. You're the last harper in the city I can rely on. Lay low and rest while you can. I have matters to discuss with my friend here.
I send you to Eldath's embrace.
This all begins to ring a little too familiar for my liking.
The Knights of the Shield.
How many days did I search in vain for their lair, only to cap the night with a drink above it. A true pleasure to watch you tell the Archduke exactly where to put his alliance. I've been sensing something, you see. A formless but familiar dread, which I have only now been able to put a name to.
Vokomoros!
The Emperor fears Orpheus. Do not expect it to stand idly by and see him freed.
Tercera!
If I must lie awake, then so must you. Only fair considering that you are the reason. Dying under this monastery would have been a shame.
Ad vitam aeternam.
Mind who you call history, Hollyphant. Blood and bits of armor. Worrying.
Intellego.
Where to next? That was not the work of my scimitars. I know how to stay their course, but few know of his fate, I think. I had hoped to keep it that way. Graves. Someone had to bury their dead in a hurry. As you say, then. My friend is saved, and we have another ally in the fight against the Absolute. Ha! You focus on the goal, while I slobber on about things I cannot change. Irritating.
Isabel, are you all right?
No. A bowspawn can sire children, certainly. We have Sarevok and Orin as proof of that. Whether they should?
Incertus. Pulchur. Imperio.
You toss allies aside so easily. After everything? If you are so eager to join this worm, then may you both be buried here together. I wonder how many times she's been killed down here. My first, since the reconstruction began. We left quite a mess behind. But the city begins to look something like itself once more. But storming the tower won't be easy, and if we wait too long, Ketheric will gather his strength and retaliate. But you convinced me otherwise.
Down, then,
To see what waits.
you infect mine eyes and nostrils.
Always comes to this. They were tracking you instead. Evidently. Doppelgangers. I've got you.
Te execror.
Work to be done.
Horribilissimus.
Criterion 2 survived that thing in your skull. Yes, as an ally. Or occasional opponent. I know him to be an honorable man. He raised you well. Let's get this over with.
Mundus vudicipi. A gift for a loathsome neighbor.
I have no plans to lie down and die. Well, perhaps a little lying down when all of this is done. True. But not half the horror he had earned. But fine. As you will. My own plans lie ruined back at that inn, amidst the corpses of my harpers. Cultists, fiends, and now a traitor in our midst. Some things never change. Well, she wasn't lying. She's immortal. Must you embarrass me in front of the city's lower life forms? All hail the mighty Sharon. Aglow with some victory she cannot even recall.
Extende!
A comfy little den. Even as a girl, Shadowheart carved out a place for herself.
Land softly, or the ranger will break me in half.
We could. It would just be a very short one. Bal had his minions, certainly, but none that watched over their wards so diligently.
Flagra!
He is not permitted to return without his Wicklaren. I'm surprised he asked me to go. What little herb lore I have.
No, this isn't right.
Sent? Meaning you had the source of all of Ketheric's power in your grasp, and you gave it back to him? Because I was playing the pragmatist, and writing my friend off for dead. Then I met you.
Take your rest then, Scratch. Eldath knows you've probably earned it more than us.
Do not presume any would follow your path, Sarevok. After all, you've shown them its sad and meaningless end.
Verviro!
Information. The Chosen have a head start on us. I'd like to know what they've done with it. He died. Alone, in pain, and far too young. Murdered by a mage who craved immortality. I'll not grant it by naming him in the same breath as my husband.
That's settled.
Watch for the hidden hand. You should have studied Chelvin before you stole her face. She wasn't much of a smiler. An earthquake, perhaps, strong enough to rouse the dead, too, for the fallen.
Damihi facta!
No hope of clearing this without a shovel. The path was not of our choosing, Minsk. But we must walk it all the same.
Oribus teneo lupum!
Are you truly your own master? What is it you feel when father's dreams come calling? Ignore, my friend. She hit her head very, very hard. She is in danger of it happening again.
Ugh! Heal, hellhound!
Come! We'll never bring the brain low, trapped down here like fledgling chicks. You are hardly worth it. Just answer the question.
Tenebra. Propera!
Bring me into battle. A little tawdry, this hanging of skulls. But a gargantula, that would have been quite the hunt.
Do not kill him! Find another way, please!
My harpers are stationed below. Should Ketheric's main force catch wind of our assault and move against us, they will hold the tower. Water deep. They say it is second only to Baldur's Gate in its splendor. So, no thank you. Good. Just like that. But we swore no vows. She won't tell us where to find Minsk? Someone else in her guild hall will. We need to be swift. As long as there was light. But no longer. It felt like a bloody earthquake. Bear with me for a moment. There are better places to talk. Justify it whatever way you wish. The fact remains that I placed our lives in your hands, and you tossed them down as a wager in some game of your own. Got it? After such carnage, you'd persist? Sometimes there's folly in such courage. Ha! No. No, thank you. Let the wiser members of my order wrinkle their brows over that particular phrase. Not done yet. I suppose this place is no worse for wear than my last lodgings. Though I cannot say the same for myself, I fear. 9 fingers keen.
Fudge fondling Fustelarian.
Deo Cludo Oculus!
Rout the absolutes poison from this place! I am not blind to the way this party has conducted itself of late. If you propose to lead us, you will have to be better than this. Until then, it is only us. You. Go take Ketherick at his tower. I will join you there. Up! Pigeon feathers. One of the postmaster's birds did not complete their route, I suspect.
Risus abundat! Shall I compare thee to a sow's fart?
Gale is a better man than most, to choose what is right, even after what Mistra asked of him.
Ketius! Te execror!
How high? A fine scar to tell your children about. Oh, you understand the nature of a secret organization, yes? Why are you looking at me so? I'm enjoying myself. You look upon fun, Jaheira. What are you doing? A helping hand. You speak frivolously. I do not believe you grasp the cost of what we're dealing with. I've only added a touch of cloth grass, a quaint herb that encourages truth-telling. Did you think it would escape my notice forever? What you did to Isabel, in exchange for a little of your father's power. Settle in. Then come join me for a drink. You may just be the godsend we've been praying for. The Undercity is perilous. But I recall Minsk making a home down there in the old days. To plant his boot on the very bosom of evil. Or some such. A terrible fate, to be trapped here so long. She'll extend that protection to you too, if you see her. You've shown me how well you can sniff out secrets. I'd like to see you turn that nose upon Ketherick Thorm. Oh, a humble task ahead, then. And one in which your Mistra will no doubt wish you well. Oh, am I too sentimental for you? Minsk is a warrior from the time of troubles. But more than that, he is an old friend. Seems I can understand illicit script. Thank you, tadpole.
Voco Areniae! Expello te!
But that is the thing about home. The only way to see it clearly is to leave. And look back. For a little while, at least.
Impero mortus!
Father Lorgan's name alongside a map of the tunnels he was using. Someone was stalking him. Much as it pleases me to cause an archmage's tantrum, let us be sure we are ready to weather it. Yes?
Oh, no more threats?
I admit, I was hoping for... If I thought the city had despoiled the nature above, that harbor water was far from a sparkling blue. What you were, the things you must have done. You cannot set it all to rights. But if you are still willing to try, then I am still with you. This ritual your spawnkin spoke of. It seems your master has prepared a homecoming for you, Astarion. Turned to mist. The spawn sharing some portion of their master's power.
Omnia mutantur!
A fine spot for an adventure to begin. A fine spot indeed.
Confusio!
My research partner prefers to avoid crowds. and so has remained in the Underdark to monitor our Zirkwood samples.
I think we have enough to be getting on with without the small talk. Don't you? Just a little rummage.
Treme!
Come now, it's but a scratch.
Precis alia ferro!
As solid as the Ginny's hindquarters.
Jessim discovered an old family tree in my study.
We haven't had a moment's peace since. Ship's going to buckle. I need to get to the helm. I know, old friend. They made a poor imitation at me, bossing you around.
I am still primed to hear some slimy final rhyme from beyond the grave. If you still want to journey away on the morrow, come and find me. Together we will try hard not to have an adventure.
It might be that you have to turn and face her. You cannot change that. All you can choose is how you meet her. As another bloodied child of Baal? Or as yourself? Some bloody help.
Invisibilis!
I would be lying if I told you I was certain we would walk out of that temple alive.
What is all this, then?
For all the gifts Baal's children inherit, a peaceful night's sleep is not among them. He told me once he was maddeningly in love with our last ball-spawn friend. Beneath sorrow, there was heart. Perhaps he is due a visit. I'm a herbalist by trade, Sir Fist. My assistants and I were out collecting blooms for that rub rot going around. Oof, nasty business. Contagious. Thank you, Will. My own daughter is in the Fist. I would not have encouraged her to join if I did not believe in Raven Guard's legacy.
Resisto! Ignis!
The ranger has the right of it. I owe you a debt for helping him. But not so much that I can blind myself to the things you have done.
Intactilis sum, gustas dulcis.
Well, she wasn't lying. She's immortal.
I can't fault your priorities. You'll look after them for me?
Crescat scientia. Your breath had killed the dead twice over.
Might as well.
Traitors among us. And still I can only feel relief. If we had lost Isabel.
Inaccessus.
I do not think there will be much care involved if we let Nine Fingers get to him first. I was ready to advise you to make common cause with Viconia if it would have served the city. You are in danger indeed, Mind Flayer. What the hell's is happening? I knew an Everescan Greycloak who would say, Baldur's Gate will be the death of me. But I can't say it doesn't hold all of life.
Here I stand on only the humble 3, half-cousin.
But I hope I filled them with my fair share of living.
Evanesco!
Do you know?
I fear he would be just as happy to meet you.
Now?
Work to be done.
Punge!
Some door in Candle Hollows will open to the word Sicarius. We shall find out. Blood it shall be.
You! What happened?
Mortalis!
Choose your words carefully. There is a difference between what is true and what is right.
Ansur made his lair beneath the prison at Worm's Rock. Perhaps the rest will become clear once we get there. Let's try this. Those glyphs are Thayan. I have seen too many corpses tainted with the mark. On your feet.
Ad vitam aeternam.
I'll take it.
Resumpteniatis! Incende!
I've been to fouler festivals than this. And you have the stage presence of Volothamp Gedarm. A curse upon the canvas, summoning undead hordes. How fun!
Scio, didici, pecto, cupio virtus licet.
Which is to say, yes, I am that old. This will do. It is ill-mannered to bite off more than you can chew. My lord. A man might twist himself into something else just to escape that collar. But I have no such fears for the blade.
I do not know what manner of story that makes. But I do know that without an ending, it would be no story at all.
With Stelmane murdered, The council has an open seat. How timely. Yes? I don't know. But if he comes asking for it, I hope you have more to offer him than your judgment alone.
Because it isn't my tale to tell. And because in truth I do not know the half of it. Only this.
Te ad stringo linguam. Ugh, my life. Part 12, The Boring Opponent.
Damn! Completely stuck. I wonder when it was used last.
Thou fetid fish. Thou rancid shark.
Ketherick must die. And the Absolute with him. We will work out the details as they rear their ugly heads.
Oh, at last. Let us see what an illicit would keep under lock and key.
Et alibi.
You think me lonely? In truth, I prefer travel in a small pack such as this.
Efferve.
I understand, Geraldus. Take a moment. It is a ritual, or it describes one at least, practiced by druids of certain esoteric circles.
Let me smooth the path a little.
On second thought, I think I would prefer it if you hit me.
Death greets us all.
But not today. This will not end until she ends it. We need you to infiltrate Moonrise Towers. No one will suspect a true soul. Ketherick's been made immortal.
Tonitros.
Ha! Do not thank me for slinging a weight around your neck. I might start to feel bad. Of course. You're no true Baldurian unless you've sloshed around in the slurry after all. It is already worming its way free. We must find it before it slips its collar, whether we are ready or not. The very Grand Duke, a harper. You know we are under vow to keep a low profile. No, my liege. Your alliance is grace enough. Well, at least you're getting to know him a little better.
Quiet as my mouse shape.
I have met few as strong as Halsin. But Orin will break him, if we give her the time to do it. Of gold? Oh, I did not know I meant so much to you, Guildmaster.
Fiat lux. Venenum.
Lead the way. We're yours to command. Always nice to be wanted. Pointed ears primed.
Invisibilis.
Do you understand what you've done? Without Isabel, everyone in this inn is as good as dead. That preening vulture seems intent on haunting our camp. I suppose we shall find out if her kind sleep. And how heavily. Ready. Why go so far? Do so much to save my friend, only to cut him down. No way through. In this form, at least.
A little nose.
And I thought myself the pragmatist. No, Gale. Better to die for the right choice than live with the wrong one.
Hark. A dung golem.
Huh. Where's Lae'zel? Good. I will take your word for it. And hold you to it, too. Fine.
Dissera.
Dribble's mangled clown head. Long life or no, this might well be the worst thing I have ever seen. As impossible as that task sounds, there must be a way to break the spell that makes him invincible. There are secrets in this ancient waste hidden from...
Some would-be ambushers squat in those bushes ahead. How their poor knees must ache.
What must be done? Loviatar? Sounds like a violent goddess.
Time to get you moving again.
Harpers have come from half the world over to lend aid. Farmers, masons, healers. By your command.
The inscription on this ring, the same tongue as the old book we found. Kozakuren.
You are still full of surprises, Ranger. I could not have said it better. That's not mine to open. Ha! You see? This one is well trained. I have no need for you anymore, faithless boy. Don't tell me which. Against all life experience, I will choose to assume the best. I do not speak of clinging to life for its own sake, I just... Look back on that life's work and I wonder, is it done? Another low mortal grasping at godhood. Perhaps he will manage it and be everything he promises. Perhaps not.
I will admit a petty sort of pleasure in watching Shadowheart make the goddess look ill-equipped.
Would you like to keep those hands to yourself? We have few enough allies. Do not harm them.
Just another crate.
No! Up, Will. You've taken worse wounds than this.
Honestly, much more sitting down than I'd like.
Unshackled from shadows. She will rise in moonlit glory and carve a path of brightness to the accursed one's second death.
Schio, Dedici, Pecto.
Ugh! I can't fit through here. Wonder if there's another way in.
Unholy assassin. The tribunal can hang their title from another neck.
Good question.
Pointless. That which binds him protects him too.
Enough to keep us going. For now.
Some warding around this. Unclean. Undead.
Configo.
I cannot think what it is we have to talk about.
Occhior.
Going. No matter. The deal is done and the sacrifice was made. Lucky I made it out.
My pleasure. Now drink.
Detono.
An old and ill-fated relic, this. From the days of the old Sharan Empire, I shouldn't wonder.
This is supposed to be Sendai, a ballspawn who planned to make war on her brother. But we got to her first.
A swift mercy.
The shadows haven't consumed you. Good.
Kaido.
First druid and now last druid. Thanks to us.
Dame Aelin? It is Shadowheart you came to see, I think. I think that if I had the chance to snatch someone I loved from the jaws of death, I would not be asking for anyone else's opinion.
You have your place. I have mine.
They know their own kind. Quite the welcome home.
Lizelle, no!
Well, hello there.
What's inside?
Zevlor, you are needed.
But we are not dead yet. Thanks to our illithid benefactor. Odd things. Wonder what plane they're from.
It's the chair. It's connected to the ship. And the ship's connected to the mind flayers.
Oh, the Dryad is comely enough. But you? Don't poke at questions you don't want the answer to, cub.
Listen closely, for there's very little time. Even if last light falls, you must destroy the cult of the Absolute.
A Sharan idol. It's beautifully crafted.
Aelin is a friend, to whom we owe our lives, I would remind you. Mephistar, home to Hell's own library. Now wouldn't a harper love to spy some of the secrets held there?
Secreti umbrarum.
I'm to put my feet up? Watch me complain.
I feel it. We're close.
Until then, we keep drinking wine when we meet.
It's never been that simple before. I don't know why it would be now. Why don't you saddle up to the fire? Huh? Sit in it for all I care. Though leave Boo aside first.
Resisto ignum.
I thought you were tougher than that. Well, no, I didn't. You see, I should know better than to philosophize in the company of an archdruid. Minsk and I, we know better. We stood here a century ago and watched this same ceremony unfold. We stand here again to show you how it ends.
Most get by with a simple lock and key, but a wizard must always go the extra annoying mile.
A bowspawn can, sire children, certainly. Whether they should, I question the wisdom of that decision. Is someone singing?
Call and I answer.
Take them unawares. You fight well, with skill and purpose.
You can't die.
Not like this!
Pull, Kriar!
Are we so flush with friends that you would just cast one aside? If we are to win, we need her.
Sicut catus! Listen, Marcus is a traitor. He's with the Absolute. We have to be ready to move in before he can stage an attack.
I sometimes wondered if Viconia had returned to the Underdark. But instead, she brought her sordid little patch of darkness to the city with her. Some call the Harpers heroes. Others, petty meddlers who cannot help but stick their nose into every conflict they stumble across. The truth is in there somewhere.
I got my skin saved by this one. We've come to take the fight to the cult, which is exactly why you all cannot be here.
As you wish.
The Stone Lord sees through your lies, shapeshifter. Count yourself lucky he cannot stay.
Perhaps we ought to practice our juggling on something else.
Still your hearts and steady your hands. To battle!
A proper circus would provide some fruit to throw. Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot. In walking in the sun, you have forgotten how to keep to the shadows. You would betray the Harpers faster than you could drop your pin.
Codico fake!
Githyanki texts. Viconia was never one to strike without knowing all she could of her enemy first. You still have time to surrender.
My hand is steady.
That was the work of the Absolute.
I know it.
My knees. Oh, it was a twig.
Oh, a stink of fey and fungus.
A hag has made herself at home down here. To earn a meeting where you will face him alone at the height of his powers?
Be free. Taking a look.
A good sound, I hope. We have triggered no trap, at least. Yet, pointless. Without a pup to chase it.
Enough play, Stone Lord.
It is every Harper's hope to be a light that drives out darkness. But I've lived long enough to see so many of those lights burn out, while the shadows cling stubbornly on. Perhaps she has returned to camp. She has much to think on.
Wetter than a 10-tongued tarpon.
Better save any rescue attempts until dawn. Darkness is no ally in the pursuit of such an enemy.
Is this true?
Gale was many things. But he was a hero at the very end. That is how he ought to be remembered.
I've got you. Ex nihilo! Up! Your work is not done.
I can't forge a weapon without starting a fire. I can barely see. Wards, family, lifelong irritants. Use whichever term you wish. All right. He's in Isabel's room upstairs. Play along with his ruse for now while I gather a few trusted Harpers. But don't let him get his hands on Isabel. It's done.
Minimus
In excessus. I suppose you know about Ketherick then. His invincibility. That we'll never cleanse this place until he's made to bleed. It's happening. They'll all be taken by the shadows. Only by the grace of Isabel's spell will we be spared the same fate. Baal was but the beginning. Be warned. A godspawn draws trouble like iron to lodestone. I promise I will do everything I can to make sure you survive this. Don't rush on my account.
cave curculum.
I was a fool to trust you. And I paid the fool's price. But I will not pay it alone. Faith Warden, what happened? A level head. Let us see if you will get to keep it.
Crescete undo.
You bit me. You're a goddamned vampire.
Propera.
The Flayer makes a great show of having all the answers. Let us see if it can save its own skin. Had I raised one such as Gortash, I would not be so keen to advertise it to the world. Oh, I almost forgot you. I can be social. If I must.
Sicut catus.
You look rather fine. Truly, Art is an act of the imagination.
Anything nice for an aged old harper? Someone's diary. Might explain what happened here. Stars and moons, like that dwarf's poem said. And this place can be turned. It's ready to go. Time to get to work. The blade already stands for much that our order does. There is no doubt you have proven you would make one of the finest. Perhaps you were not the savior you seemed. I had learned better than to think of life as some simple tale after all. There is no guarantee of happy endings or true heroes.
Of course we'll save you, Volo. I think this mob has made the rather silly mistake of taking you seriously.
I wager that blade has a mighty enchantment. Gale could tell me more. There is much to do. But a drink might be nice. A seat would be better. I know that feeling. My oath is forsaken once more. What did that do? You need all the help you can get. A mirror that steals memory from those who gaze upon it. I suppose that is the only way Shar's servants can look themselves in the eye. Congratulating you, of course. The ungentle way, then. Obey the may. Oh, Christ! Swallow the damn city if you must. But enough of this quivering!
This is the one who saved my life. So really, she owes you your gold piece.
Your father, too. If our fortunes are so kind.
The gods can grant power or strip it away. But so long as your will remains, you have the only weapon you need.
This is it! Hold them back until the spell is done! Dum vita est spes est! Another Githyanki artifact. If anyone knows their meaning, it will be Lae'zel. We might find some dustier stock down here. The kind of thing a wizard would keep from the public eye. I'd rather go into battle, bare of ass. Truebor! No, Cub. They do not mean me. Oh, clever, Cub. This is an ambush. Strike first, while they focus on me. I think I had one like you as a girl.
Not so much a term of age or affection as simple old habit. You object?
I can't see any way to disarm it. Why? Do you require some instruction on how the deed is done? Jests like that don't hold trinkets. There must be something valuable inside.
There's a Harper's safe house in Worm's Crossing. Denthalin's Dancing Axe. We'd do well to check in with them before entering the city proper.
Vita, mortis, cario. To the top. Strike down anything standing between you and the brain.
So now it is another brain we face.
And it seems disinclined to yield to the netherstones. Beyond that, our course is yours to set. Find me at your camp, huh? I can remember how to take orders, as well as give them. Yes! Now we're talking! I traveled with a drow of Menzoberranzan once. Viconia de Vir. Do you know of her? Here.
The Blade of Frontiers. May the tortured rhymes recounting your deeds continue.
But do not let us keep you from your business. There is so very much sitting and sulking in the darkness to be done. It should not have to come to that. Perhaps the illicit can provide us with a better solution. Lest my old bones creak. Yes, you did. But I might as well spare you the disappointment. A harper must sometimes invite herself in. And mine. Minsk certainly made his home in that hideout. But he's up to something somewhere else.
A sword like this would certainly get Gale's attention. So, tell me.
Do you show your belly so easily?
Ah, yes. Forgive me. There wasn't much time to offer hospitality with an elder brain looming over the city.
Arde! I
want to do that? Grand Duke Ravengard! If these treasures are true, then Volo is the sweetest singer in the realms. And you still turned out as well as you did. Amazing. A Cambion. Truly. The Absolute casts its nets wide. Or maybe a bit of a drinking problem. How are you? Oh, seems to be stuck, as I'm told. What was that? Obedi me. Pick one, whichever is quicker, and do it now. Bottoms up. A little something from the shadows. Once we've reached the city, then we shall speak of this. Of course. We've won. But at what cost? The mangled rhymes the bards will make of your name. Perhaps those are the true evil here. I was wrong to think I could keep my children from this fight. They're Baldurian born and bred. The only damned reason I root myself in this place. With gratitude. No need. I know you Sharans must have so very much on your minds. Better they forget where to find my family home. Your way is my way. Just as your fight is my fight. But suit yourself. And to fight it is to doom yourself to defeat, if it will help. Your higher form has brought with it some higher manners, then. Welcome. If you've need of a bunk or a bath, you'll find them upstairs. Wherever are the city watch when you need them? Canto te! Ah! That's hot! Ah! At your back always. Then you've found an ally in me. For that is precisely why I am here. Gah! Ooh! Goddamn paper cut! Pulso! As you wish. And I was so busy telling you not to take her bait that I scarcely felt the hook in my own mouth. No time to slow down. Deocludo oculus! Ever ready. Such a terrible place. I should leave. They're the one who protected the Emerald Grove? Consider me put in my place. Clearly, I have been spending too much time among the city folk. Larger than the legend, I assure you. Twice as loud, too. You can turn off the charm, Entharl. She's with me. More doppelgangers. What a happy little ballist brood Orin has made. The blood of Seluna. Sounds like a sacrifice. In truth, I had put this ritual from my mind. Until last light. Trapped in that darkness, I turned to my research again. What if I was a little stronger? As fast as I once had been. Inexpugnabilis! I have no love for the illicit. But its survival is bound to ours. That is as close to common cause as we will get. The rest I face. The hags are hiding. The last spawn who tried was, sunk into the cobblestones and left for the sun to find. I had an unfortunate taste for theatrics in my youth. Ketherick is vulnerable. All we need to do is strike, if you say so. But I'll be watching you. I will not mince words. If what you told me is true, you are already further under Baal's power than my old friend ever was. A ring, stained with blood. It isn't treasure the killer sought. That's my girl. Oh, but you ward something far more sinister than faith alone. Don't you? Hen's a little fool here. Thou art a hairy-hearted whoreson. Boots worn through. Hope alone will not claw us out of this hole. We must get to climbing. I said a peek behind the city's mask, Astarion. Not a look up its skirts. Veni et juve me! And if it wriggles free, you'll find it still has teeth. What? What happened? Find out who it is and bring them to me. They're after a weapon. Surely they don't mean that strange artifact of ours? Believe me, he was well and truly dead. I locked his corpse in the Thorn Mausoleum myself. That is his problem entire. The past century left Minsk unchanged.
And so he believes the world has never changed, that I have not. Patrol this floor, Harpers. Watch the doors and watch the windows. Nothing enters or exits these rooms alive. Yes, it was. If you need confirmation of my gratitude, only look. Here I stand, awaiting orders. So, where are we going? The battle is back the other way.
You mean that as a compliment? I am sure.
All right now. What's your language? No time to change clothes, I'm afraid.
The Devil's Den is every bit as gaudy as I would have imagined. Repeat that mantra. Make of it a prayer, and see if it will save you.
Precis alia fero.
Locked from the far side,
None shall die today, but those who annoy us.
by the stars. It is probably not even the most foolish cause that has seen mortals rise to divinity.
Now, cub, solitude is a wonderful thing, but not too much. Come downstairs and fight with your sisters.
Dolor. The alchemist does not brew for flavor. Ugh.
I hope your goddess appreciates the blood you have shed for her, Shadowheart. Once Gederick is without his shield, the sword, together we assault his tower and put a final end to this blight.
First, let us just get to the guild hall. We can buff out our chests and figure out what to do once we are there.
Tuas nihil!
Obedime!
We can spare more than a moment for Gale. And more than one drink.
Another letter from Orin the Red. The girl begins to smack of desperation.
Up you get. I am the first to speak ill of this city. But I never wish to see it burning like this. Oh.
Impero tibi!
Books and blankets. Someone's little hideaway. I've met no sorcerer that powerful. And I've met many. Now speak plain. How do you have control?
More stacked corpses than a charnel house. Let us see.
And the last time I saw him, I left him to die.
Ale me!
Show Daddy dear that you alone choose your fate. You are a child of Baal, but that need not be all that you are. It has been a hard road, but I can clip you both around the ear to prove I am no ghost, if it would help.
Fascinating spear. I'd wager a bottle of Thean Red this is the one Shadowheart wants.
There was a time when he might have made more of himself. He was certainly given the chance after we threw him down. More of those wretched things.
Macte virtute!
What is that stink? Oh, it's making my head spin. Such a ward ought to empower whoever stands astride it. Let us find out.
Major fortior!
Blood it shall have to be. You became nothing. I suspect you were always the self-sacrificing sort. Whatever that thing is, it's not going to last much longer. But stay this apocalypse, and I'll let you read my journals. Promise. My eyes. That's Jurgle, scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him. Glue and optimism are holding this thing together. A shipment of toys. And not quite as cuddlesome as they seem, based on that letter. But I think perhaps that I have gone as far as I am able. I will take Minsk back to his home in Rashomon, and after that, Garlak. Are you well? But I ought to warn you, Halsin. Much as it shames me, it is not the curse I come to cleanse, but the cult. Any aid these old bones can lend?
Ira et dolor!
A headless corpse inside. Undead? The Watcher's cores are every bit as rotten as their makers.
Resarchio!
I go hunting. And now we are the best of friends. You see? The power of trust. Leave idols to the druids. We already tie ourselves in knots over them.
Let me be your follower instead. Your friend, even.
Veritas, credo, oculos. Dom vita est, spes est. I've got one.
No, no! You cannot do this!
Signum arcanum.
Baal's blade severs the soul itself. There is no resurrection from this.
Oh, you look some sort of funny.
Where did the genie find this crap? Don't wander far. We need to talk. Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
It's lovely.
Then we shall make this swift.
Our task is the same. Bring the nether brain down. By any means. There.
Pipe down!
Wicklarin?
Minsk, I am not your witch.
You are not my bodyguard. This is not some high lodge of your homeland.
I assure you, he does not. You are right to be nervous. But let us pass, and all will be well.
Astarion, I knew you would spare me a kind thought, but it is still strange to hear a kind word. You have clearly been drinking, and I will need to catch up.
We have the hammer. And I'm sure the Gift Prince would be glad to stretch his legs.
If he still believes in Gale, the boy should not be overly concerned what his ladylove thinks. Goddess or no,
Might as well. Any druid.
but the scroll is not the ritual itself, only part of my research on its working.
Even hell'd gag on your bedeviled stench.
I have been wrong every time. Long may it continue.
Don't jump.
It means you found an old woman down to her last idea, drinking with a Mind Flayer's infectee.
Dragon and elf. And I suppose that is the city below.
But if you need proof that I am flesh and blood, Karlak, and none the fresher for it, perhaps we might train together at camp.
More Sahwagen. Something is rousing them from their waters.
Non movere!
Keep focused. This is hardly the place for daydreaming. How do you feel? Knowing the cost of keeping your transformation at bay.
Ira!
As you wish.
You killed a celestial. I do not know how you would have done such a thing. I'm not sure I want to know.
It's done. The last time I fought doppelgangers, the Balspawn Sarevok was using them to subvert the city government, aid his rise to power.
A bronze dragon.
Making friends with an elf, no less.
Tell me, why have you come here?
Back to camp. She will not have much time. Cazador would have used his power to prey on the city. If you say you will be its protector instead, I plan to hold you to that standard.
Haven't you noticed how close an eye he keeps on Isabel? Think about it. No Isabel, no last light.
Be on the alert, Harpers. We haven't seen the last of Marcus yet.
The time has come. Ketherick will taste of death at last.
Ever will Shar try to twist bonds of love into chains of service. You did not let her.
Quietly as I can.
Has the Archduke mandated a shrine to his false smile in every household? That might be worth a look.
Watching gods. The battle has already begun.
Kaiko te!
Do not be so sure. I was not always so soft and agreeable as I have become. Pay no mind to those. You're probably safe so long as I am here.
We act with a purpose, Sarevok. Perhaps you have forgotten what that feels like.
Just look at this place. The evidence speaks for itself.
Majesty of manure! Sovereign of shit! Non movere!
Whatever tadpole trickery you have employed, you will not do it again! I confess that the last time I came here, I thought it would be my tomb. You can see why.
That thing doesn't look too happy to be free. I find that decidedly hard to believe.
Perhaps I was too swift to put up my blades. But we will not play into your father's hands this night.
The few occasions I visited his monument, well, I took it as a moment for reflection. To think of old friends, and the fight I had to continue in their name.
Incerto spucher imperio! Thou art saucy as gruel!
Any druid. So, yes, you might aspire to it if you wished, but the scroll is not the ritual itself. Only part of my research into how it is worked.
Diminue.
An illusion. Someone's hiding something.
We've been traveling with a vampire. One that feeds on his friends.
An unforgivable loss. He'd have made a fine ally. Shall I lace your boots for you as well? Honesty will serve you better than charity. I blundered into their trap, and it cost us.
Be we predator or prey? No, eat your face and shit it out.
And I hope that we shall have that chance. But not at the expense of the world entire. And for a time I did. But my comrades would use a rather irritating phrase. A harper never leaves the chorus. She simply goes to spread the song.
Voco speakai!
I felt the way they think, saw the world as they do. Foul, unnatural creatures who find the foulness in us and twist it to their will.
Still some way to go. As if there were not dark and light enough down here to gaze at. I wish I could make some sense of all of this for you. I cannot. But I do know this. There is something more than wine to that smell. Fire might cleanse the wood rot. But to little end, if you must burn down the forest entire. The Stone Lord, and swiftly please. I can only hold my breath for so long. The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Gale might be interested. Those floral motifs match those on the key we found. Worth trying it out, I think. We did what we did. Let's just see this through to the end. Sworn to Orin the Red, yes. We've already had the pleasure. Go on. How nice to be wanted.
Venenum!
You wretch! To think you had my trust? If this be my last act, let it be in service of strangling the life out of you!
You gore-bellied, purulent horse ass!
You deserved better, boy. We met him on the road here, commanding the army of the Absolute. I put an arrow through his eye myself, only to watch him pluck it out like a splinter.
Manus potente sparo!
A harper's gaze can only be turned by proof. By the looks of it, a tall tale is all you have to offer. Sir, yes, sir.
A harper lets herself in. Cupio virtus licet!
Well, I know when I'm not wanted. I am missing something.
Just poking around.
Now more than ever, you're our best hope of making it out of here alive.
Always poking, prodding, trying things out.
You yearn for a better class of company, Astarion? Prime spot for an ambush. Careful, girl. They have a habit of taking against tyrants there.
Configo! Volo non fugia!
I don't doubt it. But I'd come with you. If you'll have me. I checked it myself. The Master of Masons was reluctant to release funds for work in the outer city. But your neighbors proved persuasive.
Always poking, prodding, trying things out. Not what this contraption prefers to feed on, I think.
Someday I will sit down. Oh, you can turn off the charm, Entharl. He's with me. I cannot give you the death you deserve.
Not without damning the city along with you, but I will not stay at your side a moment longer. Filled with brine. And a whole lot of those parasites.
Shh. I shall be content with that. For now.
We do not know this Prince of the Comet. A thin thread on which to hang all of our hopes.
The city needs me. The Harpers know their tasks.
These sigils and chains. I sense a druidic hand in them. An attempt to subdue something. No opening this with that lock still on it.
Brave. I can never quite trust my breath after taking the beast form. He is an ass. I can make no promises beyond that. But even so...
You think I flatter myself in believing it is my face alone that Minsk follows? Mahler mark me, but I find myself hoping he is tadpoled.
Gods, I'm alive. Thought that mind flare would kill me.
Sarevok. Baal's least favorite son. Still tied to Daddy's apron strings? You know better than that, Stone Lord. We found the good in you, and we found it in another Baal spawn once before.
I have not been overly generous with the truth. I came here to learn of the Chosen, true enough. But I set my harper searching for someone else, too.
What beautiful music. Hold every exit! Let none escape to warn the army of our assault! Ah, footprints. That cave is occupied. And by no beast.
Mors tua vita mea!
You have won Baal's bloody blessing. Now you think you will step out into the world and carve your name upon it. Now, you lead on. To work together. Strangely enough, I believe him. He's too self-important to be anything but sincere.
Intactile sum!
Always. A fine scar to tell your children about.
Reminds me of old times. You so rarely make a habit of being right, Ranger, that it puts me ill at ease when you are.
I'll have a better idea of what that is once we're through the gates. Seems I need to reacquaint myself with this damned city.
Precis alia fero!
You will be well.
If you had nothing to do with it, and I want to believe you didn't, you have nothing to fear from me. Shadowheart walks a little freer of the shadows. She could shave her skull and paint it purple. It would still suit her.
Oh, good. Then I am under no obligation to be wise.
Broken bones. Must have fallen.
Make your choice. Wherever it leads, we will follow.
Here we stand in the lion's den. But the lions are you and I.
Still teasing me.
Blood it shall be.
It's a little obvious, frankly. An amulet of Seluna. I think Gale might want this.
You consumed all this spawn in your service, Lord Astarion. You shall have to fend for yourself a while.
A nightmare walking. Blink and you'll miss me.
Well? Are you composing a poem in your head or some such?
It was chaos. He was overrun. Dragged down beneath a mass of tentacles.
Entombed forever beneath the city. Starving and yet unable to die. True death might have been kinder. If you really want to help, you'll get Minsk out of trouble for me. Spare me that adventure.
And I thought we were going to be friends.
My place is with you.
My friend and I have experience with your kind, you see. The problem... Your stewardship of the Emerald Grove has made for something of a story among the circles.
Oakfather lends his aid.
This is not where you fall.
I didn't take these refugees for killers. Maybe I've misjudged them. Toenail-tasting trout hole!
What? You want me to kiss your knee and make it better? No need for such dramatics. I will go with eyes wide open, in the hope that I know you a little better than you know yourself.
These dead need not be buried. Beneath this canopy of darkness, all is 1 yard of restless graves.
Shadowheart, you should know, Laconia was not half so heartless as she liked to appear. Oh, I don't think I have any.
A little further.
I have no reason to doubt the Guildmaster's information. Only her conclusions. As you wish.
And hamsters don't have hackles. And answers, justice, 10 years of her life back. All manner of things we cannot give her. Some twisting of the tadpole to have me turn my blades against my own. No more. You are no better than these cultists.
Ha! Fancy! Then I wish you well on your travels. You need not stay to look after the city. Duty without choice is servitude.
This crossbow is too well designed to be made by Dwergar.
No, cub. She does not mean me.
Eyes, etc. You know what to do.
There. Have I fulfilled my role as your wise and wizened elder?
Ha! Sounds like something my scimitars would say. They'll strike true. See to it you'll do the same.
Would that I could hide from you too.
Precis alia ferro.
Yet another noble sacrifice. If I didn't know you better, I would think you were just showing off. It was Baal alone we faced in our time. And, bad as that was, he had no elder brain for a lapdog then.
Evanesco! No more. You are free to forge your own path, but I will follow you no further. Stand together! Protect one another! Arm in arm, the oaks outlast the storm!
Enchanted? Nice.
Stood against Baal. Hello, death. I like your hat. I have fought hollow shells of men who clawed for more life as if it was their God's given right, and not one of them would have known what to do with it if they had succeeded.
The same might be said for all of us, I'd wager. But so long as our paths have thrown us together, I say we make the most of it.
Not a wild shape I have mastered. Just yet. What happened here? It's hard to make any sense of this mess. A curious vault. Given what is sold freely above, it must be quite a thing they keep under lock and key below.
The dreams alone do not concern me. It is what waking deeds they might inspire.
A young cave bear. Killed and stuffed before its teeth were fully grown. Better kept for someone who can actually use it.
The only patch of wilderness this city permits me. There ought to be supplies here to aid us.
Loviatar, a goddess who thrives on pain. This book must be for her followers.
Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The Harpers were busy.
This circle,
Where the cult enchant their moon lanterns, no doubt. Take note, Isabel.
Stay weapons! Have they not suffered enough? A helping hand.
But do you know how Minsk, a human, passed those years? I'll give you a hint. They named him the Beloved Ranger.
The mood I am in, boy. I urge you to try.
Wonder how many times she's been killed down here. Loot? A dictionary of some dead tongue. The life of an immortal must get dull indeed. Harpers are supposed to be virtuous. But if I had my tormentor at my mercy, the means to punish him at hand,
Might as well.
the road to the city lies west of the town.
We might outpace the army yet if we do not dally. Whatever magic Getheric's using to control these tadpoles, it must be at moonrise. What about this?
You can point that smug little smile somewhere else for a start.
Damn this fog.
Flagilo!
I believe that still. But when I look on all that we have achieved since, I wonder perhaps it is not heroes we need. Only people who are willing to try.
You little sneak thief? Well, they were wrong.
Look! Not dead. I just had a few adventures. Like, a good question. I don't have an answer yet. So let me offer an apology instead. Let us leave this place. Your prism and its occupant are safeguarded for now. Though she spends more time locking up comrades for pocketing 8 ones. They might learn a thing or two if they don't expel her. Again. You know this might be the easy part. No planning, no doubt, just the impossible task ahead. So try to have a little fun, yes? Swiftly, if you please. These knees do not bend easily. Lies, if we find it. I doubt he's just left it lying around. The songs would have you believe we saved the realm's entire. Perhaps we did. Closer! I need to get closer!
Pay me no mind. If you can stand, you can carry on.
Vile. There is nothing of nature in that. That birthright may well bring you to a bloody end. How many should I allow to go with you?
Occhior perure!
Death is a piss-poor excuse not to live. Who do you think I learned that from? You sully the ground you stand on. Let me help. I don't. Not yet. The brain anchors itself. Higher. We might be able to reach it. Ha! Now you've shown me how well you can sniff out secrets. It's time you turn that nose upon Gederic. No? Not now, perhaps. We 3 have come through darker places than this together, Minsk. A dead bird. What happened to it? I may not have claws, but I make do.
Mario!
Something we can use?
Faccio voco fere!
Some charm to warn of our entry. Better to dispel it before passing through. I should hope so. They certainly don't get paid half so well. All right, enough awful. This ought to satisfy the ringmaster. Makeshift Selûnite graves. They must have fallen in the fight against the Sharans all that time ago. He's protected by his steel watch for now. And Orin will have her own defenses, should we choose to play the part of Gortash's bloodhounds.
Quodico facce!
I'm at your back. Gone again, without a word. She begins to hurt my feelings.
Incertus, pulcher, imperio!
Come then, Astarion. Introduce us to your new friends.
Tempestus!
Prove it.
Esto perpetua!
Sent. Meaning you had the source of all of Getheric's power in your grasp, and you gave it back to him? I can still move fast when I need to. I would like to see if a lesson has been learned. Well over a century old, and yet it hasn't lost a hint of flavor. Yagashura, who carried the blood of Baal and fire giants both. It ran just as red as his brethren's.
As I'm told.
An earthquake. But they are not commonplace here, surely. Is it true you were a member of the Absolute Cult, Drow? I am sure Will knows that. But we would do well to remind him, when his days grow dark.
Voco Arvina.
Monster!
Death is too good for it.
Only a respite. Do not forget who knows the Balspawn better than any alive. Your path only ever led one way. You are twice tainted, yes. But whatever you have done, you might yet serve the good. I've seen this before. A paralyzing agent in the wine. love limb of a lecherous lich. Vita mortis cario. It is not something you need concern yourself with. Ha, I've picked up stranger things in all my travels. Trust me.
You won't die, so long as I am swift.
Akidum! The others will be taking their ease here. Intharl has been known to shelter harpers when they need it. Et alabi! Pulso! Like the ones we found in the barn. These forces are just a distraction. I have to dominate the brain. Speak? How is that possible? So I shall. Now let's run a hunt.
Stalking.
Goodbye, Balspawn. Harpers, to arms! Let's defend this city as we always have. Ex nihilo. Not at all. Harpers fight dirty. A well-timed strike with the knowledge of just where to place it, and suddenly superior numbers count for nothing. The apprentice who survived the shadow curse and carried his masters home on his back, who was raised their master in turn, and searches still for a way to save what was lost. Know that when all of this is done, I plan on being a very nosy neighbor. Fronti nulla fides.
Let us see.
Cave curculum. He can be unmade, but we need you to find out the source of his invulnerability. Harpers, we must cleanse. Too much to hope that Scratch would hear it and break free. They simply refuse to stay saved. It makes me feel better, at least. If that makes me selfish, then I suppose I am selfish. This is not my first time fighting for the fate of this damned city. I thought I'd die in any one of the last 3 apocalypses. What about you?
Will you protect the world from what she has become?
Safe place here. Huh. Very good. That isn't one you learned from me. Same twisting alleys for purse pickers. Same wooden buildings ready to get burnt by next year's dragon. Same cisterns overflowing. Huh.
None shall die today, but those who annoy us.
This next spell should be interesting, and will be again. But now I shall mutter them under my breath, out of respect. Hells! No one's surviving a spell that powerful. Give him all you've got! Mahler's mark. How many more Harpers dead? Veritas credo oculos! So much for their security. Should have stuck with a simple old key. Huh. Where's Shadowheart? People tend to lose more than just flavor when illithids get their hands on them. I speak from experience. Malar's mark, what are you doing? Do you have 10,000 spare gold so we can bail you out if we get caught casting magic? Dialino, volo non fugia! Although, we might have to undertake a brief quest to rescue Minsk first. This is it. Its will is weakening. Karlak, respectfully, shut up. Show them the warrior I know.
A turn and tickle. Be a dear and look elsewhere, would you?
These shades are nothing to those who harp. She spoke to you in a rather familiar fashion. More shapeshifter mind games, I suppose.
Out of necessity, nothing else.
It stands to reason the prettiest part of the city is buried beneath it. Come! Let's be free of this foul place. There is little else to be done. This city is a cesspit. An open sewer of the soul that taints us with its filth and churns us out when all that is good has been stripped away. Help won't come from the history books or from any old tales I can spin you. This is your story to write. The harder you resist, the darker your dreams become. Our camp was often roused by screams in the night back then. Let's shake you loose. One awkward evening in camp, until we are free of this place. And then you will be free of me. Pulcriar! This is the easy part. Strangest magic I've seen since roaming the ruins of Mithranor. But I can't argue with the results. Gela! Oh, I don't want to watch over a blood match where the duelists call me auntie. You just be careful, Valspawn.
I look forward to the day we show the Archduke that his tongue is not half so silvered as he thinks.
Let them empty the skies upon us. It doesn't matter. We have to reach the brain.
Let us see.
This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much. I'm not fool enough to think I can change your mind. But if you're staying, I don't want you taking up arms. There are other ways to fight.
Wait.
That instinct is what allowed our alliance to endure so long as it did. That she could place her personal feelings aside and do what she thought best for the city. Minthara was dragged to the prison in Moonrise. If she's still there, this is our last chance to save her. We do what we must. So the Githyanki aren't fond of the cultists. Could be a good thing. Omnia mutantur! So your mysterious artifact, tamer of parasites, is only another parasite itself. Not so for my daughter. Ryan's rejoined the Flaming Fist. Temporarily, you understand. To organize the craftsmen. The Harpers have known many defeats. But slinking from this land, when the Shadow Curse first fell, was one of our most shameful. The hard way it is. Fight. Ludas non factum est. Did you learn anything more? All I can offer is the promise that, should you choose to do so, you will not meet her alone.
I'd rather go into battle bare of ass.
I need to think a while. We need you back in the fight. The beast did not die a gentle death. It must have been terrified. Be ready. I suspect Raphael will throw a tantrum when the other children touch his toys. We have to find it first. I doubt he's just left it lying around. How does it compare to a shadow-cursed inn? Corporo sana. It is some defect of the mind, I think, to stubbornly insist you are following the light, even as you blunder through the darkness. What's happening? Where am I?
Tempted as I am to leave you behind,
You should have stayed in your tower.
a little lighter than before.
Sakio! That's a fate we'll all share, sooner or later. But speaking as one who has managed to put it off for so long, do you know, I begin to wish they had never brought me back. Out of necessity, nothing else. I'll wager it's the source of his invulnerability. He'd protect that at any cost. Garlac deserves a better end than twisting herself into flare form. But then she deserves a long life too. Someone is striking through a list. But what for? A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth. This is nothing but junk. Bones and scrap flesh. Not quite what the legend promised. Expello te! Silentium! Someday I will sit down. I mean it. Stand. A foul thing to be bound. 'Tis a curious creature that hides all manner of secrets. But if there's one thing that we know... The Githyanki from the Mind Flare ship. A shame he didn't survive. A dragon sleeping beneath the city. No urban tale that I've heard. But someone took it seriously enough. Let me see what I can do. Marcus. He's been with us from the beginning. Since, Not some amateur occultist, then. A true diabolist. Only the worms have use for you.
Much obliged.
Oh, yuck! Many of you know my name. Few of you know my face. This is as it should be.
What's this?
Faccio, voco, fere! Threadbare chimp lackey. We were the first to discover the cult. And if you had only waited, we might have marshaled our numbers and... Ugh, wizards. Entrusting arcane power to every page. Just like that. Show them how to fear. We cannot expect either of the chosen to fall easily. But fall they must, if we're to have all three stones to command the brain. This will not end until we knock him out!
But of course, even proud as they are, a Sharan cannot go about as a Sharan. I am coming. For now, rest. Sleep escapes me, so I might as well take the watch.
Broken. Fake. Broken. Fake. You've learned so much. That tadpole in your head already begins to pay dividends. I'll watch our backs. Call if you need me. How about this?
Mors tua, vita mea,
No kissing it better.
corruptus.
Farewell.
Mutatis mutandis.
I think I could go another round. Oh, a terrible rallying speech. No poetry. Not even a little pat on the head. But only a fool would discard a potential ally like Minsk. He has faced God and Illithid both, just as I have.
But assaulting a vampire stronghold by night will only land us in irons along with him. Better to wait till morning.
Better pick my next target wisely.
My weapons have weathered worse.
I'm thinking on the next place to visit. There is a wizard in Bay who I swore to check up on now and again. I try not to play at politics, especially those of another plane. Your prince's battle is his own. It doesn't. We're an odd team, but we are a team.
Into position.
Yes, I think we have quite proven what happens when this painting is struck.
A wine bottle. A scholar with good taste, perhaps.
Resus abundat.
Taking a breather? How nice.
Listen here.
Resisto venenum.
Ut ventus.
So it begins. So it will end. Something we can use?
Sealed. Best look around for a way to open it. The time of troubles ended almost a century and a half ago. I weathered the years between with all the elven grace you have no doubt come to expect.
So, Will, you have your mind set on marriage.
On the hunt.
Cupio vertus licet.
And when you stand against him, you will not stand alone.
What kind of contraption is this?
Obedi me.
A magical staff. Will this be of use, Gale? The great Orin the Red tugs your sleeve, sulking for attention. She might come to regret it yet.
Tuus nihil.
That was close. No doubt there'll be others.
Voco potentia. Facio. Voco. Vere.
A living colony. I wonder if the settlers above knew just what slept beneath their feet.
You know me already. But you'll have the honor of making up for my blunder here.
Voco nubes. Over here.
Ha! Well, I am certainly no innocent paladin, so I'll bind you with vines a moment longer, if you do not mind. I hope we chose the right ally. Better you feed the soil. Barely got away. Those Githyanki aren't so lucky. Let's have a look.
Ex textura.
Oh, but I do.
I traveled with one such as you once. I didn't see it at first, but I do now. The galaxy of malice in your eyes.
He'll fight to the death if we let him. Do not let it come to that!
Inficio.
They've been smuggling tadpoles into the city. As if slipping them into skulls was not enough. You need not preach the cause to me. I've already told you what I sacrificed in its name. Of course. Be sure to kick the mud from your boots before returning, then. But while you're here among the mortals, why not enjoy it? The assassin escaped. He'll move on to his next victim all the faster now we have his trail. What treachery is this, Nine Fingers? Have you thrown in with the Absolute too?
Was there anything else?
Quite the shining collection, for one so devoted to darkness. What? What am I doing? Some tadpole trickery? I won't stand around and be manipulated. I take no joy in this. The mind flare pours poison in your ear, I think. Dead for now. Carrion will return, So long as he's anchored to this plane. Must we beat every stick of furniture into submission?
Mors tua vita mea incommodum!
A few dozen times.
I'll bear eggshells. An unhatched one would fetch quite a price.
What does this do?
I did not come so far only to leave him to the mercy of the tadpole again. I'd ask you to reconsider. Send him to camp, at least. He will prove useful, despite all appearances. You might have noticed that what I plan and what takes place are not always the same. And if that happens again, the city might fall. The cult might come for you.
Manus potente sparo.
This trunk's rotten. Shouldn't put too much weight on it. Preparing to march, I wager.
Well, I think this city is finished with me. I am certainly finished with it.
Voco speakai!
That is where we'll find its letters, I wager.
More than anyone should. But I never dreamed I'd see the dead three working in consort with Illithids.
Come. There is much to discuss. But we need not do it in this rotting place.
Vita mortis cario.
We sent an agent to infiltrate this cult. The latest fad among the city's bored nobility, I thought. Serene she might seem, but nature has claws.
What about this?
That's curious.
What the hells are these?
Only now, when I look at this and think of all we have done, I realize I was not worried. Not even afraid. I was arrogant.
Floric left some of her flaming fist. They'll scout the prisons and the barracks below to ensure we're not taken by surprise.
Curculus mortis.
The sting in the tail. I spent most of my life fighting those who tried to escape their end. Ketheric, Irenicus, Sarevok. That is not company I would like to keep. They've heard of you, if it's any consolation. I need a little time. But I will gladly join you at Journey's End. So long as it leads to the grave of General Ketheric Thorm.
Why is this made of paper? Hold still.
Fine. Come in, then. You might as well meet the family.
No. You great big fool. No!
Let's go, before they realize we're out of our pods. Oh, I'm sure time and an aging mind has smoothed out a few of his flaws. But he was a good man. Going. Can't be done now.
Legitimate salvage.
There's little point in pressing 9 fingers further. She means what she says. Chosen? Oh, that's 3 masters Ketheric has served. Our paladin isn't very picky.
Veritas. Credo. Oculos.
Imperote!
Incende.
You're quite serious, aren't you, you little sneak thief? Well, they were wrong. Look! Not dead. I just went away for a time. To a place called Moonrise Towers. I can't quite put my finger on why I trust you. But I do. The same instinct through which I know a wolf will bite, or allow itself to be petted. And so I gathered my harpers and came to the source. Moonrise Towers.
You bluff, I call. Let's see who has the upper hand.
The druid in me hears the wisdom there. But the mother knows best.
Verviro.
A torch will not avail us here. It seems that events at Denthalans have overtaken us. My contact there just sent word. The Harpers have been fractured, infiltrated by doppelgangers.
Venustior.
God spare us. Ketheric was planning our demise all along.
Mors animae.
What's that? Oh, forgive me. I am simply excitable. It is good to be out under an open sky once more. Not immediately. I've been thinking on all that we learned below. If you've caught your breath,
We ought to discuss our next steps.
Sylvanas, soften my steps.
Magis amica veritas. Control yourself. If you can.
Incommodum!
Ah, well. Good feelings never last, I suppose. And if this fight were to go against us, well, they had already done their mourning. Why visit it on them twice?
You've a love-struck look about you, Karlak. Just do not let it distract you from the task ahead.
A special surprise.
Stand together or fall apart. No explanation required. The loyal soldier serves her queen and receives rewards undying in return.
Through the grapevine?
Viconia de Veer. If only Shar would bless me with the forgetting of your face. And that will do it. Good.
Got it.
Palue! Secreti umbrarum.
Oh, I don't know what I slept on, but my neck's killing me. And I them. But I cast a little more shade than I would like, and they are only beginning to see the sun.
Look for torch fire in the distance, but do not venture out. Wave the patrol over to safety. Ex textura!
Probably we should have. And yet we both stayed our hands.
Quickly! We do not know how long he has. Help him!
What's this? Feels like I've lost something. At your command. Let's not spurn what few gifts the gods choose to give us,
No reward. I promise you a curse.
Oh my, you found me.
Damn not!
And I vow to send them word of my own wanderings, if only to spare me Rion's wrath next I return. Before we ever heard of this absolute, we received word of a gathering in the Undercity.
Ex nihilo!
We ought to follow Aelin. If not to aid her, then at the very least to watch. You won't die, so long as I am swift.
Lightly does it.
You have enough fine young folk to run around and do your bidding. Come back when they need a rest. The language on this ring. The same as the door, and none the clearer for it.
Demento te, ve victis!
Cazador has his leash round Astarion's throat once more. Another annal of Orpheus, I think. Another doppelganger. Oh, shush your tears, children. It is not your clown we carved up. But first, I owe them justice. Moonrise must fall. Funny as it is, I won't leave you like this. I believe you. In this very moment, at least. But you might live long enough to forget your promises. The meaning of hunger, pain, and fear. Nature will not even notice you are gone.
Behold, Elminster's ball bag!
Head high, that's it.
Limp-witted slick licker.
Something useful, I hope. You are a better man than most. To choose what is right, even after what Mistra asked of you. Gale plans to become a god now, does he? And all because his lover spurned him.
Anything useful?
You will listen to me.
You've chosen the company you keep. I will not allow the Bowspawn to hide behind you.
Surge!
It is for you to make sure that is so. And your debt will extend far beyond the end of the Absolute.
Vita mortis cario.
We've done what we came to do. And we're all of us sullied for it. Let us make it worth it. So Shar, and who knows what other gods, fight over the prism like brats over boiled sweets. And it is the mortal realms that suffer. Little matter if you walk on 4 legs or 2. The shadows will not spare you. I did not know Duke Ravengard that well. But I am sure he would not want his son to become slave to Zariel for his sake. Welcome back to the world, Karlak. Try not to break it, yes?
Time has not hardened my hands just yet.
Give me some time. I need to think. One carrying a tadpole, a true soul, might be able to reach Caderic
And then, perhaps we will find a way to fight both our battles.
Ah! There must be something in the vaults the Great Chosen are after. All the more reason to get there. Swiftly. Enough. This isn't helping anyone.
Ready your weapons, Harpers. Be prepared to strike at my command. Onward.
I imagine she will have something to say about the matter. If we must return, let it be with blades bared. We set Aelin on the warpath without telling her exactly what it is she's charging into. Ugh. Always some foul ritual or another. Something of undeath about this one, I think.
You, twine your life around the people you love. And when they are gone, you grow around their absence instead. It is just another way they shape you.
That doll must be the source of the curse, because look at it. Now, just to undo it.
I've learned not to unpick the legends so many have woven around our name. Seeing the hope die in a romantic's eyes, it is only funny the first few dozen times.
Astarion, we need to talk. I know you're a vampire. It's kind of obvious. In my name. Something's fishy here. That ship was docked at Moonrise Towers. Except Geraldus. It has been some time since anyone dared rap my knuckles like you did. No less than I deserve. Tormentum! Loquersi tibi placet.
Shadowheart has found a little bit of herself again. Seluna cannot take all of the credit. She may have lit the way, but it is the cleric who took the step.
Resisto ignem! Note this trunk of lies!
That is both chosen beaten, and their stones wrested from their grasp. But where they fall, the elder brain rises.
I can't believe I didn't see you for what you are.
A murderer. You killed her.
And in doing so, you've spelled our doom. Cave curculum! Torn from the skull of a war devil. There is no faking that.
No shadows here. Something must be keeping it at bay.
Then you came. And made the question moot. But I kept this. Just in case, I told myself. A final resort. Te ad stringo linguam! Wyvern whiskey out of Waterdeep. Viconia picked up some refined tastes in all her travels. Corruptus!
You'll bite, but not me. Not as long as we run in the same pack.
I will gladly drink to your health as well, Garlac. Ha! Even the Wicklarin's mask could not hide Dinahere's beauty, nor dull her daggered eyes. Maleos!
There is nothing back there of worth to anyone but me.
Perhaps we might have done something to help, or just fallen into the trap along with them. Oh, I only have myself to blame.
Oh, Neverwinter. I had to break my cover there to stop a killing. The goat form was not kind to my dress.
Focus on the brain! Get to the crown and cast the spell! The rest you leave to us!
This is where the ones in the barn came from. And I am not blind. We have all profited from the results. Perhaps the entire world will before all of this is done.
Perry! What in the hell's Astarion? You bit me!
Oh, don't look at me. This is your charge to lead. And no one better to do it. Humanoid body parts. Butchered and put up on display.
We've been traveling with a vampire this whole time? Come now, it's but a scratch.
You've done more than your share of fighting already, Karlak. If there's one person I would trust to make the most of a longer life, it's you.
I'm flattered, but pick another. Watching the Dryad make you cry will be entertainment enough. Stabilio! You get to my age, you have already done everything. Be my guest.
Oh.
If we squint with suspicion at every face we see, she will have already landed her blow. I've passed enough years that counting them is a waste of what remains.
With the Absolute's army gone, the Risen Road should be clear. We can follow it all the way to Baldur's Gate. A very formal greeting, Geraldus. You are well? Don't be so quick with your gratitude, Counselor. All we have done is send you back into the battle. Talk is done.
Cuckold courting curmudgeon. No!
Well, of course he has. I suppose I shall have to add a visit to their quarters to an already long list. A phrase of power. That might grant us access to the devil's treasures, it seems.
Ignis!
For whose benefit? It is your lady who draws power from your pain, not I.
Vis medicatrix!
Looks like that idol is enchanted. Might be worth getting a hold of for Gale. Yes? Your rancid father will try to twist your thoughts, as he did with all his children.
Diore!
But more than this, I think. She needs to know she is not alone. Oak Father, ease my way. I'd love to know the full story. A slow end, and a painful one, I think. Ha! A kind way of saying, ye gods, I hope her dusty bones don't break at the first blow. Sticky, painted skin. This hand belonged to the clown, no question.
Veni et juvame!
My, such strong wrists. He will not stay down for long. Do something, before he is lost to us forever. I could listen to this forever. This was the clown's leg, I think. Only what we heard from Keen. He seems to have sprung up while we were out in the Shadowlands. Best keep to the shadows, while we can. Perhaps. You think I haven't mounted a stage before? Though be warned, clown. If you mean to throw knives, I will throw them back. Are you sore, Mother Superior? You brought her to the same crossroads you yourself once stood at, but you cannot force her to follow.
It's those damn shadows. Be ready!
Remember what we discussed. Ketherick will strike again. We need you to strike first. It was Balspawn who threatened the coast, and Balspawn who saved it. It is possible to go on to live a life outside your father's shadow. When we reach Baldur's Gate, there will be even darker paths to tread. I will follow you wherever they lead. Oh, come now. You cannot be spent already. Then you must answer. But far more deadly terrain awaits me here. Home. Earthy about describes him, yes. We fight, we die, and we just hope that when our time comes, there is someone else to take our place. So be it. Of course. He'll share his rule. What use all his brilliance if there is no one to bask in it? Let's. Minsk. On my word. All you will find inside is dust. And the moldering keepsakes of a much younger woman. But happiness is not beyond the Balspawn. It simply comes at a higher cost. Constant vigilance. Tenebra. The same way hoppers learn of anything. Poking noses where they don't belong. It was no mean feat to make nice with the sourest puss in the city, by the way. It took years for Estelle and I to trust one another, and we learned something. One chosen thinks to send us against the other, while they sit safe behind their defenses. Illithids are monstrous creatures. But in the end, they are only that. Creatures.
Pizzled rancor!
I am glad it is your non-vampiric charms our friend has fallen for, Astarion. It is, isn't it? Looks like the barrier's turned off. Lucky me. Mazzy Fenton. A living lesson
not to trade tankards with a halfling. They have much less distance to fall.
Gale, get you back to Waterdeep. Our archives don't need a bookworm infestation. I did. On occasion, I even found myself critiquing the stonework. Surely his head was not so large as this.
Tetano omnia mutantur.
But I suppose you have earned better than glibness from me. It was a gift from my husband Khalid.
What else? Helping. Whether I ask for it or no.
A tribute to the ball spawn of ages past. This is a Melisande, and the 5 spawn she tricked into dying for her cause. It didn't help her in the end.
You will make the very best of Harpers. Balspawn. Take this. The old Harp of Harmony. You know its song.
Oh, this is how Raphael has been flitting to the city and back. Too much to hope that we might redirect it into an ocean somewhere, I suppose.
But what about you, Lizelle? What will you do? You have not confessed it all, I think.
Red in tooth and claw. There's food in the inn over there. Beds too if you require rest. Aloe oil in the cupboard, in case the vines gave you a rash. For the moment, he and I are your problem. So, lead the way. We are yours to command.
You need all the help you can get. My own son, Jord, has been wooed to their ranks. Already he plans crop cycles in Worm's Crossing.
Hold this floor, Harpers. Let none escape the tower. We're about to trap the spider in its own web. Oh, I fight alongside fools.
Tell it I will tear the prism from your grasp and throw it into the deepest lava pit I can find.
Vaguely. Something to say.
Healing cup. Lest I sit down for a rest and not rise again.
Later.
Once more unto battle. Once more to save Baldur's Gate.
You are meant to be an evolved being, are you not? I'm sure you can master quill and parchment.
Ut ventus!
Who is this performance for, Balspawn? It is only us here. You need not pretend. But now that it is said, it is time. Swords, not words. Butt-kicking for goodness.
Non compos mentes. A god's idol has to have some magic lingering in it. Your sort of thing, Gale? I'm still missing the Susar bark.
Steer clear. Whatever this is, we want no part of it. Never. Blasted fog is everywhere. And while I mulled on that solemn responsibility, you went and took care of it on your own. The path of a Balspawn is not an easy one. Nor does it ever truly end.
If I tried to spare Geraldus the same headaches, well, now you know why. And if he is half the Harper I suspect, it won't make a damned bit of difference. Then by all means don't let me keep you. We can't end this until Ketherick can bleed. I await your next report.
Viam sapientiae.
What else was to be expected? Disturbing the graves of the dead.
Go.
There is more to the devil's gaudy decor than this. Some power inside.
More of the mind flayer's pets.
Let me make it easy for you. That will give me a little but a bad taste in the mouth.
War-grutting wrong-wrinkler.
They'll last long enough. Magic incarnate.
Aqua pura.
Far from me to judge you for playing coy with Mistra. But I will not be cleaning up whatever mess she makes of you for it.
Show them how to fear.
Beyond that, our course is yours to set. I can recall how to take orders, as well as give them.
Damihi facta.
The cub speaks.
That he is. But don't worry. We can handle him.
Ad maiorum de gloriam. Tempestus.
Orin wants to play. Perhaps she is lonely and craves our company. But a bard can tell you all the rest. As for all the things they cannot, well, I shall just have to keep those for myself.
Odd necklace. Might sell for a few coppers.
Is this just a ploy to read the tomes on Mithran or the Twilight Hall keeps, which cannot be accessed by those not sworn? Well, it is a relief to know a friend is there for them. In your way.
Do not feign smallness, girl. It doesn't suit you. I am the follower here. Though I would ask we keep the jumping to a minimum.
Interlego!
I won't send too many letters back to the gate while I'm away. I will try to enjoy solace. But you look disbelieving.
All right.
But we're keeping our eyes on you.
Let's.
Oh!
Just like when I was a child.
Looks like an ambush. Each door named for a famous mage. It is Garces we want, then.
Hag-shouldered scum vestige. Spurious prune tart.
Well, I know when I'm not wanted. Oh, come now. I can still smell the paint on this one. Not for me. They would die for peace. There's still life left in this old thing.
No. Quite the opposite, in fact. I hope to greet my family when all the fighting was done.
Safe passage. And a personal invite from Lord Gortash himself. Whatever will we wear? And when we were married, on an upturned cart in the rainy Dalelands, he stammered so much. I've never been sure if our vows actually counted.
I'll be waiting.
Up, now.
Come. The great general flees us, but he left a trail to follow.
Oh! Again? Until the challenge is equaled. This can't be activated here. I'd better look around.
Dialano!
Dolor. A harper's gaze can only be turned by proof. By the looks of it, a tall tale is all you have to offer.
Isabel! No! What in the nine hells happened?
Come what may.
We'll be the tempest that blows clear this accursed place.
An idol of Shar. Shadowheart might want to see this.
For a good cause, I promise.
Something we can use? This harper pin opens more doors than most. Come down to my study and see if you can figure it out. Some feathered thing was hurt here.
Ah, sentiment.
With the greatest affection, I can think of better ways to sour our stomachs. You freed Minsk from the cult's influence. Now it is for me to ensure that he stays that way for as long as I can. Jan Jansen. I admired his respect for growing things. Less so his disregard for his own ripe smell. Baldurians simply get on with it. Stubbornness, civic spirit, plain stupidity. Perhaps all three. But nothing I will sniff at any longer. Ha! Too late. But don't worry. I shall try to sob into pillow tonight, so as not to wake the entire city.
The problem, Ranger, is that you charged in at all. We didn't even know what we were dealing with.
Gon's true name? Nebulan. I think I would have changed it too.
Pallida mors! Obede me!
That didn't work out the way you imagined, I reckon. But if you have questions, you've earned whatever answers I can give.
Ale me!
Invoco te! We learned to take them as a marker of pride. Even gods can be resisted. Mayrina's curse is bound to the doll, because... look at it. Now to undo it. Oh, Ryan. Just like that.
Time.
Viconia de Veer. Alas, I know you a little too well to follow you into a dark hole in the ground. Would that there was a hand big enough to smack them all. Meaning no insult, Oakfather Sylvanus. Never mind the shining squares. I am more comfortable on streets like this. A peek at the true face behind the mask. So much blood. The illicits take what's useful and discard the rest.
And what then, Astarion? You would use this power, born of so much death, for good, I suppose?
Canto te.
So Baal's chosen is a doppelganger.
I should not be surprised. They have ever been among his favorite servants.
Oribus teneo lupum!
Carrion raises the dead, and then hides the source of his power inside.
Just like when I was a child.
If that's the case, we've got more problems than just the worms in our heads.
We will be rid of the tadpoles one day soon, but not yet.
Inveniam viam!
Now, you were speaking to my friend. Politely. You'll find he can do little to help there. Too much in the habit of blocking enemy blows with his skull. The last time Baalspawn walked the world, it was only to serve their father's design. We got lucky in averting it once.
Minsk has the guild and 9 fingers on board. Deep down, it seems even the wicked can be moved to care for the city that made them.
Nothing.
There must be another way to unseal it.
A turtle on its back has more heart.
No, cub, he does not mean me.
No fussing. You're fine.
Lux in tenebra. Perhaps we should exercise a touch more caution in future?
I hope I'm not mistaken.
Still is, probably. Along with a tadpole that, lest we forget, is just waiting for a chance to split your skull. Just sweet nothings for now. It tests me. Wants to know why I do not carry a tadpole. As you do.
Veni et juvene!
Fled back to the shadows, no doubt. Come out, boy, or this mean old Harper might get cranky. From there, I made some inquiries of my own. Saw firsthand how easily the cult could turn friend to foe with but the twist of a tadpole. Only because I can no longer bear to look you in the eye.
I know better. I stood here a century ago and watched this same ceremony unfold. I stand here again to show you how it ends.
Blood. There, near the bed. She stands at the same crossroads you yourself once did, Viconia. But it seems you are not quite the teacher you thought. The time for words will come when we lay my harpers to their final rest. I owe them that.
What about you? Will you protect the world from what they have become?
Grand Duke Ravengard? Seems Moonrise Towers has acquired a high-value asset.
Let's try this.
My pleasure. Now I've slipped free of the trap and rediscovered my claws. My blade will taste of your flesh, Ketherick, and so settle a century-old score.
But that would be a mercy. One you have not earned.
I'll ask the hamster.
A cold kind of mercy. But mercy still, I think.
Kudo!
Friend is not the word I'd use. Nor is petty if you've a mind to keep your tongue.
Well, I know when I'm not wanted.
Vivat crescat floriat!
Claimed.
At the ready, harpers! In this light, there will be victory. In this light, we will avenge the fallen!
But should Great Vlaakith come to settle a score with Lizelle, well, I might be convinced to kill her. Don't even start down that path. I don't like where you're headed. A dragon and elf apparently befriended. One day I'll share such a bond with a dragon of my own. Live with it if you can. I will not.
David Deo!
Nothing so grand. He was just another broken little ballspawn who tried to clamber to glory over the corpses of others. Dribble's torso. Limbs trimmed. Carrion had made a lair for himself below the city.
With your bones rotting beneath your father's hall. Your name remembered by none.
Invocote!
As simply as that? For no other reason than that I asked?
I can't work without a blueprint. Good. Perhaps she needs that too. But he's returned. Not only does General Ketherick Thorm live again, it seems he is no longer mortal. He has become, in fact, invincible. Where is the barbarian rage? I've been learning so many colorful phrases from you. I was hoping to inspire a few more. Look, well, our stupidity. Our price to pay. I can feel the intestines delicately parting for my prying fingers, the supple kidneys greeting my inquisitive claws. I think this is my work from months past. It doesn't spoil the taste, if that's what you're wondering. That proud determination of yours should shame me. But it heartens me instead. Pull aside the curtain of years and I can see myself echoing your resolve. Orders. Oh no, you're bleeding. What? So all this time, he has been leeching his life from an immortal? Oh, the man is more parasite than anything in his true soul's heads. The donation most gratefully accepted, if he still believes in you. I would not be overly concerned what your ladylove thinks. Goddess or no. Come on now, you're tougher than that. A rift! There's our chance. Go inside its mind. The battle, the escape after. I might need to lick my wounds a while before I can be of use to you. Are you sure you wish to face me? You make promises that aren't yours to keep. Take care that their breaking does not break something more. Beating thee would soil my hands. You know your task. This relic. Find it. Strip Ketherick of its power. My pleasure. But he slunk back into his father's shadow instead. There is nothing more to say of him. Come, cub! Show them how you've grown! If it will help, only remember, this cow's definitely enchanted. Gale could use this. And lappy them! Better than kicking it down. And still you signed his contract. Perhaps it was the wiser course. But I have trouble believing our problems can be solved so easily. I'll be there soon, my lady. Ah, Menzoberranzan. A beautiful city sprouting from Underdark. A shame about its loath-loving residents. Now come. We had best get to saving it. Lest Ryan turn her ire on us both. Let's hope we chose the right ally. That song. So the demonic figures we saw were Githyanki all along? Let me help. I am not a hero. I am a servant. Of nature. Of balance. Of life. At this moment, I serve all of you. None shall die today, but those who annoy us can't take long. Detano! Here, perhaps stealing from wizards is not the wisest course. Consider me reformed. Lizelle, no. This is not where you fall, child of Gith. Not for moving. These melodies. The Red One is filling them with Baal's ire. Take him down! The others will scatter! For every strange situation he finds himself in, he wanders right back out of it again. Just a century later, sometimes. Glaucius! It's as good as done. Be wary of Lizelle. She chose loyalty, yes. But there are none so dangerous as those who only believe because they must. Congratulations. You've earned yourself the benefit of the doubt. Yaktote! Agreed. I have been spending too much time with the wild and rebellious youth. If you are asking whether love and joy are beyond you, just because of the taint in your blood, you can go another bout. Don't turn around. Imperote! If I can warn the Dukes an army of absolutists is on the march, perhaps the city still stands a fighting chance. Cum mortuus in lingua mortua, resisto mortem.
What have we got?
Stay out of my head!
The dead three plague the world still. The city still falls prey to small minds like Gortash or lost souls like Orin. Sylvanus, strengthen your hand.
Sine metu.
You'll need to free up your ranks a little first. Suggested.
No! No!
My harpers and I will hold the tower while we can, and wait to hear when the deed is done. Lucky those bandits valued their own hides over their loot. They have me slaying gods, or laying with them, depending on the bard. Or pleasing their own undying queen, who lives on to serve... What purpose, exactly? You don't mind, do you?
Confusio!
I will not lie and tell you that this does not cause me to doubt, but... it doesn't change anything. I doubt you'll find much to sacrifice in this place. Let's keep focused. Fine. Didst thou mother sex a plague rat?
Get thee gone! Custardus discharge!
You could feed an army with an egg that size, if you found an intact one. Just observing.
Your head's empty as a debtor's purse.
Now come. Our work isn't done yet.
Resisto ignem!
Doppelganger. Shifter of shapes. And downright pain in the ass.
Mors animi!
Care for a bedtime story while you're at it. I can mend your wounds, if I must. Gatheric's vulnerable now. All we have to do is strike. Katla. I was poisoned when last I was there. Still an improvement on Raphael's hospitality.
Veritas credo oculos!
I am your friend, Ranger. I am not your witch. There will be no ointments or healing balms.
Precis alia ferro!
Oh, calm down. I'm happy to see you too. Kindness is too often a decoy. Are you? Well. You have a rather vacant, tadpole finally ate my brain look about you. This relic must be your focus instead, then. Find it. Strip him of its power. You finally found yourself a following, Mother Superior. And you only had to hollow out their heads to do it. You're not our only secret weapon. Gatherick is vulnerable now. We should hasten to Moonrise, lest our angelic friend kills him before we have a chance to. Curious. I could never quite tell if she was proud of them or not.
Vincere est vivere!
Here, allow me. In a moment. The smallest of small talk. Oh, joy. Ha! Every tinkerer thinks his toy is indestructible. Until you hit it hard enough. Is there? Wonderful. Another Minsk in the making.
Makaste!
I thought we fought the same fight. Perhaps we do still. And I was only wrong about which side of it you stood on. Eldath ease your wounds. Haven't left you yet.
Tibido penas!
More or less. A powerful asset. Just what are their intentions, I wonder? What in the hells is that thing? Show them how to fear. You know the criterion exactly. I'm touched. But I'm already spoken for. Who said? The Mind Flayer's gone. Too late for regrets now. I'm to put my feet up? Huh. Watch me complain. Let me see what can be done. I wonder if Gortash knows just who it is he is dealing with.
Rank malodorous pustule!
Do you know? I think we have given offense. Meaning that whatever cause I turned my hand to, there I would find them. Harpers, stuffed with their own virtue, but always there. Always trying to help. Steps light as falling leaves. More than I would like. In my youth, I was a brief and very much unwilling member of a colony's hive mind. It is easy to get tired of the intrigue. The high causes shrouded in secrecy. I thought I might find another way to be of use to the world. The druid in me would like to say it was a thing of balance.
The younger woman recalls rather more about a fine bottom, and the habit not to speak unless he had something to say.
Up you get. And what of the living they feast on? Should they not prove as admirable as Astarion? They deserve a chance too. The prism! Swiftly!
When we met, I was licking my wounds. An old bear with her leg caught in the hunter's snare.
The cult of the Absolute is spreading through the city. Quietly, quickly, and with unsettling deliberation.
Some slip of paper tucked beneath the canvas.
Traitors among us. A child taken. And still I can only feel relief. If they had taken Isabel too,
Try to keep up. Fools. As if the promise of any amount of gold would make them Dame Aylin's equal. I sense you mean no insult, calling scarce a century ago the old days, which is considerably more insulting. That wizard took a risk, and it looks like it paid off. The brain is destroyed.
It'll hurt less if you hold still.
Thibodeau Penas! Why am I not surprised that young Will was well fed on folk tales?
But I have to believe there is a better way.
So, I will hold on to this for a little while, I think. And see which one of us is right.
Me? I think I would have tugged the great goddess's hair a bit first.
You did well bringing this to me. Thank you.
Messy little wizard. He didn't tidy his toys away. Marcus has been with us since the start. They've been tracking us this whole time.
What are you doing? Do not look at me like that.
I have been content to see the span of my natural years. A privilege far too few in this world can claim.
Well, I know when I'm not wanted.
Good. Ketherick thought he was safe too.
Are they?
We haven't earned our rest just yet.
Ketherick awaits. What do you need from me?
Allow me.
Lizelle will not break easily.
But Orin will only enjoy her work the more for that if we give her the time. Make them think twice.
This stirs a memory. Some sick creature was playing out the death of Bolspon Ilisera.
Play whatever part you must to get us closer to Orin's stone. It is not for me to question.
If we are nearby, we will do well to check he isn't up to anything. And I can't wait to see the shock on his face when he sees Minsky yet lives.
No need of that. Every Harper is a bard unto themselves, I'm afraid.
Good evening again, young Harper. Ensure you ever maintain balance between drink, water, and nourishment on a night like this.
Voco nubes!
What can a worm teach others but how to crawl? Shadowheart has no need of your instruction, Viconia.
Fighting ahead.
Oh, just once it would be nice not to play the cooler head.
You're right. We have probably wasted enough words on this matter.
Iratio inspira!
It is you who holds the key to defeating Ketherick, not I. Do what you must. If it rids us of this cult, we'll consider the price well paid.
This is the one who saved my life. So really, he owes you your gold piece.
Tempestas intactilis sum!
You don't craft a chest like that to hold trinkets. There must be something valuable inside.
We are a little ways from our camp here. You'll just have to put up with me for now.
We can speak of old battles later. Our plate is piled high with catastrophes enough for the present. Huh? Something in the tower moved. Aye, aye.
Incertus, pulcher, imperio!
We have a lot to discuss. But first, you have someone to thank.
Always comes to this.
We have no means to free the prince. But you still have the means to use his power. Thank you for doing what we could not. You and Halsin both.
I can be social, if I must. Garlack is lucky to have you.
And know that you are not forgotten. If you're friends, don't drag you from the hells, it will only be because you freed yourself first. Tadpole or no, this force is like to split the skull.
I suppose I have no choice but to believe you.
Homecomings are never easy. I fear Orpheus will find the Githyanki much changed. And they him. Ever will Shar try to twist bonds of love into chains of service. Shadowheart did not let her. And you're sure you'll handle Minsk so easily as that? I must inspect the refreshments. You'll never know. Some ne'er-do-well might have tampered with the wine. We ventured into darkness together. Now we've come out the other side. I'd say I'm feeling a little refreshed.
Still not quite so sure about you, though.
I hope that arsehole died afraid. But we can settle debts later, Nine Fingers. For now, we need help. We're searching for Minsk of Rashomon. I suppose I am. Though they seem determined to make me redundant.
Grown?
That statue. Seems they worshipped some kind of scholar?
Oribus teneo lupum!
Afraid not. A count to 5 is all I need.
We've made a powerful ally today.
Shadow people roaming shadow streets. There's little more to learn down here but some depressing ways to die.
These days, they have nothing but the Stone Lord to talk about.
Look, where's the TB placket?
Shapeshifters. We'll have to look twice at everyone, no matter how trusted.
Your choice, not mine.
Gale, no!
Why not? We can have our reckoning over the rubble afterwards.
This view's almost worth the walk.
I see little more than a cowardly deception at play.
Resurges!
You did something to me. I will not have my strings pulled like some parasite's puppet. You will not get the chance to do it again.
Voco venei!
Knowing that, isn't it our duty to burn on if we can? To fight for as long as we are able?
Still wet with blood. Perhaps this is where Father Lorgan was attacked.
A messy end. And we won't be hearing about it from him.
But to trade an ally like chattel. You and the Mother Superior make fine bedfellows already.
You have earned your place as a dark justiciar of Shar.
This must be where he was making them. There's no shortage of evidence.
Invicio!
What? So all this time he has been leeching his life from an immortal? The man is more parasite than that thing in your head. Still, if you see sense in making an alliance, I won't question it. I'll just look forward to the inevitable breaking Gortash spoke of.
Rest in peace, Ansur. This is probably not the end you deserved.
That is no ordinary tadpole.
Sine metu!
A circle of summoning. Our little diabolist is lonely. But for what manner of company? That marking.
Gale, this Tressum is something to you?
And the tadpoles have fallen silent, I take it? Good.
Nothing interesting buried here. No hesitation! These people are long dead!
Then ask. The Emperor fears Orpheus. Do not expect it to stand idly by and see him freed.
Wouldn't take much to send that stone crashing downwards.
Tonitros! Te curo!
So be it. At least let me be the one to strike the final blow.
Theory and supposition. None of which will help us in the fight to come.
Nothing happens in this city that she doesn't hear of, sooner or later.
Your own fault.
You're just in time for happy hour.
I have seen friends die before. But to do the deed myself.
Later. We have enemies to silence first.
But if you have room for one lone soldier,
I would face Ketheric by your side.
The Harpers keep records of those who fought for the city. I think I would recall mention of a bare-assed little cherub in all our story and song.
Let me help. You were the one who rescued those the Absolute had imprisoned. You were courageous to brave the depths of Ketheric's stronghold.
Nature's servant. And yours.
I'm talking!
I am well.
Time to make yourself useful, little wizard. Is this some kind of test? Or a game, perhaps?
Whoa, Malar's mark, what is that? The great devil grows sloppy. He makes his offer, but only after telling us where to find what we seek. The Orphic Hammer.
Voco Arvina!
Whoever owns this place is up to something with these toys. We ought to find them. This body can take a little more punishment yet. I suppose you'll have your answer when you wake in the morning.
They're going to call for help. Stop them. But you're far from the most eccentric drinking companion I've had. I'd like to know more. Cheers.
Darkness too deep for any common light. Stone Lord, we have some uninvited guests. See them out. This place would fare better with some hanging plants.
I am not in the habit of giving second warnings. We still have a common enemy in the Absolute, but here our paths diverge. May you find good fortune. And some sense, too.
For the Absolute!
I assure you it is. Falling foul of Ketheric convinced me that my grand adventures were behind me. That even if I survived, I should hang up my blades.
Sarevok, Baal's least favorite son. Still tied to Daddy's apron strings, I see.
I have no idea what is happening here, but I begin to grow impatient. You will be well. Be well, Astarion. Hide while you must. But do not think your city is done with you just yet.
Ever the Ballspawn's lot. To bring death, or wait for it to find them.
And you're certain you will continue to resist?
Invisibilis!
Marcus. If he'd managed to get himself infected without a single Harper noticing, I'd be very surprised.
You found a little bit of yourself again. Do not let Seluna take all of the credit. She may have lit the way, but it is you who took this step.
Ketheric will be vulnerable now. All we need to do is strike. Don't turn around.
Fine, Emperor. We shall go no further. My allies are little used to me with burst skulls. They'll be back, don't you worry. Lighter than the dark, faster than the shadows. That is how they move.
Hey! Kudo!
Then we'd best win, wizard. If we cannot, well, this is quite the view.
No rest, be you wicked or wise.
Well, hello there.
Fulgur!
A bronze dragon, greeting Balduran, the city's founder.
One way to find out. My weapons have weathered worse.
The brain is growing in power. Or loosening its bonds. A whole fleet of nautiloids. How many true souls have passed through this place? Oh dear. Should I brace myself for some fashion advice?
Veritas, credo, oculos.
Come, laggards. There is still enough to be done this day, to which we've added a low and craven chapter. I can't see the greater good in it, should it lead us to Orin. In truth, I do not know. I raised them to make their own choices, as your father did you. Claws out, Father Lorgan's refugees.
Orin writes again.
The privy won't lack for paper, at least.
There is one certain way.
I hold it in my hand. Look out! We can find safe passage to the center.
David Deo!
It seems likely, which means he isn't working alone.
Ask them, but quietly.
The one and only. He was a Sharan then. We caught him building an army of dark justiciars. With the local druids, we made a powerful alliance and put him down.
Feels like there's magic in every thread of this cowl.
Something for Gale, certainly. And again, we leave this place blighted by the curse.
Always a bigger battle somewhere else.
Let's have a look. Where you will face him in the height of his power, alone. Understand that I must go with him. He cannot stay by your side, and I cannot abandon him to the Absolute again. I ought to leave you behind. Clausus!
Faccio, voco, fere!
Behold, a most noisy cock.
Cupio, virtus, licet.
That feels good.
Resisto accidum.
Ah, glad to be there. Always another step to go.
A powerful ally. Well chosen, Shadowheart.
Say the word, and we're off. No. We were a host 100 strong, after all. Until we were not. Tight fit. I barely got through. As for you, you exposed a true soul in our midst. You're no puppet of the Absolute, are you?
No bigger group of misfits would you find.
You won't be the first stray Yankee who wandered over our hearth. Sarevok once fancied himself Baal's chosen, until we put him in his place. Feel no shame for forgetting him. History shall do the same. There, a miserable pile of secretion. You've already bested your father. I would advise against fighting the battle over again in your mind. You have a nether stone, and you're on the scent of 2 more. My harpers and I will be the noose that closes in around Ketherick, and as it tightens, you'll go in for the kill. One that feeds on his friends, no less.
You're amply reinforced already. I'll let the new blood do all the running around.
For now.
To bed. Should anyone wish to kill us in our sleep, I might as well die comfortable.
Yes, sir. How convenient. That the key to our salvation is the very corruption your illicit friend has been asking you to embrace all along. Fiat voluntas Dei!
We must learn Gon's true name. Pity we cannot ask his mother.
More owlbear eggs. Already hatched. No point in taking these. I feel glorious. Say no more. Just get the job done.
Some manner of opening behind those boxes.
What was that?
Haha. I wondered if it would take you long to spot.
Claws out. Maleos! Your word, Ranger. That next time you will stop and think. I will not always be here to tell you what to do. The Harper safe house I spoke of is on the bridge at Worm's Crossing. Danthelon's dancing axe.
You won't miss it.
What? Trust me. With the grand wisdom of centuries, I can make no more sense of this than you. Such keen senses. I suppose you're up to keep guarding them all while I'm away. I suppose I've faced worse. Looks like all those moon plates can be turned.
Enough circling. The Harpers welcome any into their ranks, so long as their soul is willing. You've proven you have one. Mind flare or no.
If our luck holds, they won't need to. If it doesn't, well, they are Harpers. Being outnumbered is part of the job. Thou pyrite-loving tit.
Well, consider this an experiment then. Before you go, there's somebody else you should meet.
Address him. I've never seen one so close.
Damn.
Is it the earth beneath that crunches, or the bones within?
More doppelgangers. It appears they have made common cause with the cult. Perhaps I'll wake to greet the dawn. Take a walk and see where my legs take me.
Rise, Archdruid! Your work is not done!
Lanceport pieces, big as boulders. As if the game wasn't tiresome enough. I would have been compelled to offer a prayer to Shar here once, but no longer.
I had a choice. Stay and let word of this cult die with us, or leave him and live to fight another day.
And afterwards, the reckoning forward. You think people look to you now to solve their every quibble? Try wearing that pin.
But you will wear it well. Why would you take the knife from our enemy's throat? Unless perhaps he is not your enemy at all.
I hope your goddess is pleased.
Ah! Oh, mundus vult decipi.
The great Archduke's coronation became his funeral rite. At least the flowers will not go to waste.
Another gift disc. Lae'zel will have quite the collection.
You meant well, Minsk. But you exposed the city to harm. You helped the cult spread. And worse, perhaps than any of this.
Codico face.
Until that same agent returned and tried to plant a knife in my neck. My first encounter with a true soul.
Huh? Once I would have never expected such words from a creature of the night. But you have saved the city.
You forced me to raise arms against my own. That will not happen again.
Then would you call it mercy? If the next night I never let you wake?
Resisto frigus!
What little herb lore I have.
The same person who walked into the Last Light Inn. Though I might have more trouble tangling you in vines. Now you can float.
Extende! Anything helpful? A great big X, perhaps? Consider my hackles raised.
Then there's two of us.
This doll. I do not wish to meet the child who finds comfort in that. Something to say? I doubt it. Removing the head to stay the subject's tongue even in death. None guards their secrets more savagely than a Sharan. Madit Prince. Well, we knew they teleported in from outside somehow. That was horrible. And you've never looked more yourself. It's good to see you, Karlak. Well, this is a bigger mess than any we made in the old days. My congratulations. What would you like? A pat on the backside? Still, I kind of liked him. Sharp in all the right ways. My eyes are sharp enough to see you squirm, Vampire Lord. They can guide Astarion too. These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic. I think Gale might be interested.
As in... hobbies? Oh, well... I like to play music, I suppose?
Come now. It's but a scratch. And Farrell's no harper, and claims no love for those who are. But he's been known to shelter us when we need it. So, we've been traveling with a goddamned vampire? Blackguard! You're viler than the worm that's consuming you. I smell a trap.
It is so. And should one favor bear form, that tree in particular makes for excellent back scratching.
You're sure? The toys from the barn. This must be where they were crafted. Amicus animalis. Ooh. Why do dungeons always have a way of bruising buttocks? Risum teniatis. Time. As you were. Mahler's mark. A cloaker. We draw near to its lair. We can only expect it to lash out. Move. Not everyone made it out alive. I'm sure it's very fine. But lanterns have a tricky habit of going out when you need them. Will is a good man. And that is exactly what his devil will use to bind him. In as many ways as she knows how. Essurio tempora mutantur. Or perhaps the Rashomar have forgotten us. It would make a refreshing change if that is so.
I thought I was prepared for treachery. But an all-out assault. I blundered into their trap like a fool.
On that point, I am still to be convinced.
Invoco te! Orin snatches a child to clamor for our attention. She has it.
Where's Gale?
Nocturnus. For the fallen. Oh, why can't you fetch, puppy? Death is no excuse.
No rest. Be you wicked or wise.
I'm glad you're safe, Entharl. My Harpers, they were replaced by doppelgangers. Vita
Mortis Cario.
I believe you. You remind me of another I knew, marked by forces beyond their control.
I'll mark an entrance I know. From there, we shall just have to follow our noses.
Won't even slow you down.
Kitios!
Illicit writings. They might as well daub their tentacles in paint, for all I can understand.
It is most disturbing. Listen, you! He was a harper. A better one than me, truth be told. Any idiot can swing a sword, but to believe in the cause with the whole of your heart, a much trickier thing. Hide! Crawl under any rock you can! Ha! Keen eye. I suppose I could be persuaded.
All for a madman and his rodent. Baldur's mouth makes ready to spew more filth. Unless we stitch it shut first.
A decisive end to the one whose powers protected you. I hope whatever you gain from his sacrifice is worth it. The wizard is a twit, but he is not a fool. Our ruse will only buy a short reprieve. We ought to tell Dame Aelin.
You have not experienced my hatred, stranger. Not yet, at least.
But if you do not trust me, take the weight from the pressure plate there.
A fresh wound. Whoever took their trophy, they can't be far away.
You're about to. Thick as a glob of unguent. Sod this for a game of soldiers. Te curo.
Manus potentes paro.
Well, scratch? Do you scratch yourself somewhere?
The charm renews itself, it seems. No one hides like a harper. Abuno disque omnes!
Oh. By all means. What's mine is yours. Mind it doesn't choke you.
Tore!
As long as we hold this floor, the tower is ours. I'll stay here. Ensure no one comes up or down without a scimitar welcome. There is a grave threat to us all, stretching as far as Baldur's Gate. And I need your help. You know better than to believe our victory is some destined thing. I need to be sure that Minsk knows it too.
That speaks well of your taste. I've heard my share of bad ballads about things I never did.
Come. We are not beaten yet. A sad shrine kept by the lunatic and the lost. The last time I was here, I promised myself I would die beneath open sky. I have not changed my mind.
Give her a moment.
Knowing a devil's deal, you would retain your senses. No comfort, I suppose.
Let us see what this does.
The elf sails away and leaves the city to the dragon. The worm in Worm's Crossing, I suppose. Better stay back. One strike could be lethal. Orin is testing you. Either she thinks herself a predator, playing with her food, or she fears what you might do.
They'll write stories of this, of course. Each fable sprouting more falsehoods than the last. But for that one seed of truth, you did this.
But then, who am I speaking to? You have far more experience than I. The city's lower intestine, perhaps? Away! Eye-watering stench! He's the one who protected the Emerald Grove. Dissolve! Felt like an earthquake. As if I didn't have problems enough already.
The wizard might have warded his treasures better. Out of sight. I was just going to take it from your corpse anyway.
But I see the flush in your cheeks when I speak of family. Perhaps you mean to start one of your own. Fake. I begin to wonder if the djinn himself is not just some painted blue buffoon. Look here! None fit in Jura. The threat of spanking never kept the children from poking through my things. Why should it deter you?
Eyes to yourselves.
If you have questions, ask. Just don't expect my answers to rhyme. Do not take that tone with me, rodent! Fine, fine. All three of us, then. A dark deed. But a necessary one.
Should it offend the gods, then they are free to descend and take a greater hand in events.
Think, you idiot! For once, just bloody think!
Rise, or don't, I care not.
You have me at a disadvantage. Let me correct that.
Ugh. I have no love for the sea. But the city would not be what it is without these ships. That lends them a kind of beauty, I suppose.
Poisonous, necrotic appendage!
Bet this idol has a bit of divine spark left. Something Gale can use.
Te curo!
First druid. And now last druid. Thanks to me.
Time!
Enough! I put my faith in you. Thought you someone worth following. Do not make a fool of me.
Oh, you should not say that in polite company.
Isabel's in her room upstairs. She'll be expecting you.
Quod dico face!
I'm the last one standing.
But I wouldn't be if it weren't for you. So, what do you say? Shall we take the final steps together?
You shame me. In all our hunting, I had put them from my mind. At your back, always.
You don't say. Schio, dedici, pecto!
Whatever wretch lives in this place. They've been setting traps in toys meant for the refugees.
Te absolvo!
I wish I could. But she alone knows what awaits her in Avernus. And she has made her choice. Take my hand.
Didst your idiot mother beclothe you?
It seems tales of my clemency have been greatly exaggerated. You have already made that choice. You returned Ketheric's relic to him. Perhaps you won his favor. But now you must face the full force of his power. Alone. Look around you. You shall have to learn to live with not good enough, I'm afraid. Whenever you're ready. Just Jaheira to you now. Go on. I have all the help I need. You bear a noble name, true enough, Will. But your father built it from nothing. Are you so certain people will follow you for that alone?
Harpering is not all heroics.
I wonder what that did.
Brace yourself.
A sweeter sight still. The world those ships might make if you plied them between the planes. Interplanar learning, trade.
You are not so easily beaten.
You've learned so much. That tadpole in your head already begins to pay dividends.
Why smell thou of placenta musk?
Fight. Was your father a flounder?
Crescat scientia.
Let's get out of here before we stop to chat. If you are trying to help me, please stop. I missed him too. And try as you might, I know you have not missed my point as neatly as you pretend. It can do far more than that. Far worse than that.
Intelligente pauca.
I assure you it's quite safe.
If we can be discreet, I am not one to turn down a sharp mind. Or an even sharper hive mind, in this case.
Mostly the same children's rhyme. On a battered whistle of tin. I do not get a lot of time to practice.
One in particular calling himself the Stone Lord, perhaps.
More!
Without a cure for your infection, your days are numbered too. Yet you selflessly offer to spend them fighting alongside us. I like you.
Let's see.
You seem like a good kid, but I'm going to hold you to that. With my scimitar, if needed.
Resisto mortem! Be a dear and come when you are called. Anti. Resurges! Macesque!
Well done. Did you learn how we might untether Ketheric from this night song?
I will admit a petty sort of pleasure in your making the goddess look a lackwit, cleric.
Just a little bite.
I have heard gems of this hue can be found only in the swamps of Minaurus. A long way from here.
A fake,
And not even a good one. Then it was not demons you saw, but Githyanki warriors. But if you insist on calling me ma'am, I'll happily snap a few orders while you do all the work.
Silentium!
On my way. We'd be fools to retaliate against Cazador by night. But we shouldn't wait long past morning. I doubt the homecoming he plans for Astarion is a happy one.
Thou quivering plague rat! Behold! The fool of fools!
I will try to make it swift.
Incommodum!
They're taking their sweet time, aren't they, Harpers? Huh. Must be some good picnic spots out there. Ketherick will strike again. We need you to strike first. Blast! We left the dog to the kennels.
Thou roach-mocked jester!
If you can call this living, there is some power to this thing. I know not what. And I'm not sure I wish to. Exactly. The upper city has been almost entirely rebuilt. That's where the gold is. Even the builder's scaffolds are cleared from the streets. No dust left to sneeze at.
Agilius! Vocomoros!
I can't see a thing by your command. No kissing it better. By your command.
We'd make better strangers!
Come, you can keep going.
Impero tibi!
I wished at that very moment to give you a new purpose. To invite you to the Harpers. You were ready. You were worthy. You will save us. Of that I have no doubt. And I hope to be right by your side. But I have to believe the way we do it matters too. If the bards are right, then I've already done my share of deeds. But I can assure you, the work only ever feels half-finished at best. Any surprises? But so be it. It is you who has the key to Moonrise, not I. Do what you must. If it rids us of this cult, we'll consider the price well paid.
Vocoglacius!
Sticky. I hope that is blood.
Let me make it easy for you.
Cannot always go in plain sight.
Seems like nature's provided a shortcut. Do not get too comfortable just yet. I will want a full report. Everything you learned during your time with the cult. Onward. Let the words of Alondo ring true. I have never been known for my tact. But honesty is the better virtue by far. So, sincerely, thank you. Does it hurt, Sarevok? To be confronted with yet another of your brood who is not so desperate for Daddy's attention as you are. The cleric who cast the sending was wounded. Should I have sobbed on her shoulder? I mourn for whoever you were before the Absolute infected you. Well, I know when I'm not wanted. A simple creed to spout. A harder one to live by. You've let my study turn into a thicket. Is this what I am hearing? I do not know what other options we have. Imprisoned most of his life, and he freely gave what little remained to save his people. Rare that a hero actually lives up to their prophecy.
Impero te!
More of the clown. A grim manner of motley, this. I can feel the brain. And not to be obvious, but it's hungry for power. If I was any kind of friend, I'd have loosed an arrow myself. Or so I thought. Until I met you. No time for this. No notions of heroism put you above human failings. I should know. I've had my share of songs written about me. This is no innocent tinkering. What is Arthur up to down here? A list of names, with Father Lorgans the latest to be struck through. Targets, then. You're a vampire. I can't believe I trusted you. Let you share my camp! Eldath, ease your wounds. It is this, or throwing an enemy through. Whatever it takes. Chasing rumor halfway around the city and back. Crossing the guild. Wading through filth. Defying the one creature upon whom your very life depends.
Acadum!
Amidst the bloodstains, something else was spilled. Something pink. Getherick still clings to his power. We need the night song, free, by your command.
Break thy face! Villainous prick! It looks like they were sheltering down here.
So don't be sorry, because I mean to use you, if you're willing.
I know that one. They say I turned the very blades of grass against her. Her staff of office leapt into my hand, naming me its rightful wielder. If we find it. I doubt he's just left it lying around.
I led them here. To this. Maledicte.
No? It was a statue, dedicated to one of the city's lost heroes. Only it was that hero. Minsk, frozen in stone for a century, and freed, the story goes, in the city's hour of need. Handle the berserker's heart with care. Yes? Just because it is made of metal does not mean it cannot be broken. The steel foundry builds a brighter future for all. Unless you happen to work here, or live nearby, or require clean air to breathe.
Faccio, voco, fere!
Mind flayer script. Huh. Meaningless to me.
Amo sanguinem!
You are a good man, Will. And that is what your devil will use to bind you. In as many ways as she knows how. Why operate on the undead? And what part of Watchercraft requires their heads? Use the Emperor as it would use you. Or discard it. My days of doubting you are done. Sahuagin. Unusual for them to swarm the shore like this.
You've come from the shadows and wasted no time accusing one of our companions of treason. It's all a little odd.
Good. The right sequence. Though I don't know what's wrong with a simple key.
Hostium munera!
Whatever the next step, the path will still be there come morn. There is no harm in taking a moment to honor the fallen. Then, quite honestly, to sleep.
Coming.
Esurio!
Impressive. And fashioned in some mummer's workshop to be just that, I expect.
Frankly, I don't see another option than to make a desperate dash back to Baldur's Gate.
They put up a fight. And died for it. You do not fight alone.
Signum arcanum!
A diabolist's shop. That is no smell of eggs, then.
Punished?
Meaning what exactly? Mind flayer horticulture.
Sphaera mortis!
I heard the Blade of Frontiers was a hero, not a hellspawn. I've never heard something so beautiful.
Schio dedici pecto! You listening?
When I find myself needing a reminder of just who Isabel Thorm is, I simply step outside and look up. We can speak to Karlak of Avernus later. Let her live in this world a little, while she is able.
No.
But snotting into my sleeve while there is still work to do is.
It seems to be inert.
Are we supposed to wake it up somehow?
Well, I know when I'm not wanted. Whatever time remains to her is precious. She deserves to know just who she is wasting it on. A grim choice. But perhaps better than none at all, at the last.
Oi! Ugly!
Doesn't even slow you down.
Non fit injura.
Where? Hold. Whatever that learning thing is, I know a hunter when I see it.
Of course, girl. You can help me determine who it is doing all this snoring.
The traitor prince is close.
We must split him open. We must fulfill Vlakith's command.
Mario!
There always is. But that is still the fundamental fact of it.
Cast your arrows elsewhere.
Yes, this is the one. And just in time. There's a city to be saved.
Different packs, then.
As you wish.
Just get the job done.
I do not doubt you would serve her forever.
Only that she would let you.
Strangely enough, those who grasp eternal life rarely mean for others to share in it. Isabel, this is...
Eresque dissera!
Extensively. Mind flayers, too.
But I never dreamed of seeing gods and Illithids working in consort.
The door is bound by some charm. I cannot tell what kind.
Hiding away from the guard. Only for something worse to find them.
Resisto frigos, vincere est vivere.
While I draw breath, I will not let this city bleed.
Perhaps I should applaud the liberation of bound creatures. But somehow I sense I will be the one cleaning up this mess.
Time for a social call, then. I'm sure Raphael makes for a wonderful host.
Shadowheart's choices are her own, but I bear no small blame. Viconia should have been rooted from the city years ago. First the Absolute, then a reckoning.
You've come from the shadows and wasted no time accusing one of our companions of treason. It's all a little odd.
Oh, you really think I'm pretty? Just a moment while I remember how to bat my eyelashes.
Ketherick and his minions were clever. Cruel, but clever.
Lilarkor.
No one truly understands the weight of loss until they've worn it a while.
There is no shame in sharing the load when you need to.
Well said.
This dream figure is no friend to us.
Let's see.
Good. We'll leave soon, and we don't want any surprises.
Te execror!
Most harpers swagger and flash their feathers to catch your attention. Khalid was quiet to a fault.
This ought to be good.
Ugh,
Tormentum!
myself and the coast entire. A debt I'm unlikely to repay in the years left to me. But I suppose I can make the effort.
Not over yet.
What we found was the first dark seed of this plot. A circle of cultists with mind flayers in their midst.
Oh my. The frail old dear cowers behind the child and thinks it will save her.
One that's happy to use his fangs, it seems.
She's upstairs in her chambers. Tell her I sent you, and she'll see you through the shadows safely.
Understood. Run through by an ox's horn. A beast of burden is a beast just the same.
Stand! Oh, is that what Nine Fingers was doing earlier? Wasting guild time with this Stone Lord business.
I could drown in that song.
What is it, cub?
The brain! There is no more time!
No rest. Be you wicked or wise.
Veritas credo oculos!
Onward. Another Balspawn falls, leaving only the final chosen.
Sicut catus!
Locked tight, but nowhere for a key. There must be another way to open it nearby.
This key. A perfect pair to the one we found in the tunnels. Pick one. Whichever is quicker. And do it now.
Oh no, you're bleeding.
I remember this spot.
Our siege engines stood on top of those towers. Once.
Strike like lightning! Roar like thunder! Wash over them with a blizzard's fury! Stand, Drow!
Why spare her feelings then? Go to her. Tell her.
A little shaky maybe, but you're fine.
He is rash, but he is not wrong. I will go with him. God speed you in the fight to come. Come then. We need a lead, and bullying this banker ought to make me feel better.
Back to the anus that spat you out!
Mors animae, right of the timeless body. What's that about? Oh, I'd better ask Jaheira.
The script. It matches the one on Zar's signet ring.
The Yore!
What's inside?
The time has come. Ketherick Thorn will taste of death at last. We need not speak of trust. Only using the creature, as it no doubt means to use us. Not the sound of success, I think. No joy. More guesswork it is then.
Take my hand.
Inexpugnabilis! Risum teniatis!
She cast the moon shield around the inn. It's the only reason we're still alive.
Accidum!
Perhaps it is uncouth to have taken pleasure in that. I am content to be uncouth.
Out! Foul deformity!
Ah, I think the house objects to uninvited guests. I share the sentiment, truth be told.
You might say that. I left their service and swore never to return. Multiple times, if I recall.
Stand together or fall apart. Fog? The curse spreads. Not even nature's devotees are safe.
Nobu, it was not something I ate.
The miserable grey cloak?
Ah,
I hope he has lived all this while. With a moonblade hanging over his neck he never expected to.
I most humbly beg your pardon.
done. And not a moment too soon.
You're the only one who can get inside the towers. You were born for this mission. Or made for it, rather.
But I wanted you to have time. For you to come to me and say as you have said. To choose for yourself, rather than have a destiny thrust upon you.
Looks empty.
Viam sapientiae!
A good start. But you've told me something I already know. Tell me something I don't.
Halt! Make him mortal. So we can make him bleed.
At least the bear will eat its kill. Not put it on display like some stripling yearning for approval. Flowers.
How are they growing? Here of all places.
Answering to Orin the Red, then. Go on. Together again in death. If not in life.
Expello te!
I am sorry, but... I am just tired. Lead on. You should never have come here, true soul.
We have the tadpole. We have the prince. It may have to be the Emperor's plan after all.
Harpers, hold this floor! Let none escape to warn the army. Not until we've put Ketherick down!
You brought violence into my home. Know that I only leave you alive to fulfill your purpose against the Absolute. I make no promises for when all of this is done.
A map of tunnels underneath some structure, marked Father Lorgan. A priest and his temple, perhaps. This is the trinket which forewarns of a Githyanki ambush. Yes? Schio, dedici, pecto. Done.
While I hover around.
The cup and the crow. Sounds like a cautionary tale, as it probably should.
Enough, Ryan. I taught you better manners than that.
Veritas, credo, oculos.
Yes! You liar. Why this need for tall tales?
Bad as this city is, I can think of nicer places to take a boat ride. Maybe if I squint.
It's packed too tight. I'll need a shovel.
I hope the city might call on you when needful. But you followed enough orders for your time.
Crescete iundo! Your father made a fine job of polishing them up some. But a sellsword is still a sellsword. They are just following their nature.
It's all up to you now. Ketherick awaits. We met him on the road here, commanding an army of the Absolute, intent on destroying Baldur's Gate. I put an arrow through his eye myself, only to watch him pluck it out like a splinter.
I suppose I am. I tried to steer them clear of my life's work, but they have chosen it for themselves.
Pieces of the clown put on display. Not my favorite kind of puzzle.
All for this.
Or a stalwart friend to one.
That depends entirely on the ballspawn.
If you are who I think you are, you have a long road ahead of you. Good luck, and thank you. It is I who follows you. But if I must venture some advice, this is the simple part. Ketherick dies, or we do, and the Sword Coast with us. He had compassion. When you live a harper's life, see all that a harper sees, that is by far the harder thing to hold on to.
That beacon of angelic wrath has taken the fight to Ketheric on the rooftop, and the first line of defense are dead.
Chances are slim I'd survive the journey back. But if I can warn the Dukes an army of absolutists is on the march, perhaps the city still stands a fighting chance. Well, that spared us all a tedious confrontation. We'll settle this by the sword! A fine thing to travel in a small pack once more. No doubt Ketheric thinks he has escaped us. I share my blame for pushing you down that path. For telling you that we must finish Ketheric at all costs. You have numbers enough already, I think. You'll want a small force if you are to finish this quickly.
Tainted with poison.
Marti Virtute! And Jaheira, and if our goals align, I may just be pleased to meet you.
The night song. Have you learned anything more?
Impero Tibi!
Doesn't she remind you of our old friend Marcus? Must have been fishing when these monsters came. Bad luck.
Just looking.
If Nine Fingers survived the fray, she will be right back to work in there. We ought to speak to her.
Wrong answer.
All right. He's in Isabel's room upstairs. Play along with his ruse for now while I gather a few trusted harpers. But don't let him get his hands on Isabel. Do not trust a word that slithers out of Lord Liar's mouth. It suits the cult to have us divided, doubting one another.
Speak up.
Watching gods. But I never thought I would be happy to see the city again. Much less to smell it. That did not look like an easy passage. That was tough. This can't have been used in a while.
Invocote!
You're close now. A final audience with Ketheric Thorm awaits. Not but another harvest.
Yes.
This stuff's seen better days. You sound so confident for someone who's so wrong.
So, I will hold on to this a little longer, I think. And linger on. To see which one of us is right.
Cover the hamster's ears, I'm going to scream.
Extextura!
Oh, Estelle! Send in your ladies, would you? Oh. The wizard mislikes sticky fingers, I think. Always comes to this. We might have ended it there. Cut off at the root, but before I could send for help, Mince charged in alone.
Oh. Well, let us hope you cannot catch anything this way.
Incertus pulcher imperio. I shudder to think what fish one might catch down here. Refreshing. May I?
And now another final battle. This small band has gone further than any army could have in its place.
What's done is done. But we should check the corpses for valuables.
You're greasier than a wargroast.
So why haven't you done it? You were supposed to get the young ones out of the city. Might as well.
Mutatis mutandis!
Rather more than a spot, actually. I'm sure Gale has heard the cautionary tale of the mad mage John Irenicus. You first. I find that sleep escapes me, so I might as well take the watch. I stand ready to reinforce, if you need it. You've scarcely signed up, boy, and there is a war coming. Why die a harper when you could still live as anything else? No need for titles. You may call me Jaheira, so long as you are content to be known as Halsin. And the honor is mine.
Ad lapidem!
This mess is of my making. I sent the Harpers hunting after the cult without thinking what it would mean to be hunted in turn. Now they are compromised. It won't be for long. But do as you will. I have nothing to hide. And I have been content to follow your lead so far. Perhaps. He's not the first one lost to the cult. And unlikely to be the last. Our enemies spread like rub rot. Treat one patch,
and 2 more bloom in its place. Drop that stone! You will want your hands free for what comes next. He healed right in front of me and chased us into the shadows. We took shelter here and were considering a full retreat until you came along. These many dead are yours. You will lie and rot among them. Aye, Commander. Manus potentes paro aqua pura. I believe it went over a cliff edge, buried in an ogre's backside. And it was still talking. In nocte consilium! Those of your kind. Orin. I am sure you already know that so long as she lives, she will never stop hunting you. Bunge! Bene curatur. Those boots look quite special. Something for Gale, maybe. You plan to become a god now, do you? And all because your lover spurned you. We just played host to an undying queen. Oh, and thus without our fine silverware. I count my blessings every day. Please. Resisto venenum! Ugh, the elder brain works its will through the worm. What other tricks has it learned? It's gone. The entire crash is destroyed. Ever so sorry to hear that. Hold a moment. We are not so short on time that we cannot stop and think about this. The Harpers have a branch in Waterdeep. Show them this. Tell them an old lady sent you. Let me guess, you need something. You spherical git. Non compos mentes. Ale me. Brooding around. Hello there. I don't know what I expected. Meadows and babbling brooks? Indeed. Huh. Where's Will? We draw near the source, then. One touch, and this will fall apart. Signum arcanum! Kitius! The night song is dead. Permanently. To most people, a rather old-fashioned greeting. I've never seen this language before. Who was worshipped here? And I owe you an apology as well. I haven't told you everything I hope to learn here today. Perhaps if I threw boo, Scratch would come running. Ah. Do not think I missed that hungry look, Hound. Et alibi! Slarning shape-changers! Enough! Let us deal with these cultists, then find out where they are nesting. I do not mock loyalty. Only mourn when it is given so freely to those so undeserving. And would again. The shadows do not suffer our little flame. Ah, my Harper pin! You had it for safekeeping, I trust. Not to say play down in my sanctuary. Yeah! Such a sharp tongue. Perhaps I'll stuff it in your ear, so you might enjoy your own wit in death. I choose to take it. I choose to trust. And not just because I have no other choice. But her every act, even those I opposed, was done in service to her city. No matter her personal feelings. The toys from the barn. This is where he crafted those murderous little things. There. How about a little good news for a change? I can feel the brain. Limitless rage, limitless hunger. Godspeed. You seem to be their chosen champion after all. Against the false absolute. They tortured her for information on the prism. No small thing to break a child of Gith. Better than barging it down. Danthelons is up those stairs. And he's hung blooms beside the door. So the Harpers are waiting too. Take my hand. Well, you certainly have the omnipresent part down, don't you? This is not where you die. Wait! We shan't get very far without the tyrant's netherstone. Makeshift Selûnite graves. They were buried with haste. They are just like the ones we found in the barn. 7,000 souls. Astarion inherits his master's debts, as well as his very fine palace. And when all of this is done, I plan on being a very nosy neighbor. Oh, you need not apologize. I only seek to spare you some disappointment. The very same.
We can give that one a happy ending after all.
Damn, that burns!
This does not belong to me.
Umbrae, mors carta!
And one survivor of the Shadow Curse's fall ought to know another.
Intelligente polka! Resisto!
I bet this idol's powerful enough for Gale to get something out of it. Bits and bobs. The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Can you use it? Then, greetings, Sir Tadpole. I was wondering where all the questions suddenly sprang from. Ha! That great big brain of his got him in the end. Deep grooves in the mud around that rock. Oh, shelves stuffed with overpriced arcane trinkets. This place would whet Gale's appetite something fearsome. I'm sorry, child.
Astarian! Get out of the sun! Vokovineai!
What's this then?
Feared lux!
It feeds on a host. How very illicit. Careful! Pierce dear Ethel's rancid hide, and we might harm the child within. The general will call that a tactical retreat, I'm sure. But you have him on the run. A helping hand. My Harper pin. Oh, was a certain little sneak thief playing down in my sanctuary? Perhaps I can explain. True soul? Absolute? What were they raving on about? Let's take a look. Much more of this and the bridge will shake itself to splinters. Mundus vot decipi. Forward. It is not here that the battle will be won. That drow cowl might have bits of magic lingering inside it. Something for Gale. Whatever path you choose, I fear it will lead you to the same point. The same enemy. Of course I will, Berserker. And you will sprout soft and golden locks from that shining skull.
Causus!
In Baal's name. Forget it. The milk's already spilled.
Configo!
Sylvanus, soften my steps.
Cupio! Virtus! Licet!
Nature's servant awaits. Lead the way. That was revolting.
Intactale sum! Cupio virtus licet!
This ought to sting. Lazy pup. Must I fetch it myself? Oh, that sting will linger. This mess falls on our heads, Minsk. The city under siege. Its people poisoned by the cult. It all might have been avoided if you had just put your feelings aside and listened. Oh, joy.
Secreti umbrarum! Fulgor!
I suppose you do not. And the wit to know when it will not avail you, I think. We must try another way. A little something more. Nine Fingers set a poor trap, little banker. Let the Absolute's faithful show you how it is done.
Voco areniai!
Congratulations are in order. I fancied myself the sage advisor, sworn to guide you through what it means to be a child of Baal. Ah, so these plates correspond to the lights above the door. A code of some form. How wonderfully tedious. Oh no, you're bleeding.
Voco vineai!
Which of us is grayer here? A flaw in the rock. A simple thing to crack it all the wider. We've been traveling with a god's damned vampire. I'm spreading word. Quietly. Go and flush Marcus out. My Harpers and I will make sure he has nowhere to go. Blades bared. Plenty left to see. Ah, my first night off in too many moons. Ask it.
Crusty rogue!
Aha, no rest just yet.
Twit, twat, twerp!
Well, that was invigorating. I've spent over a century in this city, and still I cannot be sure there isn't more below the streets than above them. Meet Minsk! He still seems very much himself to me. Journals, marking Shadow Heart's progress. The girl may be permitted to forget her trials, but Viconia did not. The Absolute's forces have taken Duke Ravengard to Moonrise Towers. Plue! Let us show them how it's done. You will be well. I doubt a bear this size went down without a fight. Oh, stuck fast. Perhaps there is some other way to open it.
This ought to sting.
Would you prefer I wild shape and fight you for it? Glacius! The things our companion has done, they might never be set right. But so long as we are still willing to try, then I know I am in the right company. Bene curatur. Tell me, Shadowheart, how does Shar's favor feel? Does it fill you up? Bring you joy? Oh, my sweet, are you tired? I'm to put my feet up? Huh. Watch me complain. I don't hear anything. Cupio vertus licet. You've made your choices. Whatever they have made of you, this city is still your home. Gods above. What happened? Nocturnus. Not when this mess is of my making. I sent the Harpers hunting after the cult, without thinking what it would mean to be hunted in turn. Now they are compromised.
What have we got here?
Well, if abandoning you isn't an option. Gah! Oh, that sting will linger. Necrotic, I'd guess. Vita excolatur! As you wish. Pickets, ballistas, siege engines. A little old-fashioned, too. 100 years? More? Ulma! We need your hunters! You've learned to choose your own course. Enjoy that dizzying sense of freedom. After comes twice the headaches. Caveat incantantor. Do not be moved to pity. It is a predator pinned in a trap. You want to join the Harpers, even after all you have seen. Ha! I won't let you fall here. Amus sanguinem. Interlocking circles with moons and stars. This must be the seal mentioned in that journal. Move. Now. Come now. That's quite enough bleeding. No. Just time for a little browse. So you wish to be a god, Gale? You know the wizard Irenicus attempted the same thing by leeching divine blood from a ballspawn. Do not hide behind your hamster, Ranger. You do not understand because you do not listen. Let me loosen that snare a little. I don't see how she... Unless some cultists sneaked in, the gods will be overrun. Find out what it is that makes him invincible, so we can strip him of his advantage. The colony knows we are here. Already I can hear the whispers. Mortalis! It is not guidance I offer, but a leash. We will help you to control yourself until you can free yourself of these urges and use the Slayer form freely. So Nebulon is Gon's true name. Did all the other little gods tease him, I wonder? Softly. Eresque! Fine. Lux in tenebra. One brine pool, countless parasites. Ugh, disgusting things. But you found your footing where so many before you have fallen. Wherever you lead from now, we will follow. That she will definitely have something to say about. Aqua pura! Oh, locked in. That's rarely good news. These were some of the gate's finest minds. I will know who did this. Watcher! You were made to save the city, were you not? Perhaps you two will get along. Intactilis sum! I need a shovel to dig this up. Still standing, no matter what you heard. As you wish. Estelle did not have whims. She was a criminal, yes. Even a brute when she had to be. Move. Strange. It looks healthy, but it's stone dead. Incende! It also happens to be their home. And so it is mine. Ugh. That might be the first time I have said that out loud. You know your task. Ketheric Thorm clawed his way free of death. Find out how, so we can send him back. I bear more blame for the Shadow Curse than Isobel does. And she can no more control her parentage than you can that thing in your head. I can sense its fury, its greed. We're close. We gave him peace, of a sort, at least. Sine metu. I'll wager I can find a few helping hands. My children have not grown too old for chores. Flattered as I am, you're fully supported as it is.
Magis amica veritas!
Just empty shells. Best to just keep the unhatched one. My children can make sure of that themselves, I promise you. But we come together in the spirit of friendship tonight, do we not?
Virtus et scientia!
Clown foot. Someone wanted it found. If I must.
Video veritatem! My magic is infinite! Floric? Oh, what have they done to you?
Regard this spontaneous flatulator! Gortash plans to name himself Archduke. A terrible shame to miss such a historic event. Leave Aelin to her sorrow. Likely the wizard only reminds her of all the other fools past and present who have sought to use her.
This fight is winnable. Do not stop!
Irratio inspira!
Evanesco!
Any unlucky soul in that cradle would be feeling a tickle right about now. It's happening. They'll all be taken by the shadows.
Ostende secretorum tuorum!
Something to say? I doubt it.
Corruptus!
And still will. Perhaps I could not stop you now, even if I wished it. But I hope I will not need to find out.
Inveniam viam! Imperum mortus!
Did you think it would escape my notice forever? Huh? That you would trade Isabel away to bring us closer to our goal? You're angry, I understand. But I tried to give you word of what was happening. Ascending.
Got it. Now help my friend!
As I'm told. Bloodied tracks. Quite small, too. A gnome found some trouble here.
Long after our bones are dust and ash, the walls of its prison will still be burning. Surge!
But first, Geraldus, does your mother still own that farm in the Dale Lands? I may have little love for this city, but so long as my family chooses to serve it, I can do no less.
Damn!
And none believe quite so hard as those who have given themselves no other choice. That's better. I learned young what fear and hunger make desperate people do. I learned to do some of it myself, even. Until a roving circle of hedge druids found me. The road to Baldur's Gate is long.
Perry!
By my eye, that blade's magical. What do you think, Gale? These show tunnels underneath the open-hand temple. And the priest's name, too. Ominous. A cold kind of mercy. But mercy still, I think, Astarion. I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll talk later.
More! Ve victis!
Only a patriarch's loss can open this door.
Amus sanguinem.
A helping hand. Hells. You look like you've seen a ghost.
Agilius!
Am I to sneak up and say boo? What? Are we skipping pebbles? Now is not the moment. And these are not the stones.
Venustior!
Moving.
Tormentum!
Because who would question a statue to our friend? Thinking Minsk of Rashomon had returned to a hero's welcome in Rashomon. The Archdruid Halsin. Do not be surprised that I know your name. You fit a rather singular description. Huh. None of that rhymed with filthy, filthy cheaters. There is still much to do. People to house. A Harper network to rebuild.
What are you doing?
I have every reason to be cautious. I've traced people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate.
He healed right in front of me and chased us into the shadows. Things looked hopeless. But experience has taught me that no matter how bleak things look, there's always hope.
These tracks. Goblins?
You're the boss.
Flagra! You did well bringing this to me. Thank you.
I made the right decision, but I do not like how easily I made it. Minsk would have never left me behind, no matter what happened.
Nulla salus!
Voss was due to meet a contact in Shares's Caress. We ought to keep his appointment. Well, perhaps I speak with too much haste. Let us speak later. There is only one outcome that interests me. Killing Getherick Thorm and ensuring that it sticks this time. You best seek shelter, Astarion, and quickly. The world owes you, but the sun feels no such debt.
A man does not return from the dead and becomes impervious to arrows out of nowhere. There is magic at work. Strong, arcane, and most likely necromantic. Better for the world not to find out at all, I think. And certainly better for Gale that Mistra does not.
We paid little mind to the path ahead, let alone how we might return, or that we would return at all.
Venustior!
Let me smooth the path a little. Your reasons were your own. But whether you meant for it or not, your fight is our fight, huh? Both of us. To the very end.
Minsk? Estelle? Far from me to judge Gale for playing coy with Mistra. But I will not be cleaning up whatever mess she makes of him for it.
Dry those sweaty palms and let us try this again, shall we?
That valve is stuck.
Night Song. Not exactly a name I'd associate with the Absolute. Burnt to a crisp. Can't see a thing. They are not the wisest beasts to befriend. But I did not think you feared wolves so, Shadowheart. Those who draw breath embrace death. Poor poetry. But a fair warning.
Manus, potentes, paro!
I would not linger in this land over long. But whatever your business, I will aid you if I can.
I've been traveling with a goddamned vampire? You'd better keep those fangs to yourself.
Confusio!
How sickly sweet. Geldorn Farkam. Oh, he tried to teach Minsk much. A happy thing that paladins are so patient.
I will try to make it swift.
For the fallen! Sacco!
Something kept me from throwing it away. A fear, perhaps, that you are not the savior you seem to be.
I'll not trust the word that slithers out of Gortash's mouth. I need to hear it from you.
Dolor. Minsk is an old friend. Perhaps my oldest. We've fought at one another's backs times beyond counting. Then I am afraid you don't know us at all, as we never truly knew you. Ryan will appreciate the attention from her comrades, I have no doubt. Look at this place. The evidence is clear enough.
How about this? This mystic carrion offered answers to Oscar. Perhaps he will do the same for us.
Causing havoc even now, eh? Is this meant to be some kind of joke? Oakfather lends his aid.
She's the one who protected the Emerald Grove.
Perhaps it will help.
Maledicte es! Behold! Ha! The fool of fools.
Come on, then. Likely you have some pointed questions. But you shall have to get in line behind my dear, dear daughter.
Viam sapientiae. Was curo! Where is the dream visitor you spoke of? I fell in love with someone who was. And that is almost the same thing. Nothing but brains. Food for mind flayers, I suppose.
Any aid these old bones can lend.
On your feet. An act of kindness or a clever decoy? Luckily, I know how to find out which.
You will be protected. Even from yourself.
Stand, I know you can. What in the hell's Astarion? You tried to bite me last night. You. It was you after all? All along? How could I have missed such madness? Why are you muttering to yourself?
Yes, there is.
A sound strategy. Once it's done, me and my harpers will hold the ground floor while you hunt down the general himself. Spare me your salutes, little traitor. You walked me right into that ambush. Ugh, you could send an elf to sleep.
Minsk, stay with us. We have to hurry.
Nulla salus, voco flagella.
Hello. Shall I lace your boots for you as well?
Foe it is. Strike them down! Which is my sage way of saying, I am in no danger of forgetting how my husband died, but I choose to remember how he lived. He gave his life for ours, Lizelle. You might give him the death he seeks without claiming it as some victory.
So, what did it take to earn that new Slayer skin of yours?
There will be time to talk. When all of this is done, I see tracks there. Or footprints. That's worth a look. I've never known a warrior to go so far out of his way to avoid a fight. Which meant the few he chose were usually the right ones. You saw the fool. Hanging on the doppelganger's every word for no other reason than it wears my face. Indulge me. Our Lady. We serve only the Absolute. I'm not interested in the Absolute's manipulations.
This relic must be your focus instead, then. Find it. Strip him of its power.
What treachery is this, Nine Fingers? Have you thrown in with the Absolute too? So saith the wise Alondo. West Baldur's Gate, East Elturel. It's over! From dust Baal made them, and to dust they return.
It is rare to meet so true a believer, child of Gith. Despite reason's every attempt to sway you, you stay your course.
Their leader is a man called Ketheric Thorm. He resides in Moonrise Towers, and we found him to be impervious to the blade. And to magic to boot. I won't begrudge you that. But our interests align. And I hope no loyalty of that thing in your head to the Absolute will interfere with our salvation.
Arthur is a worse wretch than even we thought. He's been setting traps in toys meant for the refugees.
Too open. We might as well bare our buttocks to every archer within a mile.
You don't mind, I'm sure. At your command.
Like a summer's day. Thou art sweaty.
Done.
Careful who it is you turn your ire on. I will not stand by while you attack allies. This work isn't for everyone, boy, and there is no shame in that. Go home to your mother and leave the task to us.
Better to find the hunter and stuff them instead.
Schio, dedici, pecto!
Careful now. Only I get to say it. And my daughter, apparently.
That was amazing. Kaido! Clag-bottomed coward! Ignis! Ah!
For now, take what rest you can. We will watch over you this night.
A monument to Lathander, god of dawn, and killer of Helm's lover. The bastard.
Infection, indoctrination, eradication. That has been the fate of everyone the cult has captured so far. Careful, or I will take your toy away from you. Orin knows the hunt. In one stroke, she places the Harpers beyond our reach. Separates us from our pack.
Dialano! Oculus tempestatis!
Wait, what are you doing? Undying or not? She was very loud. Let's make the most of this.
All the more cracks and crevices for a wild shape to ferret into. Huh? Gum up the works a little.
Still, we need not begin with the fare-thee-wells just yet. We have tonight. At least you had the decency not to disguise yourself as a tree.
We're working on it.
What do you need? Perhaps I shall take Minsk. A return to Rashomon might keep him out of trouble. In every place but Rashomon, at least.
This night song sounds like the source of Ketheric's immortality. God damn it! It wasn't enough for Orin to steal the smith's face. She came back for him.
A hag's staff has to be brimming with magic.
Take a look, Gale.
An eye patch.
Live a little. Fear not for me.
I will try my very best to keep up.
Pay attention! He managed it. After murdering my husband and torturing my friends and I for half a year. Was this your purpose all along, then? To aid me in saving my friend, only to trade him like cattle at the first convenience? Discover Ketheric's secret. Find out what it is that makes him invincible so we can strip him of his advantage.
And so I come to ask, what did it take for you to earn that Slayer skin you hide so well?
Gods! What's happening? Psycho!
Let us find Aelin and extend Loroakin's invitation. It has been too long since I have seen a wizard cry. So saith the wise Alondo.
No, not really.
It's free to take, I think. Else the wizard would have built a better lock. Out of necessity, nothing else.
Frange!
This night offers them a brief respite from me, at least. And this place, now I look at it, it is where you all spent your first night together, no?
Flagra!
I ought to be saying that to you, girl. Only one of us here clawed her way free of the hells themselves.
Isabel! She cannot fall!
Not again. Gale has lived under the threat of death for some time. But Orin will make him beg for it, if we give her the time.
The blade of frontiers! Right. Let's keep moving. Time for the niceties.
Gently.
Voscuro cum mortuas in lingua mortua.
Not pinned down just yet. Wouldn't take the stuff no matter what. If I'm gonna go, let it be in a blaze of glory.
Thine eyes, pools of tepid piss.
Nod and smile. I need to get out of here.
Curious. What are those marks there?
No. I need a moment. These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize the Night Singer's blades anywhere.
Well, I know when I'm not wanted. Major Fortior!
Get in there. The fists can go hang themselves. We're getting you out.
Up you get.
Not mad, no. Take Zadivok, for example. For as much carnage as he caused, there was always a cold calculation to it. I'll hold this floor to ensure no one can escape the tower. You must press on and find Ketheric Thorm. Are we truly to be a party to this?
For real! You will lie and rot among them.
Without a cure to your infection, that lifetime might become rather limited. Grand Duke, is it? Oh. I'd follow Will into battle, sure enough. But politics... I think I am perhaps too faint of heart. Hilmater's ashes.
Torre!
That was close. This entire place would have been destroyed. I cannot presume to know your parents, or what they suffered. But I know that they were proud in the end. Almost. There is but one piece left to play. You must be glad to have Baldur's Gate back as you found it, Duke. Mistake me not. There is still much to be done. Plans to make, Maps to be frowned over.
Te adstringo linguam.
Ah, tormentum.
You are right. She is.
You simply will yourself into power, based on nothing but your name and the notion. My. You are a duke.
We need all 3 stones to command the brain. It matters little in what order we obtain them, or how. And the tadpoles have fallen silent, I take it? Good. A mind flare wouldn't make for much of a heroic statue.
Poxy, pissard, pervert.
Baldur departs. Little is known of his last voyage, but it seems he left the dragon behind.
Victory and retribution.
Wise. Even a treacherous path is better than blundering through the wilderness.
Thou inglorious hog.
They ask about you, of course. But I keep them a little too busy for stories.
Was it some trick of the tadpole? To have me turn my blade on my own?
I do not pet him to Wait. You do what?
Always nice to be wanted.
This is meant to render people undead.
Glorious.
Diminue.
They stick to sunnier streets. Heavens forbid they disrupt any of that guild business they're so well paid to ignore,
Best not to draw attention.
Necklace has a Harper sigil. Why were they here?
You've a visage fit for letter writing.
You utter bastard.
Veni et juva me.
I have seen too much to believe destiny has taken our side. Blind luck, perhaps. The point remains. I suppose we will have to see if this House of Hope is open to visitors. All right. I won't deny any willing arm for the cause. Even those who should know better.
Perhaps not. But know that I judge myself every bit as harshly for allowing this to come to pass.
No steel can save you. You deserve a better end than shredding your soul for our sake. But then, this is not a matter of what is deserved.
Dull chest, with a tight space inside. A false bottom, I think.
Did I snap a twig or a toe?
Te absolvo.
Thank you, magic.
You have cleared every obstacle in your path. Done everything that could be asked of you without fear or favor, and without any regard for the cost.
A toad in the form of a necromancer. I can only hope he has had the decency to die since our last meeting.
Healthy proceeds. Where fear plants a crop, faith reaps a harvest. A harper uses whatever is at hand.
Harpers, cut this true soul down!
Ira!
In accessus.
I'll come clean. I did not tell you all about what I hope to learn here today. I will rectify that.
You are scarcely fit to feed the earth! Alan keeps passable rooms, if we need somewhere to lay our heads. Bedbugs of the domesticated kind.
At your command.
The druid learned much of the shadow curse, but not enough to cleanse it, or save themselves.
Gustas dulcis. Lead then. Nature's servant awaits.
We have slightly more pressing matters to attend to. Invoco te.
A noble proclamation. It must have made you quite thirsty.
I never felt an earthquake in Baldur's Gate before. What the hells?
Jewelry bearing the seal of elven royalty. Viconia and her high friends.
Breathe deep.
That is the true scent of Baldur's Gate assaulting your nostrils.
If she wished to see us drowned in darkness, Isabel needn't have lifted a finger. Instead, she holds out her hand.
No movement. Perhaps we must unlock it somewhere else.
But whatever your feelings on Nine Fingers, whatever mine, I cannot see how we served the city by putting the Zentarim in her place.
Slarning ship. It's trying to pin us in place.
Whether the worm in your skull overwhelms you or not, your end will be a vile one. All we achieved was sending the devil home and damning Will along with her. It is a lesson worth learning, I think, that this company discards allies so easily.
Mario! I don't even know how he was freed.
Harper work would take me from the city, sometimes for years at a time. Nature's servant. And yours. Hopefully this will all be over soon.
I grieve to tell you, Will. They never were.
Oh, to be so innocent.
We've been traveling with a vampire this whole time?
Here and now. That is enough for tonight. No?
Your dream visitors, I take it. I thought they would be prettier.
Caveat incantantor.
And if not for you, I wouldn't even know it.
I'm sorry, Geraldus. Harper.